played. They fixed a lot of their compositions. They were putting people back on roles that made sense. They were starting to get a little bit more with the meta. Na'Vi is still a team that gets silly with their comps sometimes, but they were fixing that a bit at LCQ.
We're not looking at the grand finals.
Don't talk about that.
We don't talk about the grand finals.
But the other
That
three
actually
games,
did not happen. That was completely a troll grand finals. But I agree completely. I think they fixed a lot coming into this. And if you look back at that LCQ run, so many things that went wrong are so easily fixed. They lost 1v3s, 1v4s to Cold Dementa. You know, they lost silly situations that I think, you know, Angel and Doombros can fix in an hour and 5 minutes, as like he says, yeah.
Potentially.
very specific time frame.
Yeah.
It's possible, though.
It is possible. You know what, though? Actually, you bring up the compositions, and we really wanted to illustrate this point here. So, and maybe you guys in the venue can have fun with it as well. So, here's what we're going to do. We have an image here of 4 totally random compositions, and we need to pick out which one's the actual Na'Vi comp. So, which one do you guys think is 1, 2, 3, or 4? Go ahead, say it out loud to people in the house. I heard someone say 5. 5's not on there.
I mean, it could be.
What do you think it is, Mimi?
I think that, oh, dude, I feel like it might be number
question.
4. They were experimenting, but that's kind of a sane comp. I think that's a loud comp, actually. Maybe it's 2.
The crazy thing is
double
one is
initiator,
too
double
sane.
sentinel.
One is too sane. That's the double duelist split comp. They just no way they run that. I feel like it's either 2 or 3.
I don't remember Phoenix.
I feel like they don't
it
run
has to be
Harbor though,
2.
so I'm gonna go 3.
3?
I mean, it could be.
Mimi?
I'm
What
on
do you
2.
think? 2. We got 2 and 3, and crowd said 80. So let's see what we have. Let's see. We move this forward. I'm actually very curious because, and it's
Let's
3.
go.
Oh my, wait.
That's
When
wild.
was this?
I don't even remember. What map would that be on that they're playing Breach? Is that a Pearl? No, it would have to be Post.
Angel's
When
a
was
chef.
that?
The TLDR is that Na'Vi gets very silly, and that makes them a tough team to prep for. I think on average, it's something like teams play like 12 comps across the year. Na'Vi has played like 25 or something along those lines. They're constantly changing. It's kind of the ethos of Angel as an IGL. And sometimes it's too silly, and sometimes it makes him look brilliant. And it's kind of the question of which Na'Vi are you going to get on the day?
Yeah, I think he just really overcooked a lot of these comps, like that one right there. What he's going for from like a CS mentality is just, you're so hard to read, you're so hard to prep for, and so when your opponent comes into the match, they can't even watch your VODs because honestly, you're about to change your comp, and they know that. So they have to focus on their game, and you know what they're gonna do.
And the thing has been that everyone, when Navi's been struggling this year, has been coping. The players have been saying, it's all about champions. Doesn't matter if we win champions, if we make a run here. And the question is really, were they actually being silly? Were they actually making all these mistakes? Or have they been saving the good stuff for this event? And I think that's kind of cope, but there's also a chance of it, and you can't throw that idea out completely.
Yeah, and while talking about like the bigger picture of it all, right? Obviously, you can go into the compositions, the map picks, you know, all that stuff. But you know, focusing on the individuals here, it's really hard to say that like the individuals of Na'Vi wouldn't pop off when you consider that like Sugetsu and Xiao, for example, just absolutely immaculate. They're so good all the time. And on a stage like this, I have no doubt in my mind that the Xiao show is going to come back for a sequel, and Sugetsu is going to try and maybe pick up another MVP.
Of course. I think Sugetsu might be one of my favorite players in the entire scene. His setups have always been brilliant, especially in these big moments, in the big tournaments. So I'm sure he's going to bust out some tricks here on the Sentinel role, and that's honestly what Na'Vi's going to need to carry them through.
And when this team has struggled, it's always been these guys to save them. When Angel's going for first bloods round after round, it's these guys following things up, trading, winning in these late round clutch situations. They're both world-class players, and no matter how much this team has struggled, they always show up and perform. Sugetsu in particular, I mean, looking at all the community's kind of takes on like who will be the top 10, top 15 players, I think despite the consensus that Na'Vi might go out earlier than expected, people are still rating this guy as one of the absolute top dogs. He can never be underrated. He can never be counted out in any situation.
Amazing. I mean, again, Sugetsu just continues to deliver time and time again. Xiao does the same thing as well for his team. Like, there really are a lot of weapons here, and it is scary. And Liquid are going to have a lot on their hands. It's not something that they're not all, you know, like unfamiliar with. They've played plenty of times in the past. But now, as we move on to Team Liquid, we actually have Mitch standing by with Safe to get his thoughts going into this matchup.
And here comes Team Liquid ready for today's game. I've got Safe joining us for a quick word before we kick off today. Listen, last international event, it maybe didn't go according to plan. What can the people at home expect to be different this time?
I think they should expect a Liquid that wants to redeem themselves on an international stage. I think we're gonna do good things here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a big swing back for Team Liquid.
Definitely. We're going to knock people out.
All right, looking forward to seeing you on the stage today. Best of luck. I'll let you get off to it.
All I'm saying is I saw that jersey. That was all I could focus on was
Yeah.
the Star Wars jersey. Sorry about that. I actually went and just bought a jersey right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Too big of a Star Wars fan. In any case, though, guys, I think that what's interesting about all this is that Team Liquid have really been up and down more ways than one. Whether it's the whatever happened at Lock-It or their run at the EMEA finals and even like what took place in Tokyo, it just feels like this Liquid team has really been struggling to keep that consistency on check.
But the thing is that the highs are so high. Remember,
They
this
are.
is the only team to beat Fnatic this year. We can't say that enough. Liquid has already made history, had their moments where they've stepped up and looked like the best. But I really feel like their issue is pressure. When they come to these international events, they look good in the early rounds. They show us the performance that they have at home. And then when it comes to late rounds, when it comes to adaptation under pressure, we often see the cracks forming. A player like Safe or Soulcast going for some solo plays, breaking out from the ideas that normally make Liquid so good. And I think really getting that mental under check, getting used to the pressure here at Champions is going to be so pivotal if we're going to be seeing the Liquid who won EMEA.
I couldn't agree more. I think what Liquid needs is a big performance out of the two players that they don't typically get it from, Solkas and Redgar, because I know Nats is going to get his, and I know Yampi is going to get his, and I know Safe is going to have pop-off games left and right this event. So it's really on those two to be, you know, a fourth player in the server. I think it's fine if one of them goes missing because of the star players on the other side of the scoreboard, but they need something out of Solkas or Redgar.
They absolutely will. And those IGLs are going to be important. And Sean, I know you're a pretty experienced guy. You've coached teams in Valorant before. You've been a pro player. GB, you're gold. So you guys are going to be pretty knowledgeable
Gold and
talk
old,
about
baby.
this one. We have two players who are both some of the best Omen players in the world. The two IGLs of these teams.
I love Omen.
Angel, Redgar. I know you're an Omen player yourself. So I wanted you to try and break down some of these plays. This one's from Angel. Can you talk me through this, Sean?
Yeah, so let's see here. So Fracture, Omen, they're running the double controller. He's sending it through Dish. What the? Wait, why did he TP to cut that distance?
Can you talk to me about that?
I don't know what to talk about, actually. I'm so confused.
How
What?
could your opponent know what you're doing
What about
when
this
you don't
one?
even know?
This is Redgar.
Oh,
Maybe a little
God.
better for you?
Oh,
I have PTSD from the. I
this is an
remember
incredible
this.
play. Look at this.
my.
Look at this TP. Magic. Absolute magic.
These guys literally warm up by watching
Look at
Flex
this.
and Joe.
The thing is, though, that both these guys, they're silly. Let's get that out of the way.
Yeah.
They're silly, funny, jovial guys who do insane stuff consistently. Angel has something like somehow the most first kills, first deaths on his team, even when they're running like double duelist comps. It's ridiculous. But I think the IGL, who's gonna harness that silliness into actually making the right plays, into making the right calls, could win today, or it could just descend into a little bit of madness.
Yeah, I just love how layered this game is, right? We have so many different storylines going into it, whether it's the absurdity of the omens, the bizarre compositions, their stories, but also the coaches, because we have two twin brothers coaching these two teams, and we wanted to see how similar they actually are. So let's go ahead and send it over to Mitch, who's ready to run some tests on Emil and Doom Bros. This will not go well.
Two brothers, and they're here today before they play to have a little bit of a game of their own. You know, we always see your players on the server. Now we're getting to see you guys competing. And the game of the day is who knows each other better? Twin telepathy, as it were. See if you can get those answers up through the air into the other one's heads. You guys understand the game? You're going to be asked a question. For example, what is Emil's favorite car? At which point you'll have to write down what you think it is. He'll write down the correct answer, and we'll reveal them, tallying up the points as we go. Right. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Ready.
Let's get into it with the first question then. Keeping it simple to start things off, I want to know, what is Emil's favorite skin in the game? Favorite skin set. Go ahead and write your answers down. You even have to take a second to think about this one.
I don't know. Okay. If I don't know, how should he know?
So
But
you're going to have to think about it real hard and send the message
I'm
over.
transferring it to you, okay?
Transferring over.
Okay.
Okay. So,
I didn't went with my first gut feeling.
you didn't? You
No.
might regret it. What was your
Yeah.
gut feeling?
My gut feeling was like just the default skins in the game.
Default
Yeah.
skins. Oh, wow. You think that lowly of them. Well, let's see what you went with in the end.
Reaver.
The Reaver skin set. Oh, has he let you down on this? Let's see what the correct answer was.
Don't say Prime.
Hello.
Champs bundle.
2023 version as well. Okay.
Okay, the thing is, my favorite is Reaver. I do play Reaver, so I did him dirty.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he does know.
You've played him. But
Yeah.
yeah, I guess if we go on currently released skins.
I thought he would know this.
Have you
know?
played a single game with the skin yet?
Yes.
Oh, this is almost so. You're kind of game theorying it here. I like it. So he's throwing curveballs in. Well, let's see if
Alright,
you're going to
alright.
throw a curveball on this one. A little bit easier, perhaps. What is Doom's favorite agent in the game?
Oi, 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 oi. I think.
Okay. Are you happy with your answers?
I'm happy.
Okay, well, let's see what the answer submitted was. Emil, show us your guess.
Killjoy.
Killjoy. And let's see the answer. I actually don't believe this.
Oh, we
You've
have
also both drawn a smiley face afterwards.
Oh, okay.
The chances of that.
That's what I know.
Okay, well, that is an astounding success. I would almost say neck and neck, because the Champs Bundle curveball was a little dirty. We'll see how we get on with the next one.
That's good.
Emil has a favorite map, but what is it?
Oh.
What is it?
He's going to say a map that's released next year.
Yeah, I'm
Watch out for
playing
this
meta
guy.
right now, you know.
Okay, well, let's first start with the guess. Doombros, what did you go for?
First gut feeling.
Haven. He's gone with his gut. Is his gut correct?
Yes.
Oh, he shoots and he scores. Wonderful stuff. Look at this. On the same page.
It's such a bad map though.
It's a good map.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
I feel like you've had this conversation before.
No.
Well, Doom, this one is going to be a little bit more difficult. Perhaps it's a 50-50, which means he has to get it right. Phantom or Vandal? What would Doombros say?
Oi. That's a 50-50.
It is. I'm making it easy. But it's a little harder to fail with these ones.
I will fail with this one. Alright.
Okay, let's see what Emil has said. Let's see the guess.
Please be Vandal.
Vandal. I can't believe this. Again, not
Oh.
only is it right, you've both done an exclamation
Wait,
point.
you actually did?
Have you rehearsed this?
No, that's
What is going on?
That's creeping me out.
Wait,
For sure.
yeah.
Like,
He
I'm not even
actually did an
kidding.
exclamation.
Yeah.
I feel like the.
'Cause I was
Have you got an
thinking-
earpiece in?
No,
What's happening here?
I was thinking, should I put something?
I was thinking the same. Should I put the smiley or something
Yeah,
else?
yeah, yeah.
Well, this is the twin telepathy was a quickly chosen name, but very accurate by the looks of it. I've got a question then that moves away from in-game stuff. This is sort of a theory. You two grew up in Sweden together, right? So you've had quite a long time, quite a lot of home-cooked meals, I would imagine. But of all of those, which one would you say is Doombro's favorite meal? Sorry, I mean meal.
My favorite meal.
Your favorite home-cooked meal,
Home cooked meal.
Home cooked. But I cook myself.
or your
Or
family,
family.
growing up.
This one I feel like you should know.
Alright. I'm going off a feeling.
Gut feeling. It's been working so far.
All
Let's
right.
see. I'm going to call it neck and neck up to this point because the first round there was some trickery. The favorite meal. Let's see if someone takes the cake. Let's see the answer.
Carbonara.
Carbonara.
It's carbonara.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
Well,
It's good.
But you did a dot and I didn't. So,
Yeah, actually.
finally, something separates you. Well, there's going to be something else separating you, and that is a result in the upcoming match. I have to wish you both the very best of luck because right here, it's neck and neck as we
Yeah.
close out this game show. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
That was absolutely awesome, and of course we learned so much about our coaches. And 16 teams now are fighting for the title of World's Best, and their road to the crown starts here. We have Team Liquid versus Na'Vi, DRX taking on Loud. Day one of Valorant Champions Los Angeles starts right now.
consistency, and they've gone where no other team have gone before. But if they want to call this a dynasty, an era,
누가 제일 빡셀 것 같아?
푸나틱. 일단은 도쿄 마스터즈에서도 좀 압도적인 모습 많이 보여줬어가지고.
I don't think there's any debates about it.
Yeah.
Everybody is in the best shape, best Sentinel in the world, best flex player in the world.
Chronicle has 3 trophies.
Been dreaming of 2, he has 3. But there is a most important tournament ahead of us, right?
The dynasty, to be fully justified, they need to win champs.
They have to win champs. For me, champs is more important than any masters.
Every team have a chance to be remembered even more than Fnatic.
And whereabouts is that? Is that where my hotel is, in there? Because we're winning Tokyo. We weren't fully comfortable, but I say we're almost there. Ideas were cooking. I think this event has to be the same. We're not going to win this event on this rooftop.
I think when it comes to European playstyle, I think it's something that Asian teams are not used to. It's like they are good at punishing all these.
Paper Rex, they are the fun team. They're the team that everybody loves to watch. But what is more fun than winning?
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to have like full team now. We had something, I think we are stronger. I have no doubt to him.
We have the greatest teams in the world here to compete. It genuinely doesn't get any better than this.
Just let a man breathe and just hush on my mind. Put your cease on my mind, don't erupt. At times I feel I can't get enough, but I sip a double cup and I spend a couple bucks.
We're also the only team in the world to beat Fnatic. So that also means we're the second best team in the world.
Sending out some love to my blood, to my girl, to my buds, to the homie up above. And no more time for picking up to these fakes who ain't around when the time's getting rough.
We've been to 8 lands together. Me, you, Vic. Had an insane year last year. Should have won champs last year.
Close, they should have won, but
Yeah.
redemption this year.
Another squad that has shocked the world was Crew.
They had no second chances at the start of this tournament. They've redefined, rewritten the history books.
Igual, bueno, después de tanto que estuvimos acá tanto tiempo, después del 0-9, boludo, estar acá ahora grabando esto, boludo, y estar en Champions,
DMing it, double send it till they get the message. I'm road tripped and left with nothing. I've been in the city of angels long enough to sit and question their successes, who they paying, who they get in bed with.
네, 작년에는 3위를 했잖아. 쉽지 않은 성적이긴 하지만.
그러니까 조급해지지 말고 천천히 급할수록 돌아가란 말이지.
So many narratives, Cinderella's, dynasties, everything here in LA. I guarantee you that every single player will have a little bit of a doubt and feel some genuine fear when they hear the name Kong Kong.
这场投票已经给他们了，这就给他点大大的震撼，行吗？
对啊，没有什么是完美的，那种开放式结局才是最完美的。
多在几个国家捧捧杯。
啊，热血男主的剧情不就真正的带到 LA 了吗？太霸气了，真的。先碰，我都想好了，要不就先碰一下Fnatic进了小组赛完，打到淘汰赛，再干一下那个Fnatic，让他们见识一下什么叫做 Chinese Power。Chinese 功夫哦 ，Chinese 功夫哦，高兴。我们先干掉巨人，好吧？然后再复仇一下 PRX，不要让这件事情4不过3，好吧？要让这个事情。 3, 2, 1, yeah!
They're the best team in the world for a reason. But we can do it this
We
time.
ain't that far behind.
We're not.
We're the only team at Tokyo that took the map off.
True. Beat 2 OTL and they beat them in a best of 5. How is that possible?
They can lose.
They can lose. They can bleed.
We did it once.
We were born to do this, guys.
And let's not forget, we've never had a reigning world champion before. So Loud, they could also be the team that break a couple of records this year.
I'd say our last game was pretty close. And I think you want to get some revenge.
Locking was good. Japan is really important. But after winning like one after another one, it's kind of hard like keeping focus. We need one more. This is the important one. Champion is champions, you know, man. I'm really happy that you guys are succeeding, and I want a rematch for sure, man.
I'd say let's meet each other somewhere in playoffs.
Let's have it. Yeah.
Just under 5 minutes of time show. Make sure the stage is ready and players are lined up.
This year has been an absolute dream come true for all of us.
One more.
One more. Let's go.
Stand by for time of show. Everybody in your places. 2, 1, go.
All right, first of all, congratulations, it's champions. It's somehow already here, so congrats to you both on making it. Let's kick it off. So TL, you are higher seed. Team A or Team B? So Navi, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first band. Your band? Pearl. Okay, so bands are Haven and Pearl. Map number 1. Fracture. Side on Fracture. Attack. Okay, and then map number 2. Bind. Side on Bind. Defense, okay. So we'll go with the next set of bands. Starting with Navi, you have Ascent, Lotus, and Split. Band Lotus, okay. Okay, so map number 3 will be Split, Navi side on Split. Okay? Okay. All right, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we're both good to go. No. So first set of bands, we have Haven and Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with TL on Attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Navi on Defense. Next set of bands were Lotus and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Split with Navi on Defense. Yeah? All right. Good luck to you both.
love on the stage, but you best believe there will be no love on the server as we have two teams that have not only defined esports, but have also, those 10 players, as well as their coaches, have defined professional Valorant for what it is here in 2023. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two hungry teams, Mimi.
Na'Vi has always been considered the best or second best in EMEA. That was their title up until this year. Team Liquid beat them in EMEA, overtook them, won in that tournament. But now coming into this event, there's a chance to change that score, to flip things back in the favor of Na'Vi in the tournament that matters most.
Yeah, and like you said, GP, there was love right there at that hug, but man, these map beaters tell me there's blood at stake right now because the picks, they're both went into the weakness of the other team. Liquid has just been blown out in the recent Fracture games. Na'Vi, on the other hand, got blown out on Bind. I mean, they've looked very sketchy with Angel on the KO. I expect to see some comp changes, I mean, obviously out of Na'Vi, but even out of Liquid throughout this series.
And that's really the question surrounding Na'Vi. What comps are they going to play? What is the Na'Vi that's going to show up here at Champions? Is it the team that's still changing back and forth, making really strange decisions? Or will it be that Na'Vi who finds their style, are hard to predict, and can be a contender for top spots?
This is a team that has won Copenhagen, that has had so much success in their journey here in professional Valorant. And on the other side, again, the same can be said for Liquid. These are two teams that have had very, interesting stories here, up and down, but the ups have been, or the highs rather, have been incredibly high. So now you have to wonder, who really wants it more when they walk into that server and start this game?
I think we're going to find out pretty quickly on the pace Na'Vi sets. I think they're going to want to get CNED a little bit more active than what he's been in his recent games. And I think we're going to see a lot of CNED going up against Safe throughout this series.
We absolutely will. Those two players have defined their respective teams. But on map 1 here, which will be Fracture, I think this will be an interesting style clash. Because for Na'Vi, they were the first team, back when they were FPX last year, to start playing Viper Omen, to institute kind of a new idea here on Fracture. They've carried that through, and it's become super popular in EMEA. And Team Liquid have actually been playing a very similar composition to them as well, but the implementation has been nowhere near the level that Na'Vi has had.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Na'Vi has stuck with it for so long after the Omen nerfs to the one-ways. I think he got a little bit hindered on Fracture more so than any of the other maps. So the fact that Angel is still comfortable picking Omen on Fracture says a lot about their confidence in this comp. I am expecting Na'Vi to stick to that comp. Liquid, on the other hand, they've had a lot of time to pivot off of this.
Yeah, well, we'll see the compositions come up here in a moment, and there's your Prime Gaming Agent select.
Okay.
And I mean, yeah, we're getting a lot of change-ups.
I love this idea from Liquid. They're taking a page out of EG's book. We saw how good the ult combinations can be when you implement these Breach Sova compositions, but they have their own spin on it, playing that Neon instead, which I think has always been a super strong role for Safe. It allows you to be super proactive with defensive side aggression, and it pairs really well with this double initiator comp.
Yeah, and taking Nats off the Cypher, putting him on the Viper, I think that's a pretty good shout, given that Na'Vi has been running the Raze. I mean, I think they've made the right comp adjustment here. Na'Vi, on the other hand, that Neon is going to be breezing by the Killjoy util. I don't think it's slowing her down at all.
There's no Sentinel on the other side, so it has to be proactivity on this defense. If Na'Vi can shut that down, I think they can get a big leg up in this one.
Yeah, and we are ready, folks. Let's go ahead and make some noise, Shrine, as we get ready for our first match of the day. And what better way to kick it off than two fan-favorite casters? You have Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to kick this one off here. Champs 2023. Finally, Josh, an international event in North America. And we're setting the stage here with two EMEA teams with plenty of parallels, plenty of, mischievous plays, risky plays all over the bloody place, isn't it, with them? But I am excited to get this one started.
I think it's the most unpredictable group that we have at Champions. We're kicking things off straight into the pistol round with two IGLs that have got to be some of the most unpredictable too. Team Liquid have gone for a really bizarre composition. And Solcast taking liberties over here on his own towards Arcade.
Fast lane up, there's going to be a fault line to the side. No stun connecting.
Great sees though onto Yampi.
Yeah, and look at that. Yampi nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Dart a little bit late. Angel's still tucked to the corner. Safety in numbers. Rest of his team helping to support him out here. Team Liquid forced to really adjust, set their sights onto a different goal maybe.
So Sean was saying that the Neon is going to try and get past the Killjoy utility repeatedly, but here you see they have more tools to be able to work with that. The Seize is going to be
excellent at dealing with Yampi, and that's got to be something that he baits out early or tries to find a way around. Now, Team Liquid stalled out a little bit, but safe still with a ton of utility.
The call's made for a reclearance right into the Maw. Team Liquid still holding. It's a triple face. Nats! He's claiming 2. Stun is beautiful. Nats so cheeky with a 3-piece. The beginning after a rough start for the pistol. See how it really gets going though. Plan. Get it going. Still a fight to be taken by Na'Vi. That's really just trying to take tempo into their own hands, but that's the pistol round claimed.
Of a huge play by Nats. Came into it with only a classic in his hand, and such patience demonstrated there too by Liquid, waiting for Na'Vi to peek into them. If you think about how both of these compositions are going to play on the defense side, Na'Vi should have more passive information. They have the Killjoy setup. They can be throwing out haunts and prowlers. Team Liquid, without the Killjoy, are going to have to be fighting and using that recon information constantly when the sides swap. But for now, it was Na'Vi that got a little antsy and punished for it. All Sheriffs on the Na'Vi side. And both of these teams have been deadly in eco rounds across this year.
Call into question that individual skill.
Toxin screen down.
No, I don't really think that that's been the issue with Na'Vi this year. It hasn't been the individual form of the players. It's been finding a team system that really works, compositions that fit them, and ways of putting their players in positions to succeed. That constant struggle to find their style. Team Liquid, they clicked a little quicker.
Oh, and face it away. It's a game of timings. All up, Smokes propped up. Close to the corner is Angel. Does he suspect the reposition? Doesn't seem likely. Yep, wades right into it. Aftershock on top. The stun. Sending it flying with the util as well. Looks like Team Liquid looking to try and clear this one, but again, too much emphasis being placed. Now through. Main choke point. Redgar and Nats landing it. The better weapons for the job. Na'Vi being choked out of this one still. Reveal, I believe, Shao able to claim that one through the smoke. Zipan as well. This is getting potentially dangerous, but leave it just up to Shao. Not likely to win that one, not against the rifles.
So they save Phantom the Bulldog here into round 3. And Team Liquid have not been particularly successful at converting these bonuses. This one doesn't look like it's going to have too much behind it. Redgar only bought a Ghost in the prior round, so he could invest some of that economy and build it up. But it's going to have to be fast and explosive for Team Liquid to carry this momentum forwards. Still, a much better start than the last time we saw Liquid on Fracture. The previous iteration, coming out at Tokyo playing against EG, they got destroyed. This map pool, incredibly close between all of these teams. And Angel looks like he wants to fight really early on.
Listen, might be seeing a classic Angel play. He wants to take the initiative for his team. There's a flash blinding them all up. Haunt. Thoughts are back.
It's an excellent stun. Great bolt from Yampi. It pushes everybody back from Na'Vi. Now they're looking to head into Soulcast. Now Soulcast has been playing on his own here, arcade side, pretty much the entire time, all 3 of these rounds.
That's
he gets
the danger
punished.
of it. Yeah, that's the punish. If you get a read on that.
It really doesn't seem like a safe place for Soulcast to be holding. He doesn't have the ability to get out on the ropes, doesn't have too much utility to be able to hold on to either, and no support. You know, it's not like playing a Killjoy on the north side where your turret gives you information if there's a crunch going on, or, you know, it's some way of escaping, for example, if you're playing Chamber or something like that.
Was made here for Liquid. Redgar trying to fake some presence over towards B with the dart and the drone. I feel like a lot of attention is placed there, but nobody's given up their positioning right now to hold it down. It's Sugetsu. Fast lane in his face. Ripping all the way through. Can't deal with the turret. Still a lot of angles to watch for. Sugetsu, yep, caught so unaware. Trousers down by his ankle. Still seen it. The back of the sight, got to anchor it. Cannot adjust the aim in time. Liquid finding their space now with a pit down as well. It's looking all but likely that they just steal away the round. It's a scramble from Na'Vi, desperate to try and get in.
All down to Shao in a 1v3. Does he anticipate Redgar behind? Yes, the adjustment's there.
Works, still got the haunt as well. No reveals.
So difficult to get a reveal in the pit.
Yeah. What a difficult task. The K kicking in lower and lower, and yeah, single bullet will do it with a crossfire setup. Plenty of safety there. This is Team Liquid. Really setting the tone, I think, of this map here. Like you're saying, Josh, you know, they've changed up quite a bit with their compositions, but we're in the bonus round, keeping it going.
And they came into the bonus with almost no equipment. And it's Nats and Yampi who are just carrying this map for Liquid so far. On top of that, major mistakes from Sugetsu. It's an interesting wall setup that he was using over towards the A site, and he's gone for it again here in the next round, but he was just caught wide out in the open. Had no way of really dealing with the Neon fast wall in his face.
Cool's made to try and push out here. Yampy. Okay, off of his contact, there's a fault line and a flash into the corner. Will collect the 1 kill. Plenty more players waiting though to receive, and yeah, he's diligent with it. Checking the right corners. Well, that map control gain. There is a push out from Na'Vi on the north side of the map, and look, they seem to be ready for it. There's 2 players holding that direction already. Just expecting.
And this is the way that Na'Vi like to play. If they're pushed on defense like this, Zipan and Angel are going to try to flank. I mean, Sean was forced to break down a version of that play, actually. Angel went for a bit of an ambitious TP. Yeah. But Team Liquid look like they're ready for it. And you've got to remember that this is going to be a battle where both teams are familiar with the other's playstyle. Now it's all down to Angel and Zipan coming through on Dish. Soulcast has already spotted them. He can just back up and play with the rest.
Purposely not planting the spike. Maybe to farm some orbs or what? Not too sure, but they're collecting the kills anyway, and now they get the plant down. I mean, yeah, even the ace.
Well, that's going to boost up the energy and the confidence. Team Liquid are a very momentum-based team. They constantly talk about it, bringing energy into the matches, feeling like they're putting their best out on the server. And when Yampy's 9-1 coming off the back of an ace, sure, it's an anti-eco. You know, he's not facing the most stiff resistance in the world. But even before this, he was still 4-1 winning massive duels for his team and helping them get into good spots on the bonus round. That's how you know things are going well for Liquid.
Feeling good.
Redgar very close to his ultimate here. We'll see if Team Liquid have any ult plays cooked up. This is one of the major powers of the Breach Sova compositions, but Yampy's just sending it.
Yeah, all the way through as well, and the bullets, the damage concatenated on top there with the Nano Swarms.
I think they could have come up with a better strategy there.
Yeah, it was very all in. The first kill going away at Na'Vi, but they haven't been able to convert the rounds after it. It's Team Liquid.
Still Soulcast on his own towards Arcade, now getting reinforcements from Safe. There was an opportunity for CNED to duel him, but he didn't take it. Chose the more safe of the options. They're gathering up here. Redgar's still not really playing for the orb, not playing for any kind of Hunter's Fury idea in this round.
There's danger in this as well. The more you tick the clock down, that showstopper in the back pocket of Zipan becomes a round-winning ult.
But recall what Na'Vi did on the pistol. Same kind of situation as this. Team Liquid cut noise and Na'Vi peeked into them. Going for information, got punished.
30 seconds left.
Let's get to it a jiggle there. I think he did see something. Angel had to let the paranoia fly as well. There is that trade. Zipan is quick with it. Now the showstopper let loose on top of the staircase. And yet he finds his mark. This time Team Liquid not able to battle back. Crack into that defense. Na'Vi were very prepared.
But let's talk about the ults a little here. Mimi was saying that these Sova Breach compositions can be excellent on Fracture, and they can. And we've seen that Evil Geniuses cook up tons of different ultimate plays to carry the momentum forwards and win rounds just like this one. But here, you don't have the Brim ultimate, you don't have the Killjoy lockdown, you don't have the Showstopper, all massive tools that Evil Geniuses usually uses to be able to carry their momentum forwards. If you have a Sova that's one away from getting his Hunter's Fury online, I think that's got to be the priority. And that maybe can be a gap that Na'Vi can exploit. If Team Liquid haven't done the prep into cooking these big ult combos up, maybe Na'Vi will get some easier rounds here.
This is a bread and butter move. The Na'Vi composition, the one-way smoke, a bit of a prowler to set them up on a line. It gives them that A horse control, but they've given up drop as a result of it. Let's put their attention towards it. 3 players grouped up, and I believe that's a stun being held, yeah, along with the dart. This is definitely a set play. Hunter's Fury, right from the spawn, and all the kills being collected. Combined up, beautiful turn of events, right when they needed it.
That is absolutely wonderful. Choosing to invest it here in round 6 rather than round 5, but Redgar had the perfect angle to catch those players as they went back into sight. That was wonderfully done. An A split with a Hunter's Fury that was excellent for Yampy to be able to capitalize on. So, just as I was having doubts about whether Team Liquid had done their prep work on the attack side, they come out with that one. And now they're starting to build up to Breach Ultimate as well. Things that can keep Na'Vi constantly on the back foot. Remember, this is Na'Vi's map pick. It's probably their second best map. The way that the vetoes went, Team Liquid got rid of Pearl, which Na'Vi have been incredible at. That's why Na'Vi have brought them here to Fracture.
Well, still close to the corner, trying to hunt down these kills to get to. He's holding his ground, and still the aim is sharp, isn't it? Good form towards the end of the round. We'll do some economic damage, but still enough money to buy. It feels like, yeah, in the back pocket, plenty of it for Team Liquid.
Look at how well coordinated it is. And look at the angle. I mean, as Zipan is caught in the corner, it also catches Xiao, who's trying to escape into sight. The reaction from Safe is exactly what I'm thinking too. That was very clean. And Na'Vi take a timeout. Bren, I thought it was so interesting listening to the press conference before Champions began. Much has been made of Emil going up against Doombros, the two identical twins battling. But one of the things I found to be most incredible is that they said whenever a tactical timeout is taken like this, they can almost tell exactly what the other brother is going to be saying to the team. These guys are physiologically identical, and they've also gone down almost the exact same career pathway, coaching a Valorant team, finding themselves in this kind of spot. They just know what the other's thinking, and it makes these tactical timeouts such a mind game. They were saying they often have to ignore what their first impetus would be and go to plan B or plan C of how they would adjust things, just to try and win the mind game over their opponent. This is not just a matchup of two EMEA teams that know each other really well. It's a battle of two IGLs that have a ton of experience. The two brothers in the coaching slot that whenever they have input, have to second guess everything.
Yeah. Secondary plans. Plans on plans as well, and actions, just in case the other side is going to predict what you're going to do.
And Na'Vi have swapped things up here. They've completely rotated the Killjoy to the other side of the map. So Viper Killjoy playing on A. The more info-finding aggressive component of the Raze Fade and Angel fighting Arcade.
Tar, Flash, Stun, all combined. Try and net them some early control towards Arcade. It was a nade that pushed them back, but do have that ground. Now the drone, a little bit further. Angel, tagged. Money open, but skips across back to safety, and there's a pit laid down in A halls. Lots of ults online for Na'Vi.
Sugetsu presumably putting that down because Nats made some noise over here. We're going to have a Viper standoff when Nats is not favored. Going to have to creep through a pit if he wants to create any space on this side of the map. So for Team Liquid, it looks like another slow round that's just this pinch on B. These have gone well when Na'Vi have peeked into them, but otherwise Team Liquid don't seem to have that ability to get into the site. Perhaps the Breach Ult can make the difference here.
Time running short, down to 40 seconds. It's Viper's pit again, it just pushes Team Liquid into the B site. Should be expecting this one. Zipan still has to watch multiple angles, and here's a Nightfall. In response there, Breach Ult going straight wide into their spawn as well, just trying to take the fight straight to them as well. It's going to have to be containment on various areas of the map. Onto the site, Zipan falls though. Sokas now with a late lurk and not expecting that angle. Xiao from behind the box just popping out in the open. Heads on a swivel. Team Liquid caught Sodam unaware. Redguard still wins his fight out, and Yampi looking as well to get that backstab attempt. Xiao still alive, but it is just left up to Yampi. It's a 1v2. Very wide swing. Xiao still alive, 9 bullets, make it 7. Has to skip across and try and deny it. Yeah, immaculately played by Xiao and Sugetsu. Always safe pair of hands in that scenario.
There it is, Emil's favorite skin. Team Liquid's slow attacks into B have just simply not been successful. They're not able to get the same value, and here's what happened over towards Halls. Nats caught CNED, who was trying to push out through the pit and meet up with the rest of the players on B, and it just ended up being a 1-for-1 trade when Nats was essentially out of the fight the entire time. So Na'Vi have another in very similar fashion to how they got round 5. They're going to look to try and take some tree control as everybody on Liquid sets up for an A split.
On either side of the map there, there's not going to be any contact.
Look at that recon dart too that Redguard's throwing. It's all the way from the south side and it lands to clear out Dish.
It's cheeky.
Clearly a lot of prep work been put in here. This rotate though is incredibly early from Na'Vi.
Already stacking, aren't they? The exception of just Xiao.
Redguard's droning out towards B main, maybe just making it feel like they could be pushing if there was players there, but no, Na'Vi are stacking this, and Team Liquid, do they still choose to pull the trigger? Yeah, there's the stuns coming through, gliding down, but Yampi's caught in between two players. Nats now left to try and maybe do some work here. He slipped himself into the back lines, through the ropes, and ships in a night. Is there any expectation here? Xiao still looking the other way. Angel, util in his hand, Zipan to the side. Doesn't expect it, the comms going to miss.
Leaves things in the 2v3. Team Liquid still have Safe and Soulcast and Astro Wall potentially to get out onto a side somewhere, as Xiao still feels like he needs to commit to the B side. They don't exactly know where these Team Liquid players are, but the time, Team Liquid's worst enemy.
It's working against them. Gotta get a move on here. Cosmic Divide. Gonna split up the site. A bit more palpable potentially. Flash into the corner. Cena though not caught by it. Look at the transfer. Even if he wasn't good for it. The rest of his team hot on the trail, able to put a stop to it.
Some of that momentum definitely petering out here for Liquid after an explosive start. You still have Yampi and Nats up at the top of the scoreboard, but Yampi is getting caught on more of these entries. You see the adaptation from Na'Vi. As soon as the fast lane went down for Yampi to get into sight, two of the Na'Vi players jumped into it. They bloomed a smoke, ran inside the fast lane to catch Yampi. They are putting a lot of resources into shutting down this Neon early, and there isn't enough support. Same play again here, same recon dart. The orb to take a little bit of Hall's control. And Na'Vi look like they're recognizing it. Angel and Zipan are fast out through the north side, and red pings light the map up.
Onto the north side, yeah.
Liquid, no.
It's been called, expected now, and Liquid seeking to contain, seeking to get that information, but a cross section's not good. Angel's made to look like an absolute bloody genius. Impeccable form, even with him falling. The space has been created, and the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere.
This one is going to be an almost impossibility for Redgar and Nats to recover. Everybody on Na'Vi controlling that area. The drone, I mean, it clears a part of the map that Na'Vi have no interest in standing in. Those are the kind of moments where you have these IGLs, Angel playing against Redguard. Both of them love making aggressive, hard reads of their opponent. There's going to be wild plays where sometimes they look like they have a need to feed, but in certain spots like this, they can pull out the exact play that they need to. The X factor for either team.
Left.
For Redgar and Nats here, I think they'd love to save these weapons necessary, but also if they could get some kind of ult orb, I mean, even with a kill or a death, they're going to be able to have ults up for the next round. They don't need to prioritize that too much. A lot of these orbs are attacker-sided. But this next round is going to be a very important one. Only Soulcast without the ability to buy.
Maybe the rifles will make a difference. But this is Na'Vi. String of rounds now, almost dragging it even. One more round will do it. And yeah, Angel. I mean, again, the aggression is there, isn't it, from him? Doesn't shy away from it. When he has an idea and a read on the map, what's going on? He's always going to be the first one to take that contact. This is where we're really starting to see how deep does that Team Liquid playbook run. It's a new composition. What else have they cooked up? Because the idea is starting to run dry ever so slightly. Preparation in order with this one. Dart down to the side, making it feel like, again, that A presence. But this time, it's Team Liquid trying to work over towards Arcade. They don't have tree control.
And previously, this haunt has not really been followed up. So Team Liquid may disrespect it. Redgar's using his drone over towards Halls instead of using that to re-clear trees, so Angel's got himself in a spot where he may well get value. And even if he does get pushed, punished, he has his ultimate to be able to escape. Great awareness from Yampi, checking the high ground there for Zipan.
And is that the opening that they were hunting for? Well, that and more. With Angel falling, 3v5. Has to be heroics, and Shout, you can't do it. Opting now into the retake. I mean, Cena with the operator in his hands, not a chance in hell. Not going to be doing that with a player disadvantage. Have to get out of there and save. So, well set up round from Team Liquid.
It is, but almost in some sense, just a slow contacting and clearing out the players from Na'Vi who are in spots that, you know, were a little more dangerous. You can't really say that about Zipan. Holding on top of Generator, very common, but also great awareness, I think, from the other side of things for Team Liquid to have crosshair placement trained in that specific spot. It's often an area that ends up catching people out. And I think one of the reasons that they can afford to do that is that there just hasn't been aggression coming from tower. When CNED's been playing in that spot, he's been playing passively, hold up inside tower, not looking for aggressive swings, so they're not worried about it as they get through Arcade. They can only focus on one of those angles. Speaking of CNED, you know, he's had this lockdown for a long time. We saw him recently make the move over to Killjoy, and I think he's still adapting, picking up the operator now, and he's kind of playing hard anchor, which hasn't given him many opportunities to use the lockdown in some kind of retake setup. So they're missing the value that that ultimate could provide as we head deep here into this first half.
Well, they've just been waiting there. Yeah. So a steady lead being held in game by Team Liquid, but here we go. There's a response. Util being used, and they are backed all the way out of there. The Showstoppers just pulled out of Zipan, close to the corner, but no value at all. It's a full evacuation, Team Liquid, but right into the operator this time. That's getting caught on the lurk, but still that arcade control is Liquid's.
This is going to make things very difficult for CNED, right? They want to try and maintain some level of presence over towards the site, but Team Liquid have arcade control. They're trying to get up into tower at the moment too. Thankfully, CNED does actually have that alarm bot that tells him if people are trying to get deep into tower onto site. So it gives him and Xiao just a little bit of safety as Team Liquid back off from B. Regrouping with their IGL, who's taken Hall's control.
Looking like they wanted to go towards A, but no.
Oh, they're
guessing it, yeah, committing over towards it again. Redcar faking the presence with the drone. It's been a regular theme so far, this attack side of Team Liquid. But it's not pulling many of these players away. Some of them are starting to move away. CNED doesn't know if they crossed. It's all over the place, isn't it?
I mean, CNED doesn't know if they're in tower right now, too.
With the operator out in the open, I mean, he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He's got to back away and pray that his team have his back. There's the shot landed. Flashes not connecting. And Xiao pushing right through the smoke, catching every single player that might be lurking and trying to put a stop to it.
What a round by CNED with his off. Put in really uncomfortable spots and delivered every time he was asked to take a shot. I think that's been one of the biggest issues actually with Na'Vi this year, is trying to put CNED in positions where he's comfortable. And here, I'm not sure that in terms of his positioning he particularly was, but he's got so much skill. His ability to read where his opponents were coming from in that situation, immaculate too. He doesn't need the lockdown. Save it for round 12. Now Redgar has the Hunter's Fury as well, so there is a counter available as we head into the final round of this half. Na'Vi have been constantly exploring. Angel has kept them very proactive on the defensive side. And if Soulcast tries to take space in Arcade, he is going to be met with resistance once more. He evacuates.
Across the ropes this time, doesn't want to get caught out. Regrouping with the rest of them. Still that tree control is theirs. In tunnel as well, looks like that's where Yampy's setting his sights, but that is being watched as well. If he decides to push deep into it, Angel has got his rifle locked onto it. So safe, so slow. That's what you come to expect some of these teams. This time the drone coming in. Actually is a lot of players behind this one. The Haunt is good though. That's going to be a tag on for the one. What a kill. Right onto Yampy. Rolling Thundersem flying. Viper spin into the show. Hunter's Fury. They are chucking the kitchen sink at this. Are they going to be able to get through? Still time. 30 seconds left. Have to see that plan coming down for the extension. But just following the Prowlers. Right to the prize. Zipan is collecting. Guy's an absolute monster, but finally shut down. That's taking matters into his own hands. 20 seconds left. Spike has grabbed it. There's a player watching, and the lockdown finally getting that value. It's all up to Redgar, not a chance.
And Na'Vi ties up at 6-6 in the first half of Champions 2023. It's a tight game, a close one, a slow one too, and a bit bizarre. If you thought this was going to be defined by the big battle of Safe against CNED, it hasn't quite gone that way, with that being a Breach v Killjoy matchup. But the First quarter dominated by Yampi and Nats until Na'Vi found a way to respond.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Show is saying a slower game, right? Like,
Yeah.
you know, this is what we've come to expect. And it wasn't defined by flashy plays, but you can tell that once the compositions were locked in, it felt like that's when the wheels started to turn here, and everyone's really trying to like game plan against how do you stop the Neon? How do you get value from the Neon? Lots of cool things we saw at the very least.
For Team Liquid, I think this was defined by their composition, and the question was, what do they have cooked up? Do they have those same ult combos that were so good for EG? And they had rounds, like in round 6 in particular. I think they did a really good job on this execute, especially since it's Yampi playing the Neon. This is an unusual agent for him, but I think they combined it really well, using the Neon to distract those relay bolts to hold people in place with that dart to then go out and use the Sova ultimate. But the thing was, it wasn't these rounds that defined the half. It wasn't like EG where it's ult combo upon ult combo. It really, I think, came down to the mid-rounding a lot for TL, where Na'Vi was winning in these late rounds.
I agree completely. I think if Na'Vi went back and looks at this map and how it started, it is eerily similar to what their LCQ run looked like. They got first bloods on their opening pistol round and the bonus, and they couldn't convert those rounds. Those are massive swing rounds in that half. And I think without that, Na'Vi wins this half convincingly. That said, I want to give Liquid their flowers like you just did. I love the set plays coming between the Neon, the Sova, and the Breach. I thought the combination of the util was perfect.
For Na'Vi in that first half, it was interesting because it was almost always Angel being the proactive player, taking space. It was never Zipan. I expect that to change in this half. And for Na'Vi, I think it's a question of how do you deny this Neon space? Because Liquid, with double initiator Neon, is going to want to be really aggressive on the extremities, pushing forward with a dart, a stun, and that Neon combining.
Yeah, that is really, you know, we're going to see how this plays out, but what we've gotten so far, a closely contested matchup between two teams that are so familiar with one another. But let's go ahead and send it right back over to Brendan Sideshow and take us through this second half.
We said this was going to be a game of parity. You think about the identical twin head coaches, you know, the IGL Omen players that love to make the risky plays. And yeah, 6-6 half is what we're staring at.
The issue here, though, for Team Liquid is that Na'Vi, in my opinion, are a lot better on the attack side of this map than they are on the defense. I'm not sure that necessarily bears out in the stats, but I think that they tend to come in with better ideas. I think the slow pace on their attack side is the way that Angel likes to call and the way that players like Sugetsu and Xiao like to play.
Another play being set up, though. Some form of utility. There's a fault line. Double swing, double face. Zipan not favored. He was alone in that.
Not at all. That's a really ambitious refight by Zipan. He knows that there's going to be multiple people there supported by Breach utility.
First kill, Team Liquid advantage. Still not a lot of information because, yeah, Nats. What a timing to be taken by Na'Vi. Immediately evened out. Gained access to the site. Should be a free plan for them. B main control also held. Still giving time for Team Liquid to rotate.
Yeah, where is this spike going?
What is the call here? The call to push into spawn. This is a complete adaptation. Redguard could be an absolute hero here to stun, to capitalize. Redguard heard it all. And the util is good. It's fantastic. It's still coverage is there. Into the smoke.
What am I watching?
It's anarchy.
That's the spike again.
2 versus 2.
Safe has it. Knocked down right by his feet.
Picked up, though. And so, which way does this go? I mean, the smoke's still covering their exits, but again, tip-tap, it's just pure RNG. Oh my god.
Safe finding value there, but that was also Soulcast's smoke that even allowed Sugetsu to escape in the first place. Can Xiao win this? What is that headshot?
And basically full run is what it felt like now. Time left as well to get this plant down, but he is low. With the extension, him versus Safe. Ghost in either hand. Needs to be a shot to the head, he thinks him. Shot goes wide, stun, missing, doesn't hit it though. It's Safe with 3 to finish. What? And a pistol round for Team Liquid, man.
That is a pistol round for the ages. That's an unbelievable one. What an audible to call from Angel there. And I think that's been another theme actually of Na'Vi throughout this year, is overcooking situations like that just a tad. You could see the idea. You can definitely see what he's going for there. And there's only Redguard holding him back. The issue is, when Safe has a fault line into spawn and you're all running single file into Redguard, that fault line connected on everybody and it just stalled the entire pivot. Madness though, absolute madness that puts Team Liquid up 7-6. The reaction in the Netherlands, the same as mine here.
You're going to get disbelief at times when you watch these two teams. Better or for worse.
Everybody on Na'Vi flooding through Arcade right now. Prioritizing orbs onto CNET. Makes sense, the lockdown. Massive tool. Although Xiao is technically closer to another big ultimate in the Nightfall.
I'm sure they prioritize the ults. Other areas. What's available to them on Fracture? Even getting a cheeky kill here, but
with how slowly, Brent, that Na'Vi like to play on their attack side, I think Team Liquid is going to find it very difficult to get information. Yeah, they still have the Sova Dart and they have a drone to work with, but apart from that, they have no passive info coming from a Killjoy or a Cypher or anything like that. They're going to need to be pushing and info peeking a lot. And that offers opportunities for Na'Vi to punish. You see here again, Soulcast forced to give up a Halls control because he's worried about Dish.
Yeah,
they can't
so
watch
worried.
both areas at once.
He's backed all the way just to the default spot, and yet he knows, and now he can hear it. The footsteps coming his way. Paranoia, that's a connection. Nade towards his feet, but that is a great dart. Sets it up and bogs them down with the aftershock. Laying all the util straight into the choke point. Fire in range for Soulcast. Get the confidence online, son.
Easy pickings on the anti-eco. That's what you need to see. And Redgar saving that recon dart to be able to support Soulcast in his job anchoring the site instead of using it for information. Something to keep an eye on as we head deeper into this. Team Liquid with a much better bonus round buy this time in the second half, and they were still able to convert in round 3. So how does this look? They're going to fight into tree. This looks all in.
Yeah, Sugetsu seems to be there to meet them, but no, just backing away from this one. A lot of util being used, dumped right into tree, taking control of it. That's an ult online, an important one. Rolling Thunder now, and well,
look how deep Angel already is.
An insane shot to hit, yet Angel vacuumed up the space that's offered to him. Aftershock is a little bit too delayed, and he's found a second.
The timings that Angel finds are so feast or famine. They're taking that 1v1, but finding the timing, finding the opportunity, and winning the duel against Yampi.
The question is, the Team Liquid still want to try and commit to using ultimates against this one. Plan. It's stuck. Nothing used to dissuade it.
I don't think you do, Brandon.
Yeah, not in this instance.
I think the Rolling Thunder is just too much of an investment. This is a bonus round. You want to damage the economy of Na'Vi, but their post-plant positioning is going to be fantastic here. They control tree and arcade. A breach shell just can't hit everybody.
They'll make a go of it. Fault line being held.
If you get a couple of picks, of course, that whole situation changes.
There it is. Attempt from Nats maybe to just swing off that stun, not really working out. Full control, and again, yeah, just trying to play the exits, take away the guns if you can. Evacuation once more from Na'Vi. Bullets tagging, slowing them down, but it looks like everybody's going to be able to get away safely.
And Safe and Soulcast throw themselves into the maw. An extremely gentle bonus round, especially compared to what we saw in round 3. Na'Vi escaped completely unscathed. All rifles maintained. When Zipan gets going, and if Angel's hitting entries too, this attack side could be very difficult for Liquid to deal with. They have the lead for the moment.
Coming back.
Redgar is picking up the Sova operator.
Okay.
You always know there's going to be something when Angel and Redgar are on the field, but I didn't think we were going to see this.
Not going to anticipate it, are you? Great tool to stop the contact plays, but what do you do when there's a smoke in your face? Not much. It's got to be the reposition.
Well, famously, Bren, the Sova has really good tools to be able to disengage if you get caught out of position. So, you know, he could take a more aggressive angle.
Uh-huh. Guy's just lying, spreading misinformation over the internet.
CNED's one away from his ultimate. That's a fact. You can take that to the bank. So he's going to pick up the orb at the moment. Probably head back into tunnel and go for this. Now Redgar's going to be forced to play retake with an operator.
Yeah, there's no big odds to try and push this one back, is it?
Or is he?
I mean,
Redgar's going the opposite way.
Anchoring onto the side, you really just have to get out of here.
He's got the shock dart lineups and the aftershock as well.
Yep, is the util goods?
No,
it
it's not.
misses, man. It misses. 2 players detained. Not a chance.
There it is. That's the gambit that Team Liquid went for. I didn't even spot exactly where those shock darts ended up landing, but there is a bit of variability in terms of where you can put the lockdown in tunnel and still get value.
Yeah, the round has gone to pot. I think it might have just been the smokes in the face. I think whatever he's lining that up off, he might just need some part of the wall to fire it off of, or what. I'm not too sure, but
it's a great point. I mean, I don't play Sova on Fracture, so
not many people do.
So I'm unsure exactly what the lineup is there, but clearly Redgar going for it and it not quite landing. So that's given Na'Vi another incredibly clean round. This economy is going to be through the roof. All of these players getting an extra 3K at the end of this for the 1 round.
Yeah.
And the suppression on the side of Team Liquid, exactly the opposite. Na'Vi are now in the ascendancy.
They're hunting out his gun, though. Take it out of safe hands. Paranoia does miss, but yeah. Out into the open. Zipan plucking him. So 8-8, it's evened up. As we were expecting, and another timeout now going to be called here by Team Liquid.
We're seeing things from Sean's perspective here in the replay. Just easiest cleanup for Na'Vi. So we're heading into a tactical timeout here by Team Liquid as well, as they try to reassess what the situation is. They're going into an eco for the next, so this one really about how they're going to adapt in round 18 once they have guns back available. One of the big things that Team Liquid was talking about coming into this tournament was focusing on their discipline and cohesion. Emil said in the past as a coach, he has allowed his team to have a lot of freedom. If they want to overpeak sometimes, if that's something that they're doing because they're confident, he'll let them. He doesn't want to keep them too closely leashed. But in the run-up here to Champions, he's tried to create a more cohesive Liquid, a more disciplined Liquid. A Redgar on operator Liquid.
Yeah, I was rolling back the rounds in my head and I was like, I'm not really seeing as much evidence of this, but listen.
I mean, I do feel like that's what they're aiming for with this kind of composition. They're having, you know, it be based on very set utility being thrown by Redgar and Safe.
Yeah.
Soulcast has been extremely disciplined in terms of the areas of the map that he's been taking, although I think he's been a bit too alone on his attack side. The question for me is really how they deal with Na'Vi. Now let's take a look at this. Now where did the shocks land?
Shocks were nowhere near, were they?
Oh, there they are. You just see them to the left of the screen.
I mean, maybe being placed for a different position of the lockdown, but it's
possibly one just a little
heavy.
late.
Like, I mean, just a massive gamble, right, to just anchor onto the site.
Yeah, you have to be extremely confident those lineups are going to land, and it didn't.
Knocked the money down, so Na'Vi, lots of chances here. Risks need to be taken. That's why you're seeing that fault line push out, defensive aggression onto the north side of the map here by Team Liquid.
Nobody ready to punish, and I'm not sure that Angel even got the information that the north side has been compromised. The Na'Vi players left very early on.
Could end up with the round coming down to guesswork, but look at this, fully stacked up. Team Liquid now actually running all the way to A. Na'Vi also grouped up, not willing to give away the advantages. They want to be playing together nice and tight so that they can trade.
55 seconds on the clock. Redgar got the recon dart back, so he's got that available to try and punish.
Grouped up, yeah. Team Liquid, they have presence, they have bodies here. It's about hitting the shots at this point. Lovely recon. There's the punish with a fault line. Yeah, the stun. Listen, it was good. Supportive utility there, but still Angel, man. He's ripping them apart, isn't he, with the rifles? Just can't quite get it done with the Sheriffs.
Nats has picked up a Vandal here. If there was going to be anybody to make this round winnable, it could be him.
He's out in the open. Door opening.
Caught on the rope.
Yeah, Sugetsu taking him out here. Just min-maxing, making sure that they can prioritize. Still with 10 seconds left. There's the plant. No chance for Soulcast here. They know his positioning. I mean, he'd have to toggle, basically, on the big stage to pull anything like this off.
Yeah, it's not a possible situation for him, but it's more about, if you can, trying to put a bit of suppression on the Na'Vi economy, because it's currently out of control. You look at Sugetsu, CNED, Zipan, these guys are going to have almost max money. Ooh. That's a good one. Make Zipan have to rebuy the rifle. These kind of things could end up being important if both teams are able to put more rounds on the board and we head deeper and deeper in this map.
to see some more ideas though now from Team Liquid. That was their half buy round. They're going to have rifles on board for the next. But the lead has been taken by Na'Vi. This is where they really do just have a chokehold on this map. Their map pick. It looked like early on Team Liquid had a very good read. I think that first half they had plenty of fantastic ideas. We saw the big ult dump on that one round where they punished the A-halls the Na'Vi like to play on the defense side. So there were clear ideas and counter-stratting at play, but
this is going to be ridiculous, Brent. We've got Yampi with the Neon Operator trying to peek into at least two of the players that are on Na'Vi
Angel
trying
and
to take tree
Zipan,
control.
right? Yeah. Close to the corner here, stuns are there. Angel's TP'd in front.
It's a great position to TP to, actually. You get such a wide swing on the
yeah,
up.
and you just don't expect it. It's so unorthodox, man. Any potential timing, he made no noise whatsoever. Look at it, slipped his way into the side dart. Just about getting that tag onto the one. Soulcast, that is just instinct on display. Shots rattled off through the choke point. Na'Vi finding it difficult now to try and get a bit of a breather in the round.
Their players are very weak.
And still that breach shot, safe. He's holding on to it with these kills that he's landing. He's just through the smokes. With the spam, might even get another one. There it is. No fair fight.
Both of those players had a combined 51 health between them, taken down by spam through the smoke. It's just all the chip damage adding up over time.
Last player standing.
Giving him the fights now to CNED. But again, what a task he's got. Sidestep, a strafe to avoid the stun, a wider face once more, but no, with 3 players against him. There's that discipline being showed. And again, even.
You take a look at the replay here, though. One of the big issues is that Na'Vi are too predictable on their timings of when they're committing to the site. They go for it. A big round here. You know, utilizing the Nightfall, getting into the site. But one of my major issues is, while they're up 5v4, and they've been very good at being able to get those attacking first kills all this year, they immediately pivot into a site hit every time. And that makes it too predictable. We have an op-v-op battle happening here, although CNED is on the other side. Yampi doesn't like the look of it. He runs away instantly.
Yeah. A bit of conditioning, but they give it that space. Nice and early. Yampi sets himself up.
Team Liquid's composition has to find Angel again.
He sees the barrel. He sees the barrel. Misses the chance, though.
So close.
Cover going out.
That is dancing with death for Yampi. He's trying to work on that internal clock of when the team could have worked their way under through tunnel without making a footstep. And to be fair to him, he was perfect.
Just
couldn't have spent another half second there.
Yeah. Peeking off the recon. Broken. Only the one shot though going wide, and a lot of noise being made. Na'Vi trying to hide their presence, make it difficult to tell which site they're going to be landing on.
I love this smoke as well from Angel. It's obscured the sightline from Yampi. These players over by B are going to be looking for information, but they've made the right read. There's 3 on A, and that's where the spike is heading with 30 seconds.
Yeah, and with no time, safe in position with the Rolling Thunder, this just feels like a lost round almost instantly. The time scale that they've been trying to play this one, a haunt into the back of the side. The Rolling Thunder is being used preemptively to try and bog out these players. 17 seconds left. Everybody pushed and corralled to close quarters here. Cosmic Divide just, again,
there's no time.
Pushed right in front of them. Angel is right behind enemy lines and he can't win these fights out. 6 seconds left. There has to be the spike being planted. Is there time? I believe so. And still, they're holding it down. All the sidelines there. The shots are landing. It's up to Soulcast and Yampi.
Yampi's going to be able to exchange the operator for a rifle, so he does still have a chance. Stun would be good.
He's trying to isolate one of the fights here, but it's so damn difficult. It's a high-low setup. Drop control still there. CNED watching it with the op. Here's the ult. Showstopper against the wall. Damage done, but no kill netted. Distraction play from Soulcast, but again, it's ticking. The spike down and down. Time available, not there. This just felt like an impossible round to win for Na'Vi, yet somehow, somewhere, they pulled it out.
And I don't know how. They had 10 seconds on the clock. Angel was the only player that Ullman ulted into sight. They still had Nats on the high ground of A to deal with, and they bullied their way through all of that defensive utility and managed to get a plant down.
10 seconds
That's
left.
a ridiculous round.
Yeah, look at this.
10 seconds left.
Right down to the wire.
just trading people out excellently on this slow siege.
A second to spare when the plant's going down there.
I can't believe it. There's so many things that could have gone wrong in that situation.
Yeah.
One player in a spot to be able to drop the player with the spike, and it could have all been over.
Yeah, pain.
Yeah, and that's what it means. These are the small moments, the delicate things that can mean the difference between a win and a loss.
And look at this group up. Players are meeting them pound for pound. Zipan! Oh, the man with the plan.
What is that?
Maybe not so. Still, I mean, that is just...
He's just jiggling left and right. AD, tapping people while he's in the dead zone. What is that?
Fantastic movement.
When Zipan's on Raze, anything is winnable. That's another thing that Na'Vi have shifted heading into Champions. CNED occasionally taking a bit more of a back seat for Zipan to play the solo duelist, rather than experimenting with those Yoru Fade compositions that everyone loved from Na'Vi.
So lock that away. Do not bring that out.
But Zipan's been absolutely magical on Raze.
Yeah.
He's constantly putting up huge performances for the team.
Definitely that comfort role.
This has put Liquid in a really horrible spot again. Like, they forced into this round with Guardian, some scraps, odds and ends.
There's no chance of reclaiming a rifle as well. They are grouped up. Saving this Guardian doesn't feel nice.
I mean, these players could easily get pinched and lose what little they already have.
They already are being pinched. Position is known here. Just gotta find the angles in time. It's all up to Nats, and he won't survive. Na'Vi. It's 11-9. The bank is booming. Plenty of money still. Team Liquid once more knocked down. Almost absolutely nothing.
Here comes the timeout from Team Liquid. Look at this from Zipan. Oh, it's the line up towards the end as Yampi and Soulcast just stack on top of each other. Neither quick enough to be able to trade the first as well. I believe that was safe. There's coordination a little off there, but, you know. That's what's going to happen in some of these spots when the pressure gets to you. I don't really like the way that Team Liquid have been playing their defensive round, Brent, and I'll tell you why. Their composition doesn't have any of that passive information gathering, and so your two options are to try to fight for areas of the map on defense, to play aggressively over towards, you know, let's say tree, and then you back off and you try and re-push another area, and so you're constantly finding new information around the map and creating presence. Or the other option is to try and get, you know, some passive information from an op. And when you look at the comp that they're running, I don't think there is a natural operator. We've seen Redgar pull it out on Sova. We've seen Yampi playing it on Neon. This doesn't make sense to me no matter how good Yampi is with the op. When you have a Neon comp with a Breach and a Sova, you've got to be aggressively taking information, not trying to sit passive behind an operator. I think that's been the wrong call for them, and I think it's put them in a really bad hole that even with the right strategy now, it would be almost impossible to dig their way out of. Na'Vi look like they should be able to wrap this one up very quickly.
Only need 2 more rounds. This one should be handed to them unless something goes awry. Lots of ults still left to be used. I mean, Yampi does have the overdrive. Redgar maybe could cook someone up with Hunter's Fury, but for now, fully grouped up. Na'Vi all on the south side of the map. Here it is, yeah. It's proactive, it's aggressive. There's a paranoia. Fantastic time with that one. Angel TPing all the way out of there. I thought he was TPing even deeper. Damage being done behind the box. Dodging, juking, but Xiao finally lands the shots there. Bullets raining down onto them, and there was that push out through to the tree side.
Nats being able to pick one up with his favorite gun, the Ghost. It's what made Team Liquid's eco so phenomenal when they were playing in the regular season. But here, still in a 3v4, and those weapons, you know, lost in places where there's no way to pick them up. Xiao's weaponry is not going to be retrievable by Team Liquid. So this has got to get done with Sheriffs and Ghosts.
Saved, tucked.
Nats is going for it. What
across the rope? He spotted it.
There's
you have to hold your ground, though. You have to hold.
No one's looking.
No one's looking towards it.
There's no way.
No question marks on the mini-map, and he sped it all the way up. There's a gun for you.
What a play.
Got to do it. Backs against the wall. Safe. Gets his way out of there, no longer anchoring towards the back, just rattling off the shots, and there's definitely damage done. Players are weak, but a spike will get planted still. It's a 3 versus 3. Pit in place to get to. Trying to close this one out cleanly. Bit of anti-synergy though, when CNED's holding with the operator. Can exactly follow up inside the pit.
No, he doesn't have any kind of angle, I don't think.
Does Nats choose to invest his own? Holding it in his hands as the counter pit. Layered up top, it's almost perfect.
This round is for the game.
Completely overlapped. Where will the dice fall here? Comes down to it, a bit of RNG, lighting up the bodies. It's even, so far safe. He's ran them down and CNED with the operator. Sticking onto it, rifle gained, damage done still. Everyone's weak and they all fall down.
Team Liquid took their risks, they took the gambles, and in the end it did not pay off. Nats tried his very best. But the investment of that Viper's Pit, it was a good idea. I mean, you saw what Safe was able to accomplish. Everybody on Na'Vi dropped down to fractional health, apart from CNED, who was outside with the operator. No real way of accounting for that. Team Liquid are going to have one last chance here. Na'Vi only need one more.
One enemy remaining.
The round's already begun. Straight back to it. CNED. No time to set up his turret, actually, to watch that angle. He was late towards the north side. Angel walking up, so Cast just spots it. Damage being done, a tag with the bullet, but not enough to really bring down his opposition, and now there's a pace increase. All the way onto the side, but Yambi's still watching it with the op. Disengaging, dodging away from all this utility with the Nightfall scattering across. We're definitely finding it difficult now to get a bit of a foothold here. The one player onto the side, they have to make a call to try and fight, and it's over towards Sand. Still the spike is in Halls, and Angel, he is in no man's land. He used 2 TPs to get into this spot.
He's got to be able to get them out of it. I mean, he's the playmaker now, but he's so far away from being able to make a play happen.
Behind the box.
Another smoke up in 5 seconds. He could use that to try and isolate a duel or get himself out.
Trying to force a fight. Stun. Dart. Everything being used. Attention dragged towards him. Safe. Marching towards the objective, but no. Backing away, playing it because they realize they have time, and well, spamming the common angles once more. Xiao's going to be falling.
They shouldn't be allowed to plant here. Safe and Redguard both have ultimates that can stop it.
Tap once more, looking for the fights here. Completely grouped up, but yeah, Team Liquid. They had the advantages there in that round. It was handed them. See it 12-10. Not a chances now that Na'Vi has to close out this map.
Things get easier for Liquid the more that they can win. Yambi's picked up the operator again. You don't anticipate them really going for too much defensive aggression when he's got that weapon online. But these ults are going to be constant threats. Whenever Safe and Redguard have these ultimates up, it makes it very difficult for Na'Vi to be able to get a plant down. And it also counters CNED trying to go for any kind of space acquisition, taking control of the B site with his lockdown.
Again, lacking that information, aren't they? You can see it. Guy having to jiggle with the knife out.
Yampi's actually taken a lot of space in A holes, and that's going to be beneficial for them. I mean, 2 players right now are getting early information towards A, so they can stack 3B. And they don't have a bad defensive setup.
You should run.
8 over the top. There's a lockdown. There's a Hunter's Fury to try and push this back and actually deal with it, and this time Nats, yeah. Definitely aware of it for the towers push. Rolling Thunder.
But that's every ultimate. The 2 big ultimates have been used, and Na'Vi still have a minute to work with. Sure, they're in a 4v5, but I think you've got to consider that a bit of a win.
Entire time, though, Yampi has held on to that A-Halls control. That's what's important, because it gives Liquid peace of mind knowing that they can stack players onto the B site.
I think Nats and CNED both just caught glimpses of each other there.
Here it is, crossing. Using the smoke timers. Again, it's just random bullets. It could come down to sheer chance. Whether or not they can get into the site itself. There it is. Follow the traces, and Nats will just pounce. 3 in a round in total. Xiao left to do so much more, and he just cannot get it done. 12-11, Team Liquid. Steadily getting there. One more to bring it to OT.
Nats has just been the hero for Team Liquid today. He was at the beginning of the first quarter here on Fracture. He was electric. And now here finding all the important kills. He caught a spot of CNED early on. while he was positioned at Dice, repositions into tower, deals with CNED by counter-spamming through the smoke, and then also catches the player in tower who's trying to push him and squeeze him. Amazing play from Nats. He's up 20 and 14. That's what Emil needs. Star player stepping up.
Last time out here, regular time, and it's Na'Vi. They realize it. The chances have been slipping away from them to close this map out in a nice clean fashion without it going to the OT. One more shot, one more chance.
The gun rounds in this half have still been massively in favor of Na'Vi. Team Liquid won the pistol, you know, both times, and Na'Vi is still 12-11 up. But that kind of stuff, it doesn't really matter if Liquid's able to find those crucial rounds that end up making the difference. The rounds that count for more than just one. Now, Zipan is going to be one away from his showstopper here. There's definitely a plan that Na'Vi can construct around that ultimate. And like I said in the prior, with the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder being removed from the game, Team Liquid don't have the same level of tools. They're going for a double op setup. You've gotta be kidding.
Yes, they are. Why not?
Do they have spare rifles on the floor? I don't think.
I believe so. I mean, Rek'Ar was
they must
chopping and changing it around.
If they don't, they should, because Soulcast has the money for it.
Yeah, and it's the last round for it, so they must do, surely. Well, I mean, this is one way. Try and hold some of that passive map control.
Bring them down.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Angel only with a Sheriff in hand.
Slowed down entirely. Yampi.
He's got to be worried about tunnel.
There's danger. Oh, there's more than danger. This player's right in his face. Prowler shot, landing through. Damaged under Zipan.
That could be crucial. I mean, Zipan will now die to 2 Vandal shots to the body as he pops his showstopper. The damage that was just done through that Prowler may end up making a massive difference. But just picking up the orb has dragged 4 players from the defense over towards B. Recon Dart being used, that needs to be broken. If it isn't...
Doesn't get broken.
Okay, down Team Liquid know that this hit's coming through on A.
They can stack it through. It's Nats who's holding it again. Anchoring stall. Defender close to the corner. Doesn't stand a chance. When he's up against the Rocket. Here with the door open wide. That is a beautiful face. The fundamentals on display from Na'Vi. They found that advantage. Get into the site though. Plan needs to get online here. Op revealed. Yampi holding it from drop here.
It didn't clear
This against is not cleared. Yep. Still from Sand. This is Dire Straits, and this is the map. Na'Vi standing their ground. And Heroics and Rek'Ar not enough in the end. 13-11. That's map number 1 wrapped up.
Na'Vi performing on their map pick there of Fracture. They needed it. All of these maps, I think we can anticipate being just as close as what you just witnessed. These two teams separated by a hair.
Yeah. And this has been par for the course, honestly. This entire year, if you look at these two teams and they're playing, I think at most it's been a round differential of 3 rounds on every map that they played against each other.
And what a time for Na'Vi to get back into a form where they look like they've actually got a chance to compete against squads of this caliber, against the EMEA winners. You know, they've recovered from the worst streak of Angels, Valorant, Korea recently too, with 4 losses over the course of the recent tournaments. Recovered from that with the qualification to champs, and now looking to start out on the right foot here at group stage as well. You know, Angel said actually in the press conference that we don't have the consistency yet. That's just true. But winning champions is not about consistency. It's about being good here, right now, at this day, at this week. If you peak, if Angel plays well, if Zipan's getting the entries, if they have good strategies and are able to get onto maps that favor them like Pearl and Fracture, they've absolutely got a chance of taking down the big dogs like Liquid.
Oh yeah. It's what makes tournaments like this so special. Never know when a team's going to go on a run. We've already seen it. You know, we know the caliber of player on either side. And this Group D games that we're watching as well. I mean, group of death, group of disappointment, whatever you want to call it.
It'll be disappointing for whoever loses.
Exactly. But it has been electric so far for our beginning here at Champs 2023. Plenty more action left to come in the series, of course. Do not go anywhere. We're right back after this.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading the Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, Doom Bros, your map is in the bag now. Gotta ask, do you expect to see a map 3 here?
Hopefully not. I mean, we expect everything. It depends really what their pick is and if you're playing the same or not. So we'll see.
Anything that surprised you here on map 1?
I would say the picks, no Sentinel, playing a Neon, playing the Sova. We had a lot of scrims against Sovas when coming here, right? So we're kind of used to it. It was a bit closer than I expected, but you know, they're a great team.
All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
A close clash there that we saw between Team Liquid and Na'Vi that ended up seeing Na'Vi take map 1 on Fracture. Their pick, by the way. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Mimi and Sean Garris as we break everything down briefly. And yeah, let's just dive right into this one really quickly and talk about what we saw, because it really, to what Doom Bros was saying, Mimi, like, yeah, there were some wonkiness, some weirdness, right? Get the neon coming in there, right? Things were feeling a little odd, but it did feel as if Na'Vi, they stayed the course, played their game plan, and it worked out. Their game plan was quite bizarre.
Yeah, I think in a game like this, it really is defined by which team makes less mistakes. And Na'Vi, I think in particular in that second half, did a solid job of adapting. Got Zipan back on this comfortable agent. They had these really slow attack side mid rounds, which made Team Liquid feel uncomfortable in ever taking aggressive space, which is normally what this comp is so good for. And well, it was a lot of risks being taken with these late round site executes. Na'Vi, if there's one thing they're strong at, it's closing out those late rounds.
I think they're also strong at having their IGL Omen just feast or famine. He was feasting. He was feasting on the first place. He was 5-2 in First Bloods on Omen, on a double controller comp on Fracture. Like that's outrageous. And truthfully, I have to kind of throw a little shade Liquid's way for winning both pistols, winning a bonus, and throwing their economy away with that Sova op round. That was back-breaking to their half. And then the next, I think, gun round, they do an arcade push where the dart doesn't scan 3 players. And that's when Zipan just came into the game.
Yeah, it's those little mistakes like that that just snowball things out of control, and Na'Vi was absolutely taking control of that half. Angel in particular, the way they play on this map, their defense, Zipan is never aggressively taking space. It's always Angel pushing up, taking these risks. But here, like you're saying, he was feasting. He was rewarded. This is one of those games where Angel actually looks brilliant in the aggression, in the risks he takes.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if like the game plan is like, all right, Zipan, you're way too valuable, so you stay back and then I will go. Because that's what I would do. You know, honestly, I know that I wouldn't be able, because Zipan was playing immaculately and he was doing such a great job, and it was nice to see him back on that familiar role.
Yeah, he really became activated on the attack side, if I'm being honest. And meanwhile, on the other side, you know, Liquid was struggling to get the operator in play. Yampi in particular, after the amazing first half, couldn't match Zipan's numbers here. Like, look at what he ended as, considering how that first half went and the fact that he got pushed topside on the pistol.
Yeah, and compare this to the rest of the year for Na'Vi, where Zipan has been really being forced to flex around all these different roles. When this team was at their best, when they won Copenhagen, it was when Zipan was playing the race, when they had him on comfortable roles, and when he was playing as good as he is right now. These are the roles that Na'Vi needs to be playing, and the form that they need to be hitting if they want to be a contender.
Yeah, most definitely. And if there's a team that can do it, we've seen them do it before, most definitely is going to be Na'Vi. They'll just have to get over that hurdle. Liquid as well. But earlier on the show, we actually asked you guys for our MasterCard fan poll. Who do you think is going to be walking away the victor today? And, well, 74% of you might be sweating right now because you went for Team Liquid. They're down 0-1.
I mean, that was, I think, the consensus going in. Yeah. Liquid won EMEA. They're the team that should be the favorite in this matchup. But at these global events, it's games like this, Sean, where you're talking about those little mistakes slipping away from them. It was bigger mistakes back at Lock-In, but it was rounds like this, that Sova op round, the weird investments, one player going off and doing something wrong. That's what bit them at Tokyo. When you're playing against teams at this level, that cannot be happening if you want to perform consistently internationally.
Yeah, and you hate to say the word, but it does feel like a bit of a choke coming from Liquid. I mean, they had everything they needed to steal that map pick, and if they were to close out Fracture with the 2 pistols, the bonus, I would have them as heavy favorites for the rest of the series. But now, Na'Vi has a breath of fresh air. I mean, they just won their map pick. They have 2 more coming. They look decent on Split at the end of LCQ, run the double duelist, so they're kind of free-rolling here on Bind, if I'm being honest.
I have no idea what to expect for Bind, though. This is the map where Na'Vi's been the craziest. In 6 months, they've played 6 different Bind comps. They keep experimenting with double duelists. They've tried Yoru, they've tried Neon. I mean, yeah, this team, it's like a subscription box. They're getting something new every month. It gets delivered, fresh idea. And the question is, with so limited practice since LCQ, which one of those comps are they going to stick to? Because I don't feel like any of them were like, okay, this is the thing Na'Vi should be running.
No, I didn't like the last version. I think the last version was the KO Angel, which he's taking a lot of challenges on the KO. Like if you imagine Omen times 10 for Angel. Like
Yeah, well, because he's got the utility. Maybe
He's
he
got
could just go and do some stuff, right? Actually get into the sites without just, magically making himself disappear and then reappear as his only means of entry. But you gotta love the, really just the attitude, the way that this Na'Vi team plays. And Team Liquid is certainly going to have their hands full as we get ready for Map 2. Thankfully, we have Coach Emil standing by to get us thoughts as we get ready for Bind.
Well, Emil, we've got Bind coming up next. Back to Comfort. Anything crazy planned for us there?
I think you're gonna see us going back to our roots from last year. So hopefully it's gonna be something good.
Okay, I look forward to it. And what are the changes then from this map onto Bind?
Not a lot strategically. We just need to hit our shots. That's it. That's literally it.
A close map. Best of luck in the next one. Thank you.
Now, obviously, when you come out of these coaches' interviews, there's always going to be, like, oh, we just have to hit our shots. But it genuinely does feel like, maybe in Liquid's case, Sean, if they do,
I think so.
it should be enough.
I mean, also Liquid were put on a little bit of awkward roles. It looked good in the first half where they had the structure, they had the set plays, but you could see once they switched halves and Safe was on that breach and Yampi was on the Neon, they couldn't get it clicking on the defensive half. The op was never really in play. This is more of home territory for him, but wow, we actually have a Neon on the other side now and Yampi on the Chamber of all things. Let's go.
Sign me up.
Mimi, you know I love Chamber.
Yeah, this guy is a fan of it. And in the Prime Game Agents, like a lot of surprises here. For Na'Vi, this is going back to that Neon comp, which I never really loved. I feel like it's harder to get value with the proactivity of that Neon. But you can do a lot with the relay bolts, with the stuns, combining that with a nade, something to that effect. But Team Liquid, I think this is a bit more of a surprise. Chamber has gotten a lot of play as of late on Bind, and there's so many spots with the TP that can work well here. You can get on top of truck, you can swing out a hookah, you can fight for either extremity really well on either side of the map. I actually think this is his best map.
I agree. I think you're gonna see a lot of Chamber lurks towards Shower. You can see Chambers working up short A with the TP to go back into market on this opening attack half. You could see him work up long B or into hookah so that way he can disengage on those fights. And it's gonna be very difficult for these double duelists to punish the Chamber, actually. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This is going to be exciting to see how it all unfolds. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to guide us through Bind.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I mean, who knows what to expect with this one? This is, listen, we were assuming the Giants Na'Vi Grand Finals of EMEA, right? In the last chance qualifier. There's a little bit of a troll, the Grand Finals. Both teams made it to champs. Maybe the comps were a little bit, a little bit whimsical. But then Na'Vi go ahead and they just run it anyway.
Yeah, just run it back, I guess. I mean, pulling CNET out. By the way, they lost in the Grand Finals to Giants of LCQ with Cloud playing Yoru while they were running this comp. Now, I don't know whether the effort they were putting into the game is equivalent to what they're going to be bringing here, whether the ideas are equivalent, but they're running the same composition. And on the other side, you've got Yampi playing Chamber. So, all right, let's get things started then. I want to bring your attention as well to the fact that Safe has a Sheriff. No boombot, no satchels, just damage instantly onto Sugetsu.
The utility's optional. Here we go, Snakebite to try and stop this one. I mean, already that exchange of damage.
I didn't even realize Zipan's got a Sheriff on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Both of the Raze players just bringing the Sheriff on the pistol.
It's, yeah. We're in for a silly game, I think. We're in for a silly game. Get ready.
That's what I was hoping for from Group D.
Yeah. Just silliness. Here we go. It's very slow, but well, they get themselves up onto those angles and only one opportunity granted to Safe. He's quick to capitalize. Here's a nade into elbow, flash into the back, it clears. All that space gives them peace of mind, but they second guess themselves. In through the TP, all that space being gathered. Nats catches the lurk and the rotations, because guess what? It was Yampi gaining all that space through showers while all that was happening.
He's going to be pushed up. New bind makes it easier to clear this position.
Oh, he needs some help though.
Goes 1 for 1.
No trade in sight there, Angel. Still alive and kicking, isn't he?
But only with a classic.
It's a 2v4, gains the upgrade. One smoke left. Remove one of the angles. Trying to follow the tracers. Landing a few shots here. We'll need a real miracle chance here. Doubled up into Lamps, and yeah, from behind the timing, unfortunate for him, but all really just laid out here for Team Liquid to take this pistol round. To get to so much to do, not enough time. Almost with the shots. Decent effort.
And Team Liquid pick up the 3rd out of 3 pistol rounds in this series. They've got to be kicking themselves for the way the Fracture went, being in a position to win the game. But they've started out on the right foot to right their wrongs here. I'm so intrigued as to how this Na'Vi composition is going to function on the defense side.
There'll be fumes coming out of your head by the end of the map.
Yeah, well, already we saw CNET going for the push through the teleporter, right? And Nats took him down execution style, just pushed up real deep on sand. So that's something that CNET's going to have to be wary of in the future. Wouldn't be surprised to see Angel just taking fights constantly over towards Showers too, knowing him.
He loves it. He absolutely loves it. Plenty of firepower on either side though. Flash actually landed top into the corner, and as the recall star was dropped down, it opened up the sightline.
Just as the pistol round opened, this round the other way. Both raises taking those duels, Sheriff in hand, Zipan wins this time. Na'Vi have 4 players over towards B. They're going to try and re-explore B long and make sure that Team Liquid are not grouped up over towards there. Liquid would love to try and respond reactively into A off the back of that, but they can't. Not grouped up, no spike in hand. Yampi just continues to take Showers control slowly as Angel hoovers up the ultimate orbs around the map.
CNET though, look at him. Left to right, doesn't know which way to look. And Yampi.
This is like a Sheriff-only game.
I know, it certainly feels like it.
There it is again.
Towards the back of the site, and yet back up from the rest of his team. Shots sailing through into the back of the A site. That'll be open area for them to be able to plant, so only up to Sugetsu. At this point, it's wrapped up. Should be a very flourishing bonus round in the next for Team Liquid.
Yeah, one where they'll have tons of things online. I mean, especially if Yampi goes in hunts right now, there's a possibility that he might even be able to get a Tour de Force active.
Yeah, he should be the one hunting.
Na'Vi, with Sugetsu alive, command still quite a bit of respect. You know, Sugetsu was popping heads in the previous with only the Sheriff that he'd managed to scavenge. Team Liquid playing with a lot of that discipline that they said they were trying to bring into Champions here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the grab well.
Locking him in place, vulnerable up. I'm thinking with this one, Yampi hits it.
So that's great. A really big ultimate to start building up towards. And Yampi's put a serious focus on taking Showers control. It might not be at the very start of the round, but that's certainly the area of the map that he's going to be contesting. I think you should anticipate fights happening around that area. Na'Vi have players that are going to love to try and contest early. We've seen Zipan fighting over towards B. CNED's on Neon. He's got to want to take early engagements. And Angel, you couldn't keep him out of a first duel.
He throws himself in willingly. Yeah.
Now, Yampi's not buying a weapon here, which is really bizarre. And neither's Redgar.
Yeah, saving fully, really. I mean, that's so much money in the bank. I'm not too sure what the game plan is. Maybe attack side operator.
I think Sugetsu just headbutted that Viper orb to try and deny Nats' setup.
Toxin screen down.
Counterplays on counterplays here, and yeah, it looks like it. It's a bit too deep down into the choke. Deep flash, smoke, instantly placed down. That orb does allow Sugetsu to just hold this position. And yeah, towards the back there. Rattling off the Sheriff shots, not favored for it.
Zipan so far looking like he's crispy, apart from the first death that he got in round 1. Otherwise, he's been good for it. Aim's on point. Form not an issue.
Team Liquid feeling a tad lost in this one. I mean, 40 seconds remaining. They don't really have any semblance of map control. Only now starting to clear towards it. And guess what? Angel's here. Slide off angle. Lovely movement from Soulcast, though. He responds. That is the trade.
Shah needs help. Zipan's going to be booking his way over as quickly as he can.
He does towards the back, but he's given plenty of timing. There was a large window there. Only the Trailblazer. No one pushing up off of this. It's only the players, and he's timing it. His way around into the center of the tube, and that's running forwards there. Up and over. Zipan, not aware of it. Dropping down now. That's the plan. It wasn't covered. And well, I'll put a stop to it, won't it?
Great play by Na'Vi. Excellent work there by Xiao. Just moving his way around the box. Dodging the Trailblazer from the other side. And take a look at this opener from Zipan too. Oh, just catches Yampi as he was trying to escape. And all of those opening kills go in the way of Na'Vi. secures them a nice advantage. So 2 players didn't buy in that round from Team Liquid on their bonus, where they could have, in theory, because they had like 5,400 credits, something like that. So you know that they're saving up for an operator. Yampy picks it up. He's 1 away from having Tour de Force online anyway, but he wants to try and fight this down short. The real battle for map control, though, we're watching here at Showers.
Scurrying all the way forwards, using the util. Make sure they can set themselves up onto that line.
It looks a little
having
lost
to give it up.
From Na'Vi here, actually.
Yeah,
Ren.
they are really grouped and now just, again, guessing.
Yeah, 3 players just on top of each other in backside A. No map control at all,
What?
and they're just trying to play full A retake.
What sound cues are they going off? I mean, there was a couple of recalled stars over towards B and they're leaving it.
They know there's nobody down B long. I mean, this is a gamble and a half to think that it would be a full 5-person B hit through Hookah.
Another flash committed as well on the other side of the map. That should give them, again, no indicator, no sound cues. So they choose to commit elsewhere. So get to finally catching the shoulder of Safe.
This is so much responsibility and pressure to put on Sugetsu's shoulders.
But he's out of there. Gives it up, doesn't play towards the back of the site.
It's a bizarre round, but they have both duelists flanking through Market. It's a weird way of playing the defensive side of Bind, because you're going to be running into these trademarks more often than not.
30 seconds left.
Yampy's got 1 positioned at Market.
There it is.
How do you get past that?
No chance. Have to break it, but they're waiting to see if somebody will just walk into that sight line. It gets triggered. Nats now aware. Repositions all towards the back here. Orbital strike clearing out Lamp. Stun is clean, but here it is. Util flying backwards and forwards. Yampy cut close to the corner here, and it's all up to Nats. He's playing his lineups. His whole team has just fell down. Not a chance of holding it. Pushed off the defuse though, but half gained onto it. Maybe a chance, a possibility. 56 health left. No, the faces there with confidence. And the rifles, it's all done. Evened up now to 2-2.
I certainly had doubts about the way that Na'Vi was playing the defensive side there, but the retake was sublime. Angel found a spot to be able to use his Brim ult, and they supported the double duelist coming through short exactly as the rest of the team were retaking back through, you know, Spawn and Heaven. The coordination on this was exemplary. Redguard taken down in a spot where nobody was able to really support him, and Yampy's operator is just way out of position, stuck in on site there. Doesn't have the maneuverability that he would if he had a rifle in hand. Yampy's going to have a Tour de Force online this time.
Hunt up from the previous rounds.
It feels like a premium is being put on the attacking side for Team Liquid of Showers control. They want this area of the map. Now CNED with the Opping Neon on Bind, I think is just going to be running between his current position and Heaven, depending on what he hears around the map.
So strange, isn't it? Trailblazer, that was used towards B long as well, cleared it out and did spot Safe. Was holding there, earned his showstopper up. It feels like Team Liquid are setting up for potentially a bursty play.
With Redguard being an extremely late lurk kind of option.
So
Redguard though,
open angles.
He still doesn't have any stars available for this.
Sugetsu is close to the corner, damage done through the box, and this is it, the off angle. Sugetsu! Of course he doesn't. No shying away from that fight. Spots the legs, damage done even more so. Backing away, almost the kill. Zipan all the way through the back as well. Reinforcements have arrived. 3 players left standing here for Team Liquid. It's a bizarre approach to the attack side.
It's a mess of a round. Really is, but they're going to try and end towards B. Angel's got this.
Yeah, I mean
Yampy with the Tour de Force is waiting for somebody to come back through the teleporter towards him and falls straight into Angel's hands.
It's the backstab. Spike is nowhere. Redguard is in elbow.
What am I watching?
It's just all over the place, and it feels a little. I mean,
EMEA Bind at its finest.
It's not defined, is it? It's not focused on the attack side.
It certainly isn't. I mean, Yampy's looking for an opening pick. And when he's not rewarded with one of those, Team Liquid didn't have a plan B to fall back towards. Tried to go into an exec, but were waiting for so long for Redguard to get his stars back online. He recalled them, and they were waiting. There was only 30 seconds left. And by that point, they'd already lost Nats, who was going for a lurk play. They're confused as to what the plan B is if the plan A of Yampy go kill doesn't work. Making things a bit too easy here for Na'Vi. Liquid are going to take a timeout. Presumably, this is for Emil to address the philosophy issues with how they're approaching the attack.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even when committing there, surely, you know, You want to be grouping up, not having Redgar over towards B and sending the showstopper in. Looks messy.
I'm just working out as well. They should have money to buy, Team Liquid that is. Taking his time out. They have a big ult in the back pocket, which is safe. Picked up the showstopper in one of those prior rounds. Big tools to use. You could cook something up, maybe a bit of a pace increase, but it really does feel like the composition as well that they are playing. It doesn't really suit, you know, big bursty plays. It's not like they're running perhaps like a Brimstone or something where you can just immediately prop down the smokes. And you're running a chamber as well. I mean, they're quite
I think there are still options though to go for burst plays. Sure, it's not a double duelist composition, but you know, if you're able to combo your utility with like a Snakebite over towards B long, a dog to be able to get up there, take some hookah control with the Boombot, and then you get into a B exec within the first 30 seconds, that's going to put a lot of pressure on CNED, who you know is opping on Neon. Fast hits here, and forcing CNED to have to retake with that tool, I think is a potential win condition for Liquid. But they are all grouped up on A right now.
Yeah, it could be part of the plan. Trailblazer now makes his way forwards. So what are setups, and here's the showstopper. Yeah, they want to burst forwards all the way into the site. Not really catching anyone. How do you take that fight? Still, it's traded and brought down. No value from the showstopper. 4 versus 4 with the pit in play. Trailblaze, it's fast from Na'Vi. They want to try and flood into this one and prevent it from even going down in the first place, but they fail at that. Still cleaning up. Angel, where does he pull it from, man? I do not know, but Yampi's dealt with, and now they've cleared out showers.
All of these 3 players really grouped up. Any kind of spray that's aimed at one of them could easily catch 2 or 3.
It comes down to it, doesn't it? Will the rifles connect? Retaking into it with the operator, never ideal as well. CNED's using himself as bait, running forwards. Angel, he's already cleaned him up. 3 in a round for it, make it 4. You cannot make this up, man. You just cannot make it up.
Angel is feasting out here on Liquid.
But, I mean, the absolute chokehold that Angel has on his team to say, CNED, I know you're our star player, lad, but listen, get in there. Get in there. Start making some distractions. Start hopping around for me.
It's the perfect play to make, it really is. I mean, the wide swing on Yampi, who's opping as well. You know, Yampi's not in the best position to deal with a player that swings that close, but Angel's just on fire currently.
And it was briefly discussed, you know, you just never know what kind of form players like Angel, like Redgar on the opposing side are going to come into these events.
No, you simply don't. They are such high-risk, high-reward players that when they're hitting, when they're having a game, they just can be the X factor that wins their team a series. I mean, again, think back to what Angel was saying about winning champions. He said, it's just about being good here, right now, at this day, at this week. It's all about form, baby.
That's it. That's all that matters. An attempt there to punish the jump spot. Good flash. Angel blinded, though. I believe that was a team flash. Still just peppering them from a side. The shot misses. CNED ducking away.
Good movement, though.
Yeah.
To be able to get away from that, that was dangerous for a moment there. Yampi's only got 3 more bullets.
Can't give him many more chances, though.
Well, he's got 1 left.
Yeah.
That's why
Angel's taking up the space once more. He's cleared out Hookah. Going to be giving a call to his team, and Sugetsu now, whether this push could be coming through. That's why the Snakebite was layered down. Cosmic Divide at his back. Trailblazer onto the one side. Satchel through and across into the orb, but you have to give up that space. Now there's a nade. An attempted to deny this plan here. Time is running so damn short. They're just running right into them. Zipan, showstoppers there. 20 seconds left. Cosmic Divide obfuscating, hiding. All cues. That's a 2-piece. Natsto from behind. An instant response with the overdrive. He can't quite hit it. It's all CNED. The 1-2 punch from those star players. They absolutely collapse on him.
In the meantime, Angel's firing a molly onto the default plant spot, trying to make sure that the time works against them with 10 seconds left. Oh, it's scrappy. Team Liquid had a chance there, though. They set Nats up in a position to make magic happen. Again, with Ghost in hand, picking it up, upgrading to a Vandal. I think this is one of their best options to win here on Bind, is to try and put Nats in a position to win. And whether that's creating distractions for him to lurk down short, or using a lot of utility to push him into lamps. In the meantime, though, CNED taking his op for a walk. He runs
already
straight
began.
into Yampi.
He's ran straight into him with the op sight line. Put him down into a 4v5. Proactive is the call here. Flash play out the smoke. Xiao's holding it. Angel close.
Angel, Redgar. Staring at each other.
Sees it. Oh, Redgar doesn't win it!
I mean, again, Angel is just on fire today.
You can't stop him.
And things quiet back down. A pit used as things get to the minute mark here. Sugetsu making sure Showers is not an option. Angel, you can't be swinging that
It's
one,
almost
man.
repeaking it. They could have just been contacted up onto it. In fact, they are, man. Of course he's going to be falling there.
Jekyll and Hyde.
It's so silly.
3v4, the defensive side now going to be scrambling. Sugetsu forced to abandon the pit.
And Xiao to try and push them back here from the back of the site. Seekers not actually broken. Trailblazer on top of it as well. Flash round to the side. He's going to get stunned up here. No chance in hell. Ton of util coming his way. His team helping him out though. There was a nade in response. That's from Zipan off to the side, but they have gained that ground all the way. And Xiao, he is on an island, essentially. Plant, it's tapped. Looks like the response once more. Safe over the top here with a boom bot. He wins out the fight still. There's no time on the clock. Sugetsu dodging the flash. Round to the side. It's onto Yampi. He's got a hold and he misses it. The spike. It does go down. Extension into it, but it's a 1v1. Sugetsu versus Yampi. With the up. Held down. How does he win it? Jiggling it. Finds the shot anyway. It's Yampi who finally lands the important one.
These rounds are absolutely bonkers. Oh, I mean, we've lost all semblance of sanity here on Bind. All semblance of it. Just enormous hero plays coming out to be able to put teams in position to win. I love the idea from Xiao there, tucking towards the back of the site. But this is what gave Yampi the advantage early on. CNED went for a play like that. And Sugetsu did what he could. Sometimes this guy's aim is just ridiculous, but he couldn't land the final kill. Yampi there to open and to close for Team Liquid to get their first rifle round on Bind.
So far this series haven't been favored with the gun rounds.
Not at all.
Where they've been failing. This is the turning point though. Anything to clear this? Sugetsu playing it relatively safe. Jiggle with the knife. As soon as he hears a Trailblazer, yeah, instantly there. Doesn't opt to use a snake bite. There's a pull, there's a nade. He can't get out of there, just about.
Oh, the nade just had too slow from Safe. A very nice idea otherwise from Team Liquid. These are the kind of little combo plays that they've been missing throughout the rest of the map that can really set them up for advantages and give them other options and ideas.
Just getting used now at a mid-round portion here. That's going to give Na'Vi lots of information. Points him in the right direction. Where are these players sitting still with 45 seconds left? They're broken.
Stacking 3 players on B.
I mean, it's slow to a crawl.
The spike is not over here. The spike is going towards short. It again seems a little uncoordinated from Team Liquid. I don't know what the end goal is here. Do they have to go through the teleporter?
I don't know, man.
They must.
Yeah, they do. They don't actually have Showers control when this is happening as well. They're going to have to clear that one themselves. Now they're starting to move forwards onto the site, but there's only, again, 17 seconds left. Plenty of opportunities to try and deny. Still, it's safe. Showstopper there. Ducking and juking away from it here. Giving all that space up. 4v5 with the pit layered down. This one should be a slam dunk for Team Liquid, but should be. Doesn't really play a part in this series so far.
Sugetsu's still looking for a lurk play all the way through B. He's very far away from being able to help in this retake. So I don't think Na'Vi are going to be contesting this one too heavily, just spamming into the pit and seeing if they can get rewarded with a freebie.
Praying, and well rewarded. There's the first one. The time is still ticking. They're going to need a bit more than that, and Shower's still not there. Solkas off to the corner here, not favored with it. What is that? Adjustment. Flick to the side, and at this point, yeah, not enough time to make the play for this one. This is Team Liquid wrapping up the round. Evacuation through the TP. In a match here, bodies falling all over the bloody place.
That's a really nice idea for Sugetsu. I thought he was looking to try and collect a potential lurk play through B, but he's just attempting to play exits. They know that Team Liquid's economy is not in a particularly strong spot. You see there that Yampi's got a lot of money, but the rest of the team are feeling the pinch a little. What was this? That's a nasty flick. Solkas will just occasionally, every now and then, pull out a shot that makes you realize he's got some talent there.
Yeah.
Team Liquid are going to be able to scrape together a buy, though, despite the fact that Na'Vi got a few exits. And a tactical timeout being called by Doom Bros. They used a lot of their Sky utility very early on in that round. Trailblazer was used at the 120 mark. They, about 50 seconds, used Seekers and I believe their final flash to get information. And they knew that the hit was coming towards A. Angel was in a position to potentially drop a planter that was scurrying into the site with only about 20 seconds left. Just couldn't land the shot and didn't have enough people there. But Angel's been calling really reactive, heavy stacks towards one site or another. They're trying to be extremely mobile with their defensive rotations.
Yeah.
But it lends a scattered feel to the map, where both teams are always in transit.
It doesn't really feel purposeful on either side with the setups. I mean, understandable, I guess, you know. Players like Angel have talked about the amount of preparation they've had coming into this event. Hasn't been much. It's been non-stop for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Out of all the teams here.
They said they've had 4 days since LCQ, so no time to experiment with different compositions.
Which is probably why we're seeing...
Unless you're in the finals of LCQ.
The grand finals coming out here. Well, new beginning here, round 10. Smoke flashed through it. That was actually dodged, I think.
No, it must have popped inside the smoke.
Either that or...
Or what, Redgar flattened himself and got behind the fountain? Maybe it popped up
I thought he used the recoil star, but I could be wrong.
Could have done.
No, he's got 4 on the map. It's impossible.
There you go.
He would have had to break the game. Get old Astra in. No.
Yeah, so that flash giving pretty bad information there, but same
Both
case
sides.
over at this side.
Yeah, both sides.
Now the recall star, though, I think is trying to aim for very specific information, see if someone's tucked in the corner.
I wouldn't able to play off of it, though.
No, both teams just poking and prodding for the first 50 seconds of the round. Not really able to make headway in any direction. Showers and B-Long still controlled by the defending side. Team Liquid, what's the plan? Once more, Redgar asks questions of, how do you lead your team to victory with 40 seconds left? It just looks like they've got nothing.
Flash. Oh, it's baited the rotation. See, it's out of there. Nothing spotted in Hookah with 30 seconds left. Time's running so damn short here. Shao doesn't have another one to get any sort of info here. Double satchel into the back. Shao not expecting it. Beautiful. Lovely from safe, but still Angel's here. Tucked to the corner. Smoke at his back. Tries to go for a second peek of it, but Yampi shuts that one all the way down. Seconds to spare with the plan going down. Still that player advantage. Here for Liquid. Spam. Through the box, Yampi. Chunk down. Just 50 health, but all he needs to do is land the shot, but it goes wide. Everybody getting out of there, playing off the side. Onto the long angle here. Na'Vi now. Into the side itself. There's a pull. Onto the smoke. Nade as well for the first layers of this one. Waves of the utility, but it might start to get rough here. Tap onto it, trying to force it out. Heal online as well. Is this the time for it? Seems like here, but Sugetsu's already taken up that space. Backing away safe. A wide swing, but he's traded and brought down. Nevertheless, half on the defuse. Time has been bought, but it's up to CNED, and he cannot land the shots. It was all over the place. Panicky.
But a nice post-plant positioning there from Team Liquid to make sure that that one was secured. A little fake flash as well from Soulcast. Helped Safe get positioning back into Hookah and win that duel. Ended up being incredibly important. I'm not confident in terms of the way that Team Liquid ended up approaching the site. They didn't know what threats were in Hookah. Angel wasn't cleared over towards Long, but once they actually got there, the fake utility being thrown onto A had pulled 3 of the players and allowed them to hit a soft B site.
Let's play.
Both of these teams in the first halves of these maps could not find the difference between them.
Op v op, tour de force. Will it make a difference? The angle opens it up. It's Yampi to capitalize.
Throws down his trademark as well, which makes it very difficult for Zipan to try and recontest this area, only with a Guardian. So 2 and 2, the defense spreads.
It makes it difficult. Angel holding close there with a one and done position. Don't have control of B-Long. Have to just assume nobody's pushed up onto it and taking the timing.
These are the spots in the round where you feel like Angel gets excited to go and grab some information, see if he can take a fight. He's positioned really far forwards over towards Hookah. Here's the Boombot coming towards him. Mouth salivating perhaps, but everybody on Team Liquid going over towards short.
Yeah.
It has pulled the rotation though. Redgar's doing one thing very, very well, and it's throwing fake utility on the opposite site. That's what created a weak B site in round 10, and they've done it again here, creating weaknesses on A.
Yeah, cracked open the timing for it. Good orbital strike though, that's going to split up this push to the A side here. Safe alone onto the angle, but still with that tour de force in the hands of Yampi. Is watching it all the way from Showers to get too close to the corner. Angel brought down, beautiful. I love that adjustment. Bit of spam just trying to bait out the shots here, leaving it just down to Shao. Can't do a lot there, really clean.
Clean stuff in round 11 from Liquid. The approach now getting really refined. That's 4 rounds in a row that they've been able to put on the board there. With a timeout too. Having a very nice adjustment. All of the fake utility that's being thrown on the opposite side to where they're hitting is pulling rotations away, creating space for Yampi to get set up, and then they're double swinging, triple facing. The discipline that Anil was talking about being showcased here.
We're back into the round already. Flash deep through, that's just spam into it. Not letting Angel get away with it. Final round here of this first half. It forces CNET to make the first move, doesn't it? Something to even it out, but all it results in is a 3v5.
And things have fallen to pieces here for Na'Vi. They cannot figure out this slower pace from Team Liquid. The information gathering just not available to them. CNET not finding his opportunities to thrive on Neon. And they're getting picked to pieces. They're just going for a gamble stack here. There's still a minute on the clock. I mean, Redgar has called a complete and utter halt in this round.
Trying to put the audience to sleep.
But for Na'Vi, this is just going to be torturous. You're begging them to push down short at this point. Hoping, pleading that they commit to A. Instead, Team Liquid themselves haven't decided which side to finish on. Now it looks like grouping up, taking the spike, ending B. There's nobody home.
Yeah, Trailblazer didn't see much. Neither does the Flash. There it is, the impetus to try and take this one here, but Na'Vi fully grouped up, still aware that somebody could be lurking. We know that the site is completely clear. Of course, Team Liquid still going to be doing their best to stop that one, and that was what they were trying to catch. Na'Vi.
No need for Yampi to be making a play like that when they've got the B side completely for free, and there's been no resistance. You've got to anticipate a heavier stack over towards A, and now potentially Sugetsu coming around behind on a faster timing. If he can win a duel in hookah against Redgar, maybe there's still a chance here for Na'Vi where there shouldn't have been any.
Maybe a chance. Dog clearance into Alba. I don't believe it can see up onto the top angle. Sugetsu loses his fight still. It's a scramble, and it's not good enough. Not for Na'Vi, but for Team Liquid, they'll be happy with this lead. 2 rounds ahead now, ending this first half, 7-5.
Looked like it was going to be another disaster there for Liquid after they won the pistol and lost a series of rounds in a row, but a major recovery. A question really for me is, Brent, what is this Raze Neon composition going to look like on the attack side? I've got no idea.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the desk to hopefully explain it.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And yeah, I mean, look, I think going into this, there was a lot of, it was obviously going to be back and forth through and through. But what was impressive was seeing the way that Liquid able to restabilize, getting ready for this next half. But, you know, you also got to give your flowers to Na'Vi, too. This game has been very close, very competitive between the two.
Yeah, it was a massive recovery by TL, 5 rounds in a row to close that half. But it was the retakes from this strange double duelist comp for Na'Vi that were so impressive early on, because they were playing them in an interesting way. You have to be super proactive with this composition. So they were going for a lot of these multi-reflanks, trying to put a lot of pressure onto the chamber player of Yampi, and it was working out so well for them early on.
Yeah, and this round right here, like you're mentioning, CNET stuns are so good. It singles out Nats. He can't peek into them, allow the double flank to come in. And on other rounds in the half, Angel was the one aggressing out of hookah, getting the information. That allowed a mass rotate to come into A. I was super impressed with how proactive Na'Vi was throughout, you know, the middle parts of this first half. But once Liquid solved them, once they got their feet under them and started to understand how this comp was playing, man, they were lights out from that moment on.
And this really was was the story of the IGLs. I think it started off with Angel calling these great retakes that they kept on winning. And it was also him performing so well, but it was Redguard turning down that pace, playing these super slow mid rounds, letting that clock dwindle to 20 seconds or something like that pretty much every time.
Yeah, the pace was nuts.
Yeah, and investing really good fake utility on the other side in every one of those rounds meant that Na'Vi didn't know what to do, despite having this comp that's so good for fast defensive rotation. With that Neon, it never felt like they were able to be in the right place.
Yeah, I respect the idea from Redguard to slow things down because they didn't really have the stall potential there on Na'Vi running this double duelist comp, and they kind of relied on CNED to rotate around and have stuns ready for the site hits, and Liquid ended up solving that later on, like I said, and they were playing those rounds so well. But now going into this next half, this is where I think Yampi can truly become activated.
All right, well, let's see how this all pans out as we get ready for the second half. Send it over to Brennan Sideshow.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah. How will this one pan out? It's been quite streaky, as Adeska been noting. The adjustments were there from Team Liquid, getting their 5 rounds in a row to make it 7-5. And yeah, couldn't escape it. Couldn't escape it, John.
But caused by a player. That's always a good sign. I mean, 5 in a row on one side and 5 in a row on the other speaks to adjustments and the ability to be able to find an answer and then not really continue to evolve from the way that Na'Vi were playing, I think. But I would expect the tempo to be very different on this side. Na'Vi are usually a slower paced team out of all of the teams that we have here. But in terms of the composition that they're currently using, the Neon Rays should be finding opportunities to explode into sites. You should be able to find moments for Angel to call these fast pops after they gain some level of map control.
In theory, yeah, the tools are there. Always a fan if CNED and Zipan are the ones leading the charge here for them, but
yeah,
see if they can handle it.
Yampi has a shorty and 2 bullets in his headhunter.
Yeah, 2 bullets left. Standing, it's just pure contact plays. Skipping, hopping towards the side, getting back to safety. Meanwhile, push from CNED close and personal here. It's Yampi. He's baiting it with the headhunter. Fired off one of his shots and he still doesn't win it out.
Oh, that's a ridiculous shot to hit from CNED. It's a great idea from Yampi there. He played that situation perfectly, and the whole of Team Liquid's aggression into sand pulls people into Yampi for him to make the play and get the kill. But it's equalized at 4v4.
Yeah, 4v4, and they don't have control of showers. So Trailblazer got all of that just to clear that space out and regain it, but it has granted a ton of time here for Team Liquid. They've already got the entirety of their team towards the back of the side. If this is red, if they try and take a bit of a TP pivot, could be brutal for them. They just choose to take the timing anyway into the back of the site. Fights are taken. Not even that much util really to supplement it, but they win them out.
Liquid chose to try and get a retake happening there before the spike had even been ferried down short. Trying to push off the back of the Trailblazer. Solcast left with 6 health. An impossibility here, I think, for him. And Na'Vi looking down the end of their first pistol round of this match. First pistol round of champions for Na'Vi to collect.
Big news for them, get the ball rolling.
It's been such a major issue for them this year. I think they only win something like 44% of their pistols.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious.
Just off the top of my head, they're not a team that's been able to get good starts into maps very often.
Util, it is all over the place. Nice little finish there to the pistol, but yeah, inevitable for Na'Vi. So 6-7. Like I said, get the ball rolling now. Economy flourishing. We'll see what kind of buy they opt into. Classic FPX buy. I can see it, you guys can't. Spoilers, but yeah, 2 ghosts, 3 rifles.
And speaking of the ghost, I mean, what a shot that is. If CNED's able to start entrying effectively, and remember, he wasn't really given a chance on the first map that we saw. He's playing Killjoy on Fracture. So if he's able to get rolling and find those picks for his team, that could make the difference for Na'Vi. Liquid though making a gambit down short.
Flash connects, gives them info, but not solid info. It's not concrete. I don't know how many players are sat waiting there. It is a crossfire though. How much can Sagetsu really do here? When does the fight get taken? Safe, nade, rebounding, almost a hard read in terms of it. Flash over to the side here. Xiao is out in the open, and that's a rifle. Drop down to the floor.
That's one that Team Liquid are going to be able to recover very quickly, and they pass it immediately to Nats, who has been their best player, I think, in terms of his performance in this match. Yampi doesn't have any contact just yet off his trademark that's in hookah. So Na'Vi's kind of fake noise and pressure in that area doesn't really net them too much. Team Liquid can still keep 3 players A. They got the read again.
You got Nats taking that contact with the rifle. He was holding the higher position, the higher swing. He wants to have another go of it, and of course, he is feeling it! Nats breaks them down.
What a player to pick up the hero rifle. He's just been immaculate today. Every fight he takes is magic, pouring from his fingertips. Angel's going to give it another go. Distraction from safe to set up Nats, who's ready to swing again. This round has gone to pot.
Yeah.
Na'Vi, they could not find a pistol round win at all. Finally get one here in the second half of the second map, and it's taken away from them. The rug pulled out from underneath them instantly.
The proactivity from Team Liquid, though, at the beginning of this to set it up. I think the call in the middle there to rebound the nade, it's a common position that Viper players like to play.
Yeah,
and they're just trying to play a slow default.
And I
Good
mean,
chance of getting value, and they did.
This time catches Xiao, right?
Yeah.
He's just playing in that spot, trying to stop some short pressure. But the problem with playing on top of that cubby is that, I mean, if you want to swing, you have to drop, so you're inaccurate. And then also, you're kind of stuck if people use utility like that, separated from the rest of the squad. So, not particularly a fan of the positioning, and Team Liquid punished really well. All of the momentum in Team Liquid's hands now.
Investment still from Yampi, of course, probably saving for the operator here. Flash with the connection. Information for Soulcast. That's the nade going, flying straight into them, hoping to take that clean fight, but well, Soulcast. Beautiful strafing.
Zipan was on fire at the start of this map. It felt like he could do no wrong in terms of the first fight, apart from that very beginning on the pistol, but he's cooled off quite a lot while Team Liquid were on their heater. And here, being set up for a duel, and Soulcast comes out on top. Those are the kind of fights that Na'Vi are looking for.
Down to the minute mark. It's a 4v5. Going to be walking right into the sight line. Can Yampi deliver shot? Not quite landing. Gets the information though. Backs away to safety. Ooh. Give him a haircut. At this point, quite obvious where Na'Vi all grouped up. A lot of noise being made. Trailblazer used, flash over the top. Not too much house though, no opportunities granted. 25 seconds left, what is the call? It just feels so lost.
I mean, both of these teams, both leaders, finding it very difficult to get into sight.
Because again, it's just obvious, you made so much noise. Fast lane though, cuts up the sides, and they are straight in there. All the way, it's those Na'Vi fundamentals, the bread and butter of what still makes them a dangerous team.
The fast lane too from CNET, just allowing him to be able to find that opener and drawing eyes away from the people that were aiming to defend hookah. I mean, flooding out from hookah in that kind of situation is almost always going to be supremely difficult. Na'Vi made it look elegant. Still in the 3v2, there are chances for Nats to work magic again.
Certainly, but he's got so much to clear. Snake bite.
Player standing.
Not landing in the right spot, really, to try and clear him out. That face though, tucked to the corner. Redgar, decent go of things, but that is Na'Vi. Really felt like they should not have been favored in that situation, that scenario. But again, I feel like I'm repeating myself.
Not at all. Take a look at the replay here. This is what I like. The fast lane is able to find something, and they flood out of the smoke, both in opposite directions. Great play from Angel and Xiao there. By popping out of the smoke, one to the left and one to the right, it makes it much more difficult for the defenders to be able to accurately track where you're going and spray both of you down. Really well done, and instantly answered the economy that was going in the opposite direction. All was in Team Liquid's favor, and now they're broke.
What that money that Yampi was saving. Nah, not a chance. He's got a TP tucked behind him, so there was always the potential to get out of there.
And he was going for it. Halfway through the animation, gets his head ripped off.
Yeah.
And they are frequently leaving Yampi with just, you know, a gun and a trademark to cover a lot of the map. So if Yampi's not winning those opening duels, it's going to be difficult for Team Liquid, and they're going to have to scramble, go for rotates like they are now. This one, a bit more of a gamble. They're on an eco round. And Na'Vi slow things down. Angel, though, in a dangerous position here.
Potential here. Maybe donation of a rifle. No way in hell.
They're expecting him to be on a more standard angle there. The off angle just works perfectly. Safe takes a peek down short.
Yeah,
killed in response.
Traded here. Over the top though, Nats is there. What?
There's no way!
My man is breaking the physics of the game with that.
What on earth was that shot?
Disgusting. And a chance now.
30 seconds left.
It's a 1v2, he's got the rifle in his hands.
He cannot be allowed to do this.
I'll wake you up, won't it? Stuns, missing, not connecting. Need enough though to push him out of that position.
Toxin screen down.
That's forwards. A lot to clear here. It really is an impossible scenario.
This would be a legendary 1v4 if he was able to pull it off.
He's got to force the fight. Tap of the spike will isolate one of them. Look at the positioning here. There's no swing really from it, and yet the angle's so wide, it was unexpected. Here's the pit, it's online, 1 kill earned. CNED, he shuts it down. That was getting scary.
And CNED takes it from legend into myth. The clutch that could have been. I've got to see a replay of that shot with the Guardian.
Yeah, show me again.
I swear he was in midair.
There's no way. There's just no way, man.
He's just being blessed.
There's no way. This is on the run and gun patch as well, by the way. Look at that.
Same reaction.
Yeah.
Same reaction.
Yeah.
Unfortunate scenes, though, for Team Liquid. Nats did everything he could. That was an eco, though. They have rifles this time. CNED is looking to play with only his ultimate. Otherwise, just a shorty in hand.
Needs to pick the right time as well to let that one loose.
He's got enough money to be able to buy a rifle, he's just chosen not to.
Fast lane, stuns there. Combined all the way up with the Sky utility, that gains them the sight. Team Liquid forced to the back of the halls. Yeah, this overdrive will start to fade here, already half on the duration.
Yeah, and this is a massive problem for CNED. I mean, unless he tucks himself inside a smoke and gets a kill with a shorty, Safe is going to be coming back in with a showstopper very quickly for this retake.
Tap with the spike, it's forcing out all this util. That was the goal of Na'Vi here. Team Liquid are fully grouped up. Here's the Trailblazer now on their side, seeking to try and claim some space, and with the showstopper, it will be made easy. No, it misses to the side, Zipan! An absolute menace! Oh, from the jaws of defeat, he had to hit that. CNED close and personal. Value is there. And Yampi forced to scurry. He hits the shot. He brings him down, but it's a 2v4.
One enemy remaining.
In such small moments, the differences are made. I mean, Safe is going to be kicking himself for missing that showstopper. It was their major tool at being able to get back in. And now Yampi is just getting hunted down.
Yeah.
They want this operator out of his hands.
Squeezed in the spawn. They want to take that gun away, and they do. Na'Vi. Where do they pull it from? I mean, we've been bigging up Zipan at various points of this series, but it feels so good to see him back on the Raze. I'm not going to lie. It's just a comfort role for him. In that instance, it wasn't even utility that he's using. He's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for him, but I mean, just look at that.
I mean, to be honest, is that really what Zipan does, or is that just Safe? Just not taking a moment to appreciate that he's tucked himself into the corner? Those are the kind of rounds that make you curse the Raze ultimate.
Yeah. I've seen worse.
Definitely.
I've seen worse, I'll tell you now.
But what a pinch this puts on Team Liquid. A real credit crunch for them. They're in a spot where they could have potentially tried to go for a force-up, but it's a horrible, horrible economic state that they find themselves in.
Keep counting the roses. End of this tournament, it will just be an entirely filled up board. Don't have any more space, probably. At least until Kesnan starts playing. But here we go.
Na'Vi are in a great spot here, Brent.
They are.
They have a Brim ult and a Raze ult to be able to work with. Both fantastic offensive tools. Team Liquid have given them a timeout here to discuss what they want to do with their ultimates. And this one should be a bit of a gimme. Liquid have been phenomenal on their eco rounds throughout their run during the regular season of EMEA, but most of that was powered by having, you know, a couple of weapons here or there. Safe's gonna go for a Guardian. Okay, so there's Guardian, maybe a Stinger. They're still figuring out what they want to go for. Safe, Yampi and Nats are going to be asked to do a lot here if they want to be able to win this eco round. Otherwise, Na'Vi may have just run away with things in crucial moments here on Bind.
No tag with the flash. That's still there. Fast lane's used. Cause him to use that snakebite. Pull is really quite nice and damage enough for the kill. There is that follow-up though. Seen it all the way through into the site there. Save. Reactions, flicks and adjustments, opening wide, orbital strike. It is a scramble and it is messy.
Safe's doing it though. He's finally taken down.
Absolutely. He's made it just that much more winnable. Still Suigetsu, he's left it into that 1v2. Spike, it is in his hands. Doesn't have the hard job of retrieving it now, but my God. Messy beginning for Na'Vi. Team Liquid, another lifeline, another chance. Player advantage, guns aplenty. They can pick it up and gain those upgrades. Suigetsu is going to have to put on a masterclass in terms of how he plays this.
But he did hear both of them going through the teleporter, so he knows that spawn is safe.
Gives him info. Flash to the back. Does he take the timing? The flash didn't lock on. He hears the jump out. It fades away. Force it to 1v1. And Suigetsu with the breakthrough.
He shouldn't have been asked to do it. Na'Vi put themselves in a difficult position, but he's always good for it. Suigetsu with 2 incredibly clean kills there towards the end, and a masterful decision to push through the smoke based on the drop. That audio cue gave him everything. Phenomenal crosshair placement. And look at that heartbreak on Emil's face. Na'Vi get up to 10. More difficult than I expected, but 2-round lead with ults in play. It's theirs to lose at this point.
Yampi.
Oh my.
Your TP is stuck there, son. There's no getting out of that spot. Still, Showstopper again to pull. Latching away and pushing them all the way back here, Zipan. Not much left with the fuse. Threading the needle with it, and still coverage is there from the rest of his team. They do not have Showers control. No, Yampi's still there, seeking to try and pivot. Break away here, safe. He's holding down the angle, locking down the line of sight, bringing down 2. Eventually going down, but maybe he's done enough. It's 3 versus 3.
And they were delayed getting into B here, so there might still be some doubts in Na'Vi's head. No, instead, Xiao connects with the rest of his squad. It's Solcas in a position to potentially make the difference here.
Pit on lineup, used right into the spawn, cuts it up.
And Solcas doesn't go for the play. Just holds passively onto elbow, waiting for the rest of his squad. Perhaps a hero move may have been needed in that kind of position. A retake into a pit is going to be so difficult, especially with Yampi's op.
Just how do you win it out? Almost impossible, but
Great
that flash is really good. It pushes them deeper into the pit, gets them onto the angles, has to be the push back in to re-clear! Suigetsu again! What is that adjustment? Stray bullet finding it, and Solcas last alive, not for much longer, 11-8.
Solcas has just been a monster in these last couple of rounds. We saw 5 rounds in a row from Na'Vi in the first quarter, answered by 5 in a row from Liquid to keep things somewhat even heading into the halftime. Now another 5 in a row from Na'Vi as they put the squeeze in this attack.
Oh, God!
The way Suigetsu is winning this.
Could barely believe it himself.
It's unbelievable. It really is. He's pulling out quality performances. And this, only the first game of Champions. Safe's been a bit of a hero though for Team Liquid. He's made these rounds winnable when otherwise they may not have been. And now he has his Showstopper online. Miles away from the action though, as Na'Vi look like they want to be taking Xiao's control and potentially pivoting into an A split.
Flash
The
is
duelists
nice.
now grouping up.
Yeah. No, the Showers is occupied. Taking a fight anyway. Angel. Again, classic play, Redcar. Plenty of moments here. That is fantastic. Taking his time with it. Nats holding it down. No one gets past the choke point. All of his watchful eye. And this has stunted it, hasn't it? The entirety of the round. What a time for Redcar to make a play like that.
Enemy remaining.
The timing could not have been more perfect. And the one tap, delightfully accurate there to take out the hero. What can Zipan do?
Not much. 26 health. No real time. Spike out in the open. All Team Liquid need to do is face it together.
Pulling them in.
No noise cues though. Zipan doesn't want to give them anything. Any information, but there it is. Top of bench, always favored.
I need a stop.
And Safe not even required to use the showstopper. And both of the IGLs having major performances in that round, but Redguard just doing one better. Angel swings out and gets the opener, and Redguard timing on the Trailblazer. Knows exactly where to pre-aim to get showered despite it being through a smoke.
Nice! Nice, Egan!
Massive plays. That's what was necessary. Forces Na'Vi to take the timeout.
Things now getting very tense. The decider, if we do end up going there, is Split. A map where I really feel, again, there are chances for either team to be able to win. You were saying earlier, every time these teams have faced, it's been decided by the slimmest of margins.
Oh, yeah.
So one big play, one moment, one shutdown of a clutch, a hero play like that from Redguard, an individual hidden form, these can all make enormous differences to the outcome of a match like this. It's Na'Vi's timeout, but Team Liquid still need to dig deep. They're 2 rounds behind, and they've only just broken that streak.
Been fully almost on the attack side here for Na'Vi. Brunt of all the rounds that they've been gathering up. Interesting time for the timeout as well. I mean, like you said, it does offer Team Liquid a chance to talk about how they might come back into this one when they've got ults of their own.
And you've also got to think, is that replicable? The way that Team Liquid won that defensive round? Is Redguard going to be able to make a play through a smoke every time and timing a Trailblazer? Not really.
No.
Can you find other ways of being able to stop them? Have you noticed a theme to what Na'Vi are doing? If that's the case, we still may have plenty more to play with Bind.
Stimi drop down at the feet, gets them on the faster line towards Showers. Either side again, just hunting for that information. Did set Yampy up though.
That's safe. Close to taking contact here. He can take a very thin line and fall off because he's still got the trademark there. But it looks like he wants to actually fight. Pull forced out early from Redguard. Previously, Zipan's been caught in that a couple of times.
Oh yeah.
This time they baited out.
It's been bogging them down. Do they want to try and play off that timing? Spotting the jump peak. Is it really just going to come down to, again, contact plays? Smoke's dropped down all the way through. There's a snake bite. The angle's watched. Redguard is closer to the corner as the smoke is propped up. No, the damage, not enough to bring him down.
8 health.
Redguard survives.
I thought he was going to try and get in off the Seekers there. He was at risk of being able to be caught by a shred of the spam.
And healed all the way back up here. There's
Na'Vi is still going
34
for
seconds. Yeah, they want to try and put the squeeze again. They know that Redguard is here, close to the corner. His team are bailing him out once more. Redguard playing inside the smokes. Team Liquid sail through. So it's fundamentals and Safe in the difference maker.
Safe really has stepped up. He's finding many crucial kills here that his team needs. Joining Nats towards the top of the scoreboard. That's an ambitious play, but it really just gets destroyed as soon as CNED has a snakebite caught onto him. The vulnerable, just too much, and Safe clears everybody else up. That's dropped Na'Vi down onto an eco round. And things now, certainly, as close as they could be between these two teams. We're likely to go 11-11.
Well, that parity between these two teams, yeah, it just feels so likely to go even.
I think one of the biggest issues for Na'Vi is that they're never really able to disrupt Yampy. And he is being allowed to maintain information on one side of the map, and they post Yampy up with a little bit of Soulcast utility. He has a trademark somewhere else, and then Soulcast goes and rotates, or Safe goes and rotates.
Yeah.
And they just leave Yampy either alone or with one other player, and it lets them stack a stronger side away from the chamber. They're not doing it just yet in this round, but as that guiding light finds no information towards Fountain, you're anticipating one of these players to rotate to A.
Maybe the rotations. Bursty play being set up though. This is Na'Vi fully grouped up, waiting for the orb to go down. I think that's going to be their timing that they take. Right behind it, close to the corner. That's Nats. Safe has rotated. He has the nade, has the showstopper, and that's blinded up, just holding it. No way! Body blocked inside of it. The rocket goes flying past. Zipan will be brought down anyway. And Team Liquid, the ult's being invested. Redgar running them down. It's up to Angel. Doesn't have it in him. Doesn't have the rifle. What an investment by Na'Vi into a round where they really just didn't have the economical advantage.
I'm surprised that they went for it. They still have some way of being able to, you know, win this as it gets later. But I am surprised that they committed that Brim ult. I mean, is that a 2v4 at the point in which it actually gets invested? A bit bold from Angel. So very, very similar defensive setup here from Team Liquid. Yampi getting set up, Belong with the Sky utility, trademarking Hookah, never been broken. And this time though, the pit just adds that extra layer of defense.
Good luck getting through it, Yampi. Do you overstep yourself?
He's so deep. He's so open to this close corner.
Can he get out? Yeah, flash. Connects into his face.
It's
Who
bold.
was close enough to the corner, he could get out.
He's testing the limits though, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get punished this time though, and keeps that trademark up. I think that's going to be crucial. It's going to allow Team Liquid, you know, 10, 15 seconds from now to rotate over to A if they need to reinforce. If Nats gets pressured at all.
Flash tags to Angel. That might tether a couple of players of Team Liquid over towards B. Feeling like they can rotate.
And look where the spike is heading. It's heading over towards short. Xiao with Seekers. You can follow these Seekers and have an attempt at getting rid of Nat.
Yeah. Angel was making a go of it to break the trademark to again throw in bit of that false information all the way through Showers now. That's a fast lane to try and get them out of this. Nat still holding down into the pit. Who will meet him? Anybody to greet him? Doesn't look likely, does it? Just spamming, hoping for a random shot. And with all of that, the plan goes down towards the back of the site. It's been taken. They're squeezing Redgar into Lamps. Any util to set this up? Not quite, just taking the fight.
The Trailblazer missed Nats. They have no idea exactly where this Viper is. And Nats could remain the thorn in the side despite Team Liquid being a player down.
It's all about backstabs, isn't it? On every single front. Na'Vi, they don't really have control or an idea of where these players could be. Yampi creeping onto the side to get to. Shuts that one down. Nats has fallen on top of it. And just like that, it's flipped. The Na'Vi players are feeling it. It felt like every advantage in the world should have been there for Team Liquid. It is Na'Vi. They orchestrate something. I mean,
what a creative round for Angel to call, genuinely. I mean, using the Seekers deep there and taking space off of it, knowing that Nats is trapped inside of his pit and removing all the rest of his support. They get a plant in the back of sight, and they're surrounded on every front, and yet still manage to make that work. Take a look at some of these. I mean, the re-clear through Lamps is excellent. You could argue maybe Redgar should be trying to support Nats a little more heavily rather than isolate himself, but I think that's a really confusing round to react to if you're a defender there. You just don't see that in scrims or matches.
Yeah, you don't. That's an audible being called. And now it brings Na'Vi one step closer for the map, for the series, our opening match here. Champs 2023.
I think a lot of people had written Na'Vi off. Their run this year kind of peaked at lock-in with a 4th place. But they've been 4th place in the EMEA recently. Recently, refinding a bit of that form, footing, compositions looking good, and now they're 1 round away from advancing in the group of death.
Angel said it. It's not about the consistency. It's just about making it to the events, peaking at the right time.
Smoke's down.
For Liquid, they want to put a stop to it.
I feel like an overtime is almost deserved in this one.
Yeah.
It's been so close between these teams.
Na'Vi attempting to keep these defensive players locked into A. That's what that flash was for, but as that Trailblazer, really good timing on that one.
I mean, must have seen at least 2, maybe even 3 players.
Yeah, didn't get broken in time, and they still got Yampi locked up onto this line-of-sight angle. It's all given information.
Safe was thinking about rotating and has decided not to. Surely with that flash, though, the Raze has to come over to B.
With the Trailblazer, no way. Where's the TP? Yampi? There's nothing to clear him into the corner here. Sokas being wrapped around, he's granted 2. Yampi's still just trying to survive here. Util not clearing him out. Showstopper into the corner, vacated all the way through to the backside of that TP. Time. No time. Almost denying it. That could have been it. But the smoke was watched for, and Zipan Shuts down his adversary. It's 3 versus 3.
And elbow control for Xiao and Sugetsu. A deadly duo for Na'Vi.
There's no util for Team Liquid.
No, they're in great positions here, Na'Vi, to be able to win this and close it out.
This should be it. Should be the finisher. Running through onto the site now, giving up control. Semblance of it, a tap onto it, not quite a tap, it's a full bloody stick. Nats half onto it with the smoke in his face, all the way through. That is ridiculous. For the overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Goodness me.
26 kills at the top of the scoreboard, and that is not the most important part of how he was able to make it work at all. Great smoke from Redgar, fantastic play from Nats. Just the balls to go for something like that.
Just icy.
If you end up getting caught going for a play like that, you're straight into elimination matches at Champions. Incredible stuff there. What tenacity from Liquid to keep fighting in those moments. They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds for an excellent response. Pulling a retake out there with barely any utility. And we come into overtime. The side swap.
First round of it. Pop Flash played it, what a fight this is. Na'Vi taking the battle right to them. A skirmish outside. Just beside Fountain, it's somehow 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it was an amazing peek from CNED. He was playing towards Hookah as well. Swung on the player that was trying to support from Market. But he's calling the rotate now. 3 players over towards B. Seems a bit bizarre. I mean, CNED's all the way pushed down. He's just worried that they could be circling around, but instead Team Liquid are taking space.
And with this deep push, I mean, CNED's got so much ground here. He knows it's A. They're already on it. The call is made. I mean, yeah, exactly. They've given up space.
Spike planted.
But he's worried about running into a trademark at some point here. He doesn't know what we can see, that Yampi's used it deep on triple. So CNED is concerned that he might not even be able to flank properly. He takes the longest route around.
It's being watched for. Nats is aware.
Hyper aware.
Hyper aware. Doesn't win the fight. It's CNED who rips it away. Skipping around and to the side. Information granted and given. Soulcast is so uncomfortable, he's antsy. And they all topple. They all fall.
What a way for Na'Vi to just shepherd Team Liquid into a round win. All off the back of Na'Vi setting the tempo early on. They put the squeeze, flash out into Fountain, swing from Hookah, and then CNED winning the fight and giving so much information. I mean, Zipan's just perfectly set up for the duel. I feel devastated for Nats there, though. He's done everything he can for Liquid, and he just chose the worst time in the world to go for a strafe.
Yeah, the reposition there.
He looked like he was ready for it.
I mean, the passion from CNED here.
I don't think I've seen that from him
I don't think I've seen him this passionate. He's normally a quiet, reserved player, but you can see how much it means to them. They've had a rough season, but it matters not. All that matters is how you perform at the culmination. A final hurdle of champions.
Both duelists looking to try and take Hookah control here. Safe with a headshot through the wall early on, has to give it.
A lot of damage backing away for the heal. Top back up to 100. Space is given though to them, and Na'Vi are fast on it, aren't they? They've already taken that Hookah control. Spike is there. Do they want to explode out into this? It's a heavy, heavy fight being taken by Liquid. Did he still want to try and control this one? I mean, the rendezvous is not ideal for Yampi if they did push themselves up onto that angle.
I mean, he's already used it too. He was trying to contest over towards B long. They went for a little flashback out. They know that Yampi and Soulcast are still fighting around here.
And they're
Angel's going for it.
Yep, they're pushing it. Any util to clear this? No, not at all. Tinked through the wall. Xiao dropped down to half HP.
And no reaction from CNED and Zipan.
Watch
they
it
had a
for
moment.
Battle of the Lurkers as well. Nats versus Sugetsu taking place on the other side of things. This is Team Liquid's chance to really grab control once more. Bring it even.
30 seconds left.
Another round of OT. Stay alive in the series.
Sugetsu doing work on the other side of the map.
He's put down Redgar, but he doesn't anticipate Nats yet. Swinging from the sidelines. With this 2v4, a tap onto it. Xiao's just creating noise as well to try and anchor these plays. He's through the TP. Through short now, but there's no time. Zipan doesn't have health. Nats, he spotted his information. He's going to be noted here. Zipan lands that shot, but he has to stick this. And already Yampi's running onto the sideline. He lands it, bringing down Zipan. Doesn't let it get dicey.
Perfect timing from Yampi through the teleporter. An excellent play by Nats as well. Cleaning up Sugetsu and being able to turn there to deal with Xiao. Really nice anchoring of the A side. This is a battle between two teams that are separated by the slimmest of margins.
That's a championship winning call, bro.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but
there's a long way to go there, Safe.
It's the first stepping stone, so.
But I mean,
respect it though, keeping the morale up.
Yeah, definitely. And building up whoever it was that made that mid-round for Team Liquid. 13-13.
Another round of overtime. Grant and Showers control.
I mean, look at that. Soulcast forced to use the guiding light just to check whether or not Na'Vi have taken full sand control. That deep smoke from Angel, he's already used 2 of his smokes, and we're only 20 seconds into the round. If Team Liquid recognize that, they can slow the pace down dramatically and be rewarded in a similar way to their comeback on Fracture.
Oh, Yampi falls. Toppled down, that is just sublime. Anticipating it. Players going to be crossing into that angle, still tucked onto the corner, stuns at the feet. Nats, he's dodging and juking and still gets out with a kill and the heal on top. So, back up to 100, but player advantage remains for Na'Vi.
They have to be worried about somebody pushing here. You can see the way that Team Liquid are clearing these areas, trying to contact through, having weapons out ready for every corner. They're concerned that somebody from Na'Vi has gotten deep, and that means that this push is going to be slow. No running into the B site. 20 seconds. It will offer Xiao an opportunity to get his team up to match point again.
For Xiao to be that difference maker. He's got full util, but he doesn't want to reveal his position. He has to just try and bide the positioning, the time. He takes the duel. No one's turning around.
Oblivious.
Spike drop down, and Nats in the corner, cowering in fear, man. It's Na'Vi once more at the precipice.
Match point.
It feels like Na'Vi have been in the driving seat for the majority of this game. Team Liquid are going to take a tag timeout to alter the situation. But this is a very different story to what we've seen recently. It's Team Liquid who won in EMEA. Both of these teams we thought would be fighting for second place EMEA this year, and they've taken vastly different directions. I mean, for Liquid, they had an awful performance at Lock-In, peaked with that trophy that'll be a permanent reminder for them in their cabinet of how well they can perform when everyone's at their peak. And yet here, both of these teams split by a knife's edge, and yet Na'Vi in control. Looking like they might go 2-0 in a map pool that, honestly, I think either of these teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we were playing today, Fracture, Bind, and Split.
Seeing that manifest, man, just how close it is. I said earlier, that round differential, I believe it is, like, you know, at most 3 rounds this year between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
They don't blow each other out, man.
Again, think back to the press conference here, where Emil and Doom Bros are talking about how these tactical timeouts, they can tell when the other is going to call one, and they know what each other are thinking in their heads. So there's a tactical timeout called by Team Liquid. I believe we're about to go into a tactical timeout by Na'Vi. The identical twin brother coaches have called back-to-back timeouts exactly at the same time here, heading into round 28. Look at that.
Always awkward if you're calling a timeout at the same time at the opposition.
Yeah, you never like to.
Yeah, you said your piece in the first one.
Quite. Nobody needs 2 minutes. But this is just going to add so much more tension to the players. In spots like this, you feel like, okay, I've already said my piece. I want to get back into it. I want to get back into the action. I want to impose my will upon the game. And instead, you're forced to just sit there.
Feel like
exchanging pleasantries.
Yeah. But think about it. Yes, it's the beginning of champs, but still, right off the bat, your opening match is not one you want to lose. Instantly in hot water, going down to elimination. Once more, it's Na'Vi. Only having to take that 1 step forwards, 1 more round. They've been in this position, feels like multiple times so far on this map.
I think one of the biggest things that Team Liquid have had in their favor on the defense side is Yampi's operator and trademark setups. This time trademark goes towards short, he's going to try and op showers. That allows them to stack 3 players on B. Usually he's being supported by Sky utility.
Na'Vi are not using util to take showers here. They're just wide swinging. Yampi could absolutely get an opening pick. And they're doing it again. See how Yampi gets set up onto the line. He actually doesn't choose to take it, yeah.
Yeah, he's taking a very passive approach here with the operator. That might end up being a difference maker, or it could lure Angel into his death.
Holding. It comes down to this. Missing it. Just barely.
I don't know how. It looked good to me. And just the thinnest of margins.
With that, Na'Vi granted some information. They know now where the operator is.
And Yampi's forced to take a more passive line. So the info that he was able to get and the confidence that the rest of Team Liquid were able to place in him is diminished. This means Na'Vi are going to be able to get set up for an execute into these two players on A. They can finally hit the weak side of Team Liquid.
The pull's late. Zipan's already into the back of the site here. It's up to this gun duel that's about to be taken. Nats! Patience is played by him. Still lands last shot there. Snakebite to the back. Yampi repositioning now. Rendezvous. All the way back to safety now, and time is running so damn short. That's a lovely. The crossfire set up, and Nats brought down once more still. Reinforcements are there with Savin to the back. And Sugetsu, enough with the reset. We are going once more to another round of OT.
You're seeing the discipline on play here by Team Liquid. I mean, the way that Nats was supporting Yampi there is phenomenal. He's got that trigger discipline to wait as Zipan runs through the smoke, but also instantly swings to try and help Yampi, who's in his reload animation, and stop him from getting punished by CNED. Immaculate team play there from the two defenders on the A side, buying enough time for Safe to come in, and the cavalry arrived. What is it going to take for one of these two teams to get over the line?
You see that third map, or is it series done and dusted? Bit more left to play.
I got the spike.
So Cass notified there, that deep flash to be long. Still that smoke in his face, and Team Liquid are grouped up here. 3-2 split potentially. Trying to force out that util. Oh, what a fight to be taken. I mean, Safe was right off the back of that one. CNED, I believe, on top of the box. Loses that duel. But instantly it's Na'Vi once more. Plugging up the holes in the defense. They want to take the fights right to them, and they're winning them out. Doesn't matter. Somehow always finding the miracle moments in these rounds here. Close to the corner again, spam into a red car. He swings, good timing on it. Xiao, he's really being pressured now. He's feeling it, he can hear it, and he's dodging to the side, left and right. Leaves it to Yampi. 1v2. Surely Xiao's done the most. Still the rendezvous available, but Yampi is guessing where are these players. Not a clue. Peeks it. Not able to hit it.
The Na'Vi players can just pull magic out of everywhere. What is that from Xiao? And also Angel taking an uncomfortable duel over by Hookah, and he's able to find the flick shot that he needs. That duo coming up with the goods there. Take a look at the replay here. He answers instantly onto a player that had just got the first kill, and the way he dances around this box was just beautiful.
Look at the passion, man. Arm rests off. Complete despair on the other side for Team Liquid.
CNED's going to pull out an operator here. Attack side op for the Neon. That's going to give them less options if he isn't able to find an opening duel. He's anticipating taking the op fight against Yampi here, who has decided to just opt into the Vandal.
He's fired off the shots though. Now he's made it acutely aware that he's got the operator in his hands.
I think that's a really unusual way of playing. Perhaps he thought he'd been spotted anyway. But Team Liquid are going to be now aware of this. Look, perhaps to just play a little more cautiously. I do in general like the attack side op from CNED. I think it lends itself more into favoring the contact style that Angel likes to call, because it puts fear into the defenders. They don't want to info peek as much. It lets you contact through as they're doing now in showers. It gives you free map control.
Rekka, he's in a one and done. He's got to get a bit more than that though. Running forwards, his adjustments with it. Already gliding into the back, CNED. He's brought down. Towards the back, a triple here. This should be watertight seal when it comes to this site. Spike dropped down, out. Xiao's picked up this operator, but can't find an open angle, can he? 2 versus 4 picks it up, running all the way through. And it's brought down once more, 15 to 15. How far are we going to go?
It's been Na'Vi with the opportunities every time, though, to close this one out. Team Liquid need a run of 2 even to set themselves up with that map point opportunity. But here you see the difficulty of actually getting into the site. CNED just running and diving through. Not really set up with any utility that they needed to break those crossfires and allow the entry to happen. Zipan is definitely struggling in that department. So cheeky idea with the operator, but it's not going to work to close things out for Na'Vi. When you get this deep, though, into overtime, you've got to go, I mean, beyond the strap bar.
Yeah, conditioning goes out the window. You keep a rough outline of what the opposing team was doing at a given portion of the map. Na'Vi have been doing this a lot. It's a dodge of the Sky Flash, and they tuck Angel deep onto this corner.
Blinded.
At some point, the way that Xiao and Angel have been playing is surely going to get overwhelmed. They've been pulling out miracles.
Will they clear it? Is it going to be the double face once more? Red guy's not set up. Yampi! He cannot respond, and still rock solid. A complete hold. And the fight's being isolated. It leaves it to Nats. But again, Spike out in the open. The crossfire setup. It's all there.
Maybe one day this B-hold will crumble for Na'Vi. Maybe one day Angel and Xiao won't be able to stand up, but it's not today. And that was just immaculate. Able to take the kills through the smokes as required. Na'Vi get up to another match point. 16-15. Neither team able to get across the line on their attack side.
I mean, look at that timeline.
It's just a sea of teal.
Will Na'Vi be able to do it? They've had so many chances for the series to advance in their groups against all expectations, all odds.
And if this keeps going, Na'Vi might be in a position to... If this keeps going, Na'Vi might be in a position to break their own record of the longest game we've ever had at a global tournament. The score in that one was 19-17. This just doesn't seem to show any signs of stopping.
Will Na'Vi break through? It's the big question. CNED, fast lane there, Flash inside of it. No one can really play the marks towards it. Stuns. It's all being supplemented to try and get them into the side, but it's anyone's game, really. And it's a guessing game at that. Holding for these smokes, but this time, fully advantage for Na'Vi. It's going to be a miracle. And for the map, for the series, Team Liquid having to retake.
But it doesn't look like they're exactly conscious that Yampi could be posted up here. They're playing inside the tube, making sure that they're not open to Hookah, but do they really know that Yampi's here?
Yampi wants an open sight line. He's got to know. And look at it, he's expecting almost a push coming through into the back of the site there. It's traded immediately. 2 versus 3. Xiao, he falls. Redgar, you're going to be the difference maker. Still the crossfire. Onto the B-long angle, a tap onto it, it's a smoke, you have to force it into the spam. Redgar sticking it, I don't believe he got half, it leaves it to Yampi, into the 1v1, and time. It's against him. Oh, the satchel half on it, pushed away, Zipan will shut it down, and Na'Vi move forward.
I think it's going to be the most unpredictable group that we have here at Champions Los Angeles. Group D, absolute titans, teams that have won tournaments before, going up, stacking off. This time, Team Liquid, despite the heroics of Nats and Save, end up getting taken down. Mimi was talking about it on the desk, how at some point this year, these two teams crossed paths. And what once was Na'Vi heading for the number 1 and 2 spot within EMEA ended up in a bit of a decline, a bit of a slump, I think it's fair to say. But they have put themselves up in a great situation here in the first game of groups.
Of course, a round of applause here for Team Liquid. Play their hearts out. I mean, a knife's edge the entire time. See the series go in either direction, but they will be playing now from the elimination side of their group.
And having to face off against the loser of DRX and Loud.
Not a fight you want to take, either way.
Certainly not. But I think both of these teams in pretty reasonable form. There were a lot of questions about where these two teams would end up being, what caliber of play they would bring to the game, and it was actually really quite impressive. I was particularly impressed with what Nats was bringing out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's send it down to the desk as well to break it all down.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. What a game we saw. 4 rounds separating Liquid and Na'Vi. That's how close this matchup was. Don't let the 2-0 confuse you there. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Sean Garris as we look to jump into the action. And let's just go straight for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because you got to give your flowers to Suigetsu, man. This guy, Mimi, just pulled off highlights. These shots were just absurd.
I mean, in this overtime, it was a battle of these two Viper players. Nats, this is his map, his moment where he's always stepping up, but Suigetsu mirrored that as well. And we had this question at the beginning of the day. Would Group D be the group of death, the group of disappointment? Which one of these teams would step up? And while there was some silliness, there were some mistakes made, I actually think both of these teams showed us really stronger form than I was expecting.
I couldn't agree more. I was really impressed with the form Na'Vi brought today in particular. I thought all of the players from Na'Vi had really key moments throughout this series. I loved CNED on the Neon. I think he had tons of impact.
Yeah, and they were cooking with this composition too. They had great ideas for the retakes on the defense. On their attacking side, well, they struggled a little bit more there. I think these slower rounds into these late B execs that were always so good for them was well put together. And Angel also, I mean, the guy's just rolling back the years. He's putting up ridiculous numbers.
Yeah, I know. It gave me hope. It really did. And to be completely honest with you, like, you know, I don't think anyone really was coming out of LCQ. A lot of people were doubting out Na'Vi, and for good reason, Sean, because, you know, there was just so many ups and downs with this team, and we weren't quite sure what we were going to get out of them. But to see the way that this Na'Vi squad has really put themselves together, it does feel like this is I don't want to say a different team, but this is a re-energized team.
Yeah, they are, and even re-energized is the perfect word. Watching CNED like scream like that, I think Josh and Brent even pointed it out. You know, I don't think I've ever seen CNED get that animated on the stage.
And the thing is, he's either calm, or in EMEA, we saw him like slamming his desk, getting mad, getting annoyed with what was going on for Na'Vi. This is the first time in quite a while where Na'Vi's really breaking their loss streak and finding themselves back in that form where they really can be a contender for top spots. I think it's especially impressive how well they were able to adapt, come up with new ideas late, particularly on that defensive side in overtime. It becomes a totally different game.
Yeah, but we do have to be a little concerned, though, about whether or not this is something that could end up being detrimental to them, right? Like, they're showing us some really fun ideas, some unique ideas. Could that be something that plays into it later on when they go deeper into the tournament? We got to see, like, what that, you know, what that Rolodex looks like of plays that they have.
I mean, these 2 rounds we're watching on the screen, these B hits with the Neon Wall, that is just all mid-rounding there from likely Angel. I mean, the Neon Wall blocks off the elbow player from the under hookah player from the backside player, and no one knows who's first contact in the crossfire anymore. It's just such good utility usage.
Yeah, I think they do have to work on some things. The attacking sides, I feel like some of those ideas got a little bit predictable. There was a lot of those kind of like 2-stage execs where they invested a lot of their utility, and then we're trying to contact out in the late rounds. We still saw issues, but I think this is a really great foundation for Na'Vi to build off of. We know them as a team who tends to get better deeper into tournaments. Remember, they only won 1 pistol round today, got eco'd immediately after that. There's a lot of room for improvement that I think we could see throughout their run in this event.
Yeah, and if there's a team to do it, it would be, you know, Angel, Doom Bros,
I mean, the experience. They've won tournaments before. They didn't have Suigetsu for half the time at Copenhagen when they made their run to win it. They're great in these long-form kind of tournaments.
Yeah, and there really is something to be said about a team that can thrive in a tournament environment, kind of like what we saw happen with Crew at LCQ, and also Na'Vi here, or Na'Vi in Copenhagen, rather, and then, you know, the season structure as well. It's very hard. It's a different type of game you're playing at times.
Yeah, you have to be able to adapt. You have to be able to switch comps, which is what Na'Vi has shown they're capable of doing. Whether it's, you know, at a suboptimal level or not is kind of up to your interpretation. I think personally that they can flex on so many things bodes really well for them now that they won this opening game.
And again, for Liquid going down to that lower bracket, they had a lot of opportunities today that slipped away from them. And either of those teams, DRX or Loud, we don't know what form they'll be in yet, but they're at risk of another disappointing tournament here if they can't turn it around.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out about that in a little bit. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Mitch Man. He's actually standing by with me. You got over there, buddy? Suigetsu? Sick. You got Suigetsu for our Verizon post-match interview. Like the flow.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, I'm down here on the stage with Sugetsu after that incredible opening map here, or opening series. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, look, this is a really interesting game. Starting it out on Fracture, there were some changes that Liquid brought to the table. What did you make of these changes? Like, why do you think they decided to swap it up?
I mean, they probably watched our game when we were playing in the ME League, and they wanted to adapt to us, like somehow counter us, I don't know. Angel was laughing on their pick. They like basically didn't have Sentinel, so it's like it was easy for us, kinda, you can say, to play against. So,
yeah, it's always going to be a downside. They took the risk. It didn't pay off this time around. And look, starting out map 2, Angel was on fire. He was playing like a different game, but it was later on that you really started to take the mantle on map 2. You were on fire map 1 as well. How did you feel playing here in front of the US crowd?
I mean, it's first time experience, so I really like this. Thank you guys, thank you for cheering for Navi. Very appreciate it.
Yeah, they were certainly cheering you guys on during all those plays. It was beautiful to see. Now look, Liquid are sent down to the lower brackets. They're going to have that lower bracket run. Do you feel like they're going to be successful after what you saw from them here today?
Yeah, definitely. I think they can beat the Rigs or Loud like easily. Like, yeah, I think we will go out from group like V and probably Liquid.
Okay. Well, talking about your next matchup, do you have any preference? Do you have any idea on which team you're going to be facing?
I really like how Aspas playing, so I want to really face Aspas. I respect him a lot. There's probably one Jet which I respect. Is just don't count CNET, of course. So I'm looking forward to our match against Loud and Jet.
Okay, feeling Loud for sure. And look, you obviously, that'll be an international matchup, but you're starting here on the stage against an EMEA team. Do you think that helps, like feeling like you're at home out here?
Honestly, yes. I feel more boring, like full, and it's like, when I saw Bracket, I saw Liquid, and it's like, again EMEA teams, why EMEA teams, always like, so, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, we have confidence to play against them, it's like, yeah. We played a lot against them.
Well, one guy that had a lot of confidence out there today was Nats, actually, on the other side. It almost looked like he was back in his prime form from back in the day, taking you guys down a couple of times from behind. Did you feel that on the server, that you were playing the Nats of old?
Yeah, I feel Nats was killing me all the time, like behind. I didn't face him almost, so I don't remember when I was 1v1 against him, with him I mean. But most of the time he was like killing us in behind. Kinda annoying when we were attacking on Lamp's position. They were delaying me and my team. With Astra Utilities, with Nat Smoke, with Mollis, so it was kinda hard. On Fracture I didn't feel anything, but on Bind, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. He was unleashed on Bind. Well, listen, I'll unleash you backstage, back to your team. Thank you so much for coming down here for the interview, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Toss it off to a break. We'll see you soon.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull Campus Clutch!
Register now for your national qualifier.
I just wanna know if I should let you go. If I should let you go. Hey, you're the reason I wake up. I just wanna know if I need to let go. I need to let go. Nah, nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. 16 of the world's best teams have come to LA with the same goal: win it all and make history. There's love on the stage, but you best believe there will be no love on the server, as we have two teams that have not only defined esports, but have also defined professional Valorant for what it is here in 2023. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two hungry teams.
Okay, off of his contact, there's a fault line and a flash into the corner. Will collect the one kill. Plenty more players waiting, though, to receive, and yeah, he's diligent with it. Checking the right corners.
Yeah,
giving the ace.
Well, that's going to boost up the energy and the confidence.
Look at this group up. Players are meeting him pound for pound. Zipan! Oh, the man with the plan. And a bit of RNG, lighting up the bodies. It's even so far safe. He's ran them down and seen it with the operator. Damage said still, everyone's weak and they all fall down. 13-11. That's map number 1, Raptor. All the rifles connect. Taking into it with the operator, never ideal as well. CNED's using himself as bait, running forwards. Angel, he's already cleaned him up. 3 in a round 4, make it 4. You cannot make this up, man. 20 seconds left. Cosmic Divide obfuscating, hiding, all Qs. That's a 2-piece. An instant response with the overdrive, he can't quite hit it. It's all CNED. Lock on, he hears the jump out. It fades away, forces it to a 1v1. And Sugetsu, an absolute menace. Yampy falls. Well, down, that is just sublime. And Na'Vi move forward.
I think it's going to be the most unpredictable group that we have here at Champions Los Angeles.
Welcome back, everyone, to Champions LA. You just saw your Prime Gaming post-match highlights for the series that we just witnessed. Team Liquid, Na'Vi, a great matchup. And we'll see what ends up happening with both of those teams in the bracket. But for now, we have a new match to focus on. And, of course, I'm Golden Boy, joined by Sean Gares, and we're joined by Tomathan of Business. He is here with us today. Tom, pleasure to have you here, and I'm looking forward to hearing the business talk.
Yeah, you know, I'm excited. We got to see our two EMEA teams battle. I thought Liquid was going to win coming into today, and it was a lot closer than I expected, and Na'Vi took the dub, so a good start, and maybe some surprises to come.
Exactly, and you know, there are going to be, I think, a few amount of surprises for our next matchup here, because let's actually go ahead and focus on our first squad, because DRX is going to be making their Champions debut in just a little while, and you know, actually a fun little story apparently that Sean told us as we were getting ready and prepping everything is that you've actually been playing against some DRX or playing with DRX members in your game?
No, they stole my lunch money.
They stole your lunch money?
Yeah, they took my elo. They kept,
do you have a pick of that?
I don't know. Dude.
Don't a lot of people do that?
I hope
is
they don't
this
have
I think we might do, actually. Let's take a look at
Mako
this
and Stax actually just punked me. Just actually put me down. Come on, late at night, you know, I'm ready to play some ranked, and I run into these guys.
Let's go ahead and judge. 13 kills, Sean.
It's not bad.
That's actually pretty good against these guys.
It's
Dude,
the worst on your team, but other than that, it's great.
Look at them. Look at them, though. That's unreal.
Yeah. Oh.
Like
that's 11. The only ones.
Why didn't we get your head-to-head stats versus just them individually? Would you have been battered?
I think I had the chamber, but the Gecko just. I think that was Stax. I'm telling you, they are in insane form. Change your pick'ems right now.
It's all based off of Sean's ranked performance and what he's seen. That's what he's making his prediction based on here. But you know, I think it's quite fascinating though as we look at their opponents on the other side, because you got Loud, and a year ago these were guys that won Champions Istanbul. But they did it with two different players. Now they have Tuiz and Kawanzin, and they have contributed so much to this team. But now the question is, right? They've gotten, they fall short so many times, Tom. Can they do it here? That's the question, right?
You know what, GB? I love a story.
You like a story?
And that's what I've got here for you today. It's not necessarily going off any statistical data. I'm not going off anything that we've seen across the season, what we saw in Americas, nothing like that.
Yeah.
I'm going purely based on what has happened in the past, in history. So we're going to take a look at just what actually happened throughout last year. So you've got Masters 1 Reykjavik, second place, very similar to Lock-In. You see it was a second place. And then you had in Copenhagen, they bombed out. They barely did anything. They went straight out of the groups. Same as in Masters Tokyo. They got to skip a stage in Tokyo.
That's right.
They technically bombed straight out of it.
So it still fits your narrative.
They won Champions, GB.
I love this
So
narrative.
that means they're going to win Champions. It's done.
You're spitting.
Yeah.
I like it.
Is it real? Do we think Loud's winning Champions?
Oh.
Do you agree with Tom?
Okay, maybe not.
Oh. The crowd's like...
Crickets.
They're like, oh, no.
You want something, dog.
Who is winning Champions? That's the real question.
Yeah, you know, honestly, there's so many questions that we have here. And honestly, you know, one question is, you know, what are DRX going to play? Who is DRX going to play, right? Because they have options.
Loud.
They can play, well, they are going to play Loud.
Yeah.
Okay, how dare you, troll. But also, they have Foxy9, and they also have Zest. And
they play very different roles.
We just don't know what they're going to play here, Sean.
That's the craziest thing about DRX. And honestly, my biggest criticism of them throughout this year is they've floated this six-player roster all year. And it's not like they have map-specific comps or players that play certain maps. No, they split the reps across all of the maps, right? Zest plays all 7, and Foxy9 plays all 7, and they might just switch them out interchangeably. Now that sounds good in theory, but they only get half of the reps with each of those lineups.
Well, it seems harsher than that, Sean, because you're putting it like, oh, maybe they just decide, like, we'll play you for a day. It's not. It goes, Foxy, you're playing. You lost, get out. Now we're playing Zest. He's on the team now. They've done that back-to-back tournaments. It's crazy. It's harsh, if anything. So I don't know if they're going to start again, because this is the most important tournament of their entire year. They kicked him out halfway through Tokyo. Do they even play him at all here?
That's a great question. And look, I think if you are looking for the consistency, you're looking for the comfort, what the players are used to, I think Zest is probably the best option for that one. But, you know, on the other side, though, I mean, I don't know. I kind of can't help but feel like you got to take the risk on the young gun to give you that extra oomph in these big tournament games, Sean.
I would agree, but it did seem like the Foxy 9 comps fell flat when they ran them. When that lineup was in play, there was so many mental mistakes. And coming from a team like DRX, who is the most buttoned-up team, they innovate harder than anyone, and they play such polished Valorant, right? They're always farming orbs ahead of time. They're quick on metas, way ahead of other teams. You didn't really see that in the Foxy 9 comps. You saw a lot of, aim duels and trying to just diff their opponents. They're going to need to bring back their old style, in my opinion, if they want to make a deep run here.
Yeah, and you also saw there, right, the last time these two teams squared off against one another, the journey that they've both gone on here at this point. DRX clearly wants to try and right the wrongs of the past. And then, for Loud, it's very straightforward, right? Back-to-back championship wins. That's what they
it's a crazy story, especially with the same sort of fall-off of last year, them just having a weird blip in the middle. But the fact is, other than that blip of Tokyo, they have been incredible all year. A second place, they probably should have won the first event of the year, if we're being brutally honest. In Americas, they were nigh on flawless, other than, I think, a single loss throughout. So realistically, I think we do have to look at Tokyo and go, that was a blip. Now we see what Loud have got. If they fail again here, then we start to question them.
I'm scared, though, Tom. I'm really scared. And this is coming from someone that loves Loud. They made me fall in love with Harbor Viper. They set the meta in Americas, and everyone followed suit like sheep, right? And Loud just dominated them year-round. But now they're not running these Harbor Viper comps. They've switched to different styles, and none of those styles have worked for them. So I don't even know what they're going to bring to the table here today.
Yeah, we are going to be in for a treat. That is for certain here. But, and we're honestly not really going to know what's going to happen on that stage. But if there's one thing that I am quite confident in, it's that Stax will be yelling Vamos at the top of his lungs. And it will be echoed throughout the shrine. And as a matter of fact, we have a Vamo compilation. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at it.
Vamos. Boa porra, vamos time. Vamos.
Can I just say, as a Hispanic man, it makes me very happy.
Yeah, who did it best?
Honestly, Stax is gonna go to the Vamo, man. But that being said, though, it's really cool to see how Stax has taken to this, but also that energy, right, that he brings to the table. Because you always see it with the Brazilian teams when they're on that stage, especially at Lock-In. That energy was out of this world, and Stax obviously doing the same thing here, channeling it.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because his team has a lot of quiet players in it, right? So to see him popping off like that and bringing the energy, bringing the hype to his team, and probably, when Mako's usually top of the scoreboard too, but Stax is popping off too with him.
I don't know, I feel like he's the only person that might be as iconic as Kang. The mouse kiss was probably one of the greatest moments ever in Valorant, so we'll see if they're going to be winning some games, maybe we'll get a few more moments like that.
I mean, they're going to need it, because it felt like in Tokyo, this was a team that was really struggling to adapt, to do something differently, and I just feel like when you go up against a squad like Loud, you need to be able to adapt on the fly, because they will surely be doing that.
Well, my worry is more so, I feel like their slump has been a little bit longer, having upset losses to Team Secret over in Pacific. They've definitely lost their crown. Paper X are the #1 team in that region, whereas I would say, at least in Americas, Loud were the best team for the majority of the season. So I feel like I'm giving a little bit more wiggle room to Loud to bounce back, whereas for DRX, I'm like, you really have to prove now that you aren't in that sort of slump, even if you are still probably the second best team in your region.
That's so fascinating, though, right? Because DRX, we've been praising this team for such a long time, and I feel like now, even last Champions, wasn't the narrative, it was DRX are surely going to win this event. Surely they had one of the deepest runs that they've ever had, but I mean, at some point we have to start asking the questions, and maybe it does rest in that whole Zest Foxy 9 situation, not clinging to the past rather than looking forward to the future.
Yeah, I think for the first time you have to question DRX's mental entering a tournament, right? Ever since that finals where they lost the 2-0 lead over PRX, reverse swept in a best-of-5, they haven't looked the same. I'm not gonna, I feel like that was a real punch in the gut in those finals, and Tokyo, like you said, they did not show up in that event. I don't think that this team will look that way again. I am such a believer in their structure and their fundamentals and their ideas that they bring. They innovate in the same way that PRX does. And it is very hard to envision them falling flat again.
Do you believe, Tom?
Do I believe in DRX?
Yes.
In this game?
Yes.
No.
Oh!
No, I'm definitely on the loud
Boo this man! Boo this man! Let him know! Yes!
Damn. NA crowd booing an EMEA guy. Who could have seen that coming?
You know what, guys? Look, Coach Termi and Fraud are actually standing by for map selection, so let's go ahead and see where we're headed.
All right, first of all, congrats to both of you for champions and another event on both of your records, so congrats on that. So we're going to get started. DRX, you are higher seed. You will get to choose Team A or Team B. Team B, so Loud, you will be Team A. And then you will start with your first ban. Ban Fracture, your ban. They banned Bind. So Loud, map number 1. Lotus, side on Lotus. Attack, map number 2. They pick Split, side on Split. Attack. Okay, so next set of bans, starting with Loud, you have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl. You ban Haven. So your ban, you have Ascent and Pearl. Ban Pearl. And then so map number 3 will be Ascent. And so side on Ascent. Attack. Okay, I'm gonna run through this, make sure we're all set. Loud, you ban Fracture. DRX, you ban Bind. Map number 1 will be Lotus with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with Loud on attack. Next set of bans were Loud with Haven, DRX with Pearl. Makes map number 3 Ascent with Loud on attack. Sounds good? All right, good luck to you both.
When you think about high-quality Valorant, 2 team names should pop up in your head immediately, DRX and Loud. And thankfully, these 2 teams are going to take the stage. And honestly, I'm excited because this matchup is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I watch these teams early on in tournaments, I learn new fundamental things about the game. Their pistol round approaches are flawless. Their first guns are flawless. Their ult strats are flawless. So this is going to be an absolute banger, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I think we've also seen more of a play with the veto as well. Coming out of the side of DRX, then banning Bind, a map that's been insane for Loud. Like, they don't want to play them on it, but it means they have to go into what previously was their permaban. So this first map's going to be an interesting one, more so because I want to see what on earth did DRX change? What have they brought in after they've got banged 13-3 the last time they played this map, and the only time they played this map?
Yeah, the only way DRX floats this map like this is if they have so many set plays, so many ideas, and they've innovated on it in a way that Loud can't anticipate. Now, the question really is, what does Loud bring to the table? Are they going to run these Neon comps again? They did not work at all in Tokyo.
If I could take a stab at this, genuinely, I think Loud are just going to try and punch them in the face. Like, they're just going to go straight at them, and they're just not... Because really, when you think about it, DRX thrives in their structure, whereas with Loud, they have Aspas, for goodness sake. They could just send him and kill.
I love that you're sat next to Sean Gares, like a masterful in-game leader, and your strategy is just punch him in the face.
He knows. He's seen
When I competed, that's what I used to do. So, I mean, like, not physically, obviously, but, you know, here's more of a straight time. That being said, though, I do think that this is going to have to be one of those situations, Tom, where it's like, you know, let take advantage of the fact that this team is so structured, and take advantage of the fact you have such high firepower on your squad.
I will say the fun thing about this matchup now, the Foxy Knights isn't in there, is you are going to get Buzz back on the duelist. And I think Buzz versus Aspas is something that goes back over the last few years. It's a really exciting matchup. Both sort of very, I want to say, clever in the way they play the duelist. Not overly aggressive all of the time, very good at picking the right fights. And I think that's going to mean that this is going to be much more about those setups, maybe with a little bit of punching in the face.
Ooh, a little bit of spoiler on the screen there. We might get some raises on the board here. I love seeing this change out of Loud. They were, like I said, running the Neon. They switch Aspas over to the Raze. People are probably a little bit sad. They probably want to see him on the Jet. His Raze is insane.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I know
and
that
also just Raze is better for you in this situation on Lotus anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And this is kind of the consequence of moving away from the Harbor Viper previously. You know, they want to use the Raze combined with the Fade. It is such a good combination. We've seen it a lot of times in Americas. And I love the comps from both of these teams right now.
Yeah, I believe on the other side of things as well, last time out, I think Stax was actually playing controller, so they've switched that between him and Zest to maybe give them slightly more on their comfort choices, and Zest, I feel like is a better secondary controller in that role, so I think that'll work out. Normally, though, Marco's the one playing that Viper. It's something he's actually quite well known for, so again, it seems like they are shifting things a little bit, maybe just to sort things out for their team.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one plays out. And LA, I'm going to need you to make some noise as we get ready for this one. Two world-class teams are ready to face off, so it's only fitting that we send it over to a world-class casting pair. It's Pansy and IPOC.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. A wonderful start to things here, and what an opening series for these two. Truly a litmus test of form coming into this.
Yeah, definitely, because I think both teams are in a very similar situation. When you look at the bigger picture, we're talking about historically DRX, one of those deep run teams, and now having a hiccup along the way after a fantastic regulation season.
One.
So what's crazy is we actually started this series here on Lotus. Again, 0-1 for DRX, 1-2, I believe, for Loud as well. So this isn't necessarily, I guess, in terms of recent data, one that's comfortable on either side here.
Let's find out who finds that comfort first. Loud going to start on the defending side, DRX on the attack, and a lot to be proven for both of these sides.
Actually, a slow probe towards A, but very quickly DRX in a position here to potentially pressure towards 2Es on Mound. Does have a second teammate behind him, less shoulder in that same corner, but they're setting up for this here, Lauren.
Yeah, but also look at the progress on the other side of the map as well. 2Es is taking a lot of this strain here, has to finally rescind, fall away, see a little deeper towards C. He's got the cavalry on the way from A, but can they bear the brunt of DRX going towards his site? Yes, they can. Lex connects first, and a follow-up. He's still laying down the fire. DRX, a mold. 4 still standing for Loud, and it's going to be inevitable, surely.
And the flank comes through so quickly, but what a hold from Loud. On that seaside crunch, less standing strong.
Beautiful.
I'm curious if that's actually a trend that will continue, because the concern being here, RB's actually drifted ahead of the turret as well, so even if that was a successful hit, that flank was still coming, and it was 3 strong, Lauren.
This has to be an early identification from DRX to note that, right? They have to get on top of this. If Loud come out, all guns are blazing, DRX need to hit that form real fast themselves. Wait and see when that timeout may hit. Obviously not going to be this early, but if it is going to be that adjustment, does it come through early on? Rinse and repeat, at least towards the C site. Once again, 2Es posted up, got that Bulldog in hand, and DRX going to take their time. Again, you look at this purchase, it's just that Sheriff for RB.
Going to switch up being a Sadak, who's going to be reinforcing 2Es over here. Adjustment of the Killjoy utility towards B. Seasoning actions, a couple of members of DRX creeping towards the site with the spike. Less primed to maybe clean up once again here.
There. Could be fantastic all progress for him, but again, he does only have that ghost, so it could be a little bit trickier. And the support system a little far away as well.
Some of the utility removed already as well, so he has to reposition. Create some resistance on the way in here for DRX.
Fortunately for him, Aspas does makes it over, draws the attention, and there comes the blow. Swift enough, but it is mostly less farming up. This guy, nasty so far. Stax with an opportunity, and a belting shot. Takes down Cowanty, he's got 40 seconds, he's got the spike, and he's got a 1v2.
77 HP, and the upgrade here to the SMG, a little bit of space, but Sadak, can he slip past?
Timing! Oh, he's gonna go back, he wants a bit more. Stax feeling ferocious. But he needs a plant, he needs that time on his side. He's found out how far away they are, so he's going to be able to judge this well enough. Plant going to come down. 9 seconds on the horn, so he's going to get that up soon enough, but the reposition is everything.
Be given a bit of space to work with here as well.
Getting
Spectre
closer.
could do wonders in these close quarters, Lauren.
It certainly could, but now opting for it. First bit of utility committed towards the site. The shot comes in as well. Sadak on the cross, but he's going to find a fair fight. Spots the gate, but he has to close in right now. Has to deny. Sadak, quick as lightning, takes down Stacks, removes all the threat, keeps 2 standing. But that's certainly a message there. DRX sending a loud message through that.
Stacks with an opportunity to actually clutch that out. The timing just missing the first on the pass through. 2E's lucky to escape there. But Sadak with a beautiful adjustment.
Again, it starts with this, right? Les is
Another 3K
really
for Les.
clean. That ult's on, knocking on the door now. That's going to be something lovely to keep in the pocket. There's the shot back from Sadak. Sharp today. We look at the buy coming in here for Loud. Now Les going to reward himself, a little bit of a treat. Going to pocket the Vandal. Everyone else kind of sticking on a little less. That's perfectly fine. First buy going to come in for DRX in this bonus for Loud. Let's see what they can achieve with it. But DRX, you want this clean. Yes, some contested rounds, but it has to be more than that.
Big exchange of utility here, but nothing really garnered on either side. Loud will be able to restart after that. Actually, a preemptive rotation here. Expecting DRX to maybe thread the needle towards another site.
I love that Loud are matching this.
Yeah.
As you're seeing the
very early
Vera
on
moves. Beautiful.
Sadak hasn't really had any information in terms of audio cues across this side of the map. But already 2 teammates ahead of this. Usually expecting a Viper in that situation just to slow down the hit a little bit.
Maybe a double fight going back in. DRX seem a little unsure of that final destination, but
Placing swarm grenade.
allowing RB to work a touch further. Going to remove some of the util, force a little bit of Loud to commit. But this then falls towards 2Es. Does have a Bulldog. Deciding off the back of just maybe a pixel out of place, he's going to fall back, invest the smoke, and call for some support.
30
Already
seconds
Cowanzine going
left.
to be the first to receive that call. Pain Shell, and this has to be commitment. 25 seconds, they've got to make a go of it towards C now. 2Es noted, Buzz gets away, fortunately, with his life there. And Loud going to respect this.
Yeah, retreating towards making sure they have an even 5v5 for this retake. Finally, Plant comes through. Not much in the form of utility. I mean, I'm seeing a Snakebite, a Prowler here for DRX. Only tools that they have ready to slow things down, try and hold on to the site.
Yeah, but explosive retake could be deadly. Loud going to draw blood first. Take down Buzz and then look towards the site. Marco's in a little bit of trouble, has to fall away from the corner, goes for the double dip, tries to take the fight, loses. Loud on the way back through, and DRX are crumbling. There's problems here. Zest and RB, desperate to hold on. Zest with greatness, but he needs more, and he hasn't got enough. The fuse started, and Loud will be loving that one. Converting the bonus here, couple of nice upgrades to put to hand. And DRX in trouble.
And it's awkward for DRX because when you see both players back away from side there, it's almost like you want somebody, one or two people from DRX to dig a little deeper, apply further pressure towards spawn because, Loud, like I said, in that situation, they're happy to sit back. Let's keep 5 up. We know that we have the utility advantage this late on in the round after what's happened elsewhere. I mean, Zest nearly.
What an attempt.
Nearly lining up a second there. Very comfortable start from Loud, though. DRX able to get a light shield purchase back in hand. Nightfall available here for Stacks as well. Loud consistently winning out with this rubble pressure early on.
So much of a priority put towards that. The amount of utility dump just to control that early space is essential to the outcome. Again, they can just post up 2Es, leave him there very isolated, but they can cheat the additional player towards C.
Trying to cycle those one-ways, and it does put Loud in a position to put 2 members towards either site elsewhere on the map. DRX probing once again. A very slow early round for them this time around. Not much in the form of information garnered, though. Now, looks like 2Es will be tested on this side.
Trying to prop up his chest a little bit, seem intimidating, but he does need to respect
The timing's
this.
perfect. Yeah, timing's perfect for him. Able to drift away. Does have the paranoia still, but 9 seconds away from a smoke. Has to rely on the space that's between them right now. Cowanzine does have a chance to actually pivot through. Maybe find a backstab here.
Buzz seems very aware of this, though. Still going to try and keep a check on it. 2Es has been noted now. And there's the first. Cowanzine! Clean as hell. Sprays!
Oh my!
And this time someone answers. Loud gifted the perfect hold on that. Stunning first two, but man, the stars aligned for the follow-ups. And RB looking irrelevant to the round. 10 seconds. It's dead time. I mean, Loud are absolutely tearing away with this game.
Yeah, locked out so far, DRX. Unable to really have a say in these. Kawanzin on the hunt for the ace, actually. Able to find it.
In the crowd?
Yeah, Tui's will find it. RB will fall. It's a rifle removed. But you're almost asking for a very early timeout here from DRX because this slow drift in the early round is not suiting them at all. This is just ridiculous. Paranoia lands and Mouse Swan and Prey. But they're desperate to find this trade. And they didn't even really require anyone from Loud to swing off site here. I mean, RB able to slip the net, but a little concerning here for DRX early on.
And here's the first real fight towards this. We saw the amount of utility invested before from Loud, but this time
going in.
There's bodies behind this, but Tui's is still up to the challenge, up to the fight. Aspas by his side. Stack's the only one to draw blood so far for DRX in this round. Tui's falls. And now we're starting to see a little bit of a fight back from DRX, digging their heels in here, trying to tame Loud just a little. Les and Sadak, the last two alive, the least noting less here. But where is that final player?
Noting the slower pace not working for... Hang on, RB's got all the way into the back lines here. Sadak, none the wiser to the possibility.
He needed to hit that, and now he's in so much trouble. Heartbreak for him.
Bought enough time, though. The Viper's Pit is down on site, spike planted. Stax does have his ultimate as well, but lockdown invested from less.
Does Stax go walking, or does he respect this? Falls away.
When they have a chance, I mean, they have a little bit of safety to play outside, and a chance actually for Zest to get back inside his pit as well.
There it is. That's the best that they could achieve here now. Loud going to get towards that spike. The first tap made. Zest looking for the challenge. Not going to find a target just yet. The spray's perfect, though. Zest going to connect straight through the pit. And now all down to Sadak, and 1 HP just simply ain't going to be enough. He knows this one's done, and DRX finally putting their name on the board here. First found, and it was a thrifty round. It was a bit of a brawl over towards Rubble.
Yeah, but a massive pace change. You're absolutely right. It is a brawl, but DRX happy to at least come out swinging in this round and rewarded for it, because Loud, a couple of times here, you're thinking, are they going to peel away from this? Are they going to retreat? But they commit actually a third player behind this towards Rubble. DRX almost sucker punching them there in round 5. Ult still available for Loud though. Kawanzin, Tui's and Aspas. Sack's still sitting on the Nightfall as well, but one off the lockdown for RB, and potentially within touching distance of the showstopper as well for Buzz.
And it looks like that Nightfall's coming through here. Now, I don't think it's going to catch anyone.
Yeah.
So that should be at least the green light to get towards the site. Now, you can see Sadak trying to backfill this stall out a little bit as well, make this harder work for DRX. Unable to make the most of all those seconds they bought with that Nightfall. Less going to respect it and fall away. But Sadak still standing, does go down. DRX claim the site, get the plant, and should be able to kind of defend this pretty well.
Looking at a lot more coordination on the way in here as well.
Yep.
Marco does find Kawanzin there. Aspas was considering making something work through the door, but now has to peel away. Regroup towards 2Es here. DRX digging their heels in on site. Stax will catch actually half of that paint shell, force him out of position. 2Es will find it.
It's down to 3. Buzz still waiting. First one. He's going to let... No, he doesn't let them pass. Strikes him back down. Stunning! Stunning from Buzz. 3 big kills in the post plant. Making a second for DRX now, starting to come alive here after being bullied by Loud initially. This is much better.
Alex said this looks way better in terms of coordination on the way in. The utility forced the player out. 2 members of DRX then chase down the other member on site here. That was actually after the Nightfall connects to nothing. Sadak tries to get ahead of it, backfill that space, or deny that space towards site. Really well constructed by DRX here. Seems that Thrifty might have just been a catalyst for DRX to claw their way back into this early deficit. 2 key ultimates I was mentioning previously, Showstopper and Lockdown, now available for DRX.
Not going to note the players postured up here. That's 3 of them. You can see the intent. They're trying to make the most of this, pressure them down. Aspas going to close the gap. He's trying to. Buzz makes a move, but he can't get away. Mid-air blown up, brought back down to earth.
I think Buzz actually popped his showstopper as well there, so...
Wasn't sure if that was the... Ooh.
I believe he did. We'll obviously get a chance to look after this, but Sadak now trying to slow things down. Feeling a ton of pressure, though, towards A side. Nobody from DRX showing their hand just yet.
Yeah, they paused for just a second. See if they can note where Sadak's repositioned to. Zest gonna make the cross and actually takes down Tui's with him. There's still Sadak on the back of the site though. Still a problem to be had. Cowanzine gonna note 2 players. Marco trying to get out of there, and Stacks, similar positions. Trying to fall away, give up the site. The barrel noted as 4 of the players now from Loud start making the way back through. This is so contested. Look at all this utility invested here. Stacks gonna be the first challenge. He succeeds, takes down Sadak, but Aspas might be following. Oh, he follows him to the grave. DRX holding this. It's Cowanzine and Les. With all that investment, all those ults, not going to make much of this just yet. Les is going to find Zest, but still, look at these deep positions from DRX. Hard to dig them out from here. It looks like Loud. They might be falling away from this.
Sax will force Les off the angle as well. Cowanzine, we forced to save, and the crack's starting to show in the finances here with that early lead from Loud. DRX bring it within 1 now. Bit of a step change, very early on for DRX. Looking way more coordinated now.
Absolutely.
That's even after conceding. There was a very quick decision made on the back of Buzz falling, who actually did pop the showstopper. I'm not sure if I actually missed the voice line there, but it was burnt up in an attempt to try and deny Aspas.
With the 3 connected here for DRX is enough. The Loud think it's time to take a pause for thought. We had a great start, 4 in a row. But that's not enough to give you the game. DRX have depth, we know that. They are one of the greats. This is why this game was going to be such a tantalizing prospect, right? What version do we get? Initially, it looked like Loud were back in form, aggressive, confident, in your face. And then we saw the perfect answer. DRX, always the kind of tacticians, that thinking man who comes with that great approach. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, there's a montage. But again, for DRX, this is showing some of their strengths here. So what's the answer for Loud? This is their timeout. What's the adjustment you're foreseeing?
I'm very curious, actually, if there's going to be a pace change from Loud coming out. If they dig a little deeper with this early round control, turn that into aggression, chasing down kills, and whether or not DRX are maybe feeling as if they can continue on the current pacing. I would be surprised if Loud get a little feisty. Especially here, seeing Tui's on a Bucky, but I mean, you have to try and make something work. Oh, actually swapping out to the Bulldog here, so as close to a purchase as you can probably imagine with the finances in this round.
Any ults nearby? I mean, Salak's 2 away. The rest were all burnt up in just that previous round, pretty much, apart from the TPs on both sides. 3 off for Stacks. Okay, it's the gun in hand sort of deal here. Let's see. Is that pace change? Is there going to be further exploration from Loud here? Do they commit even deeper on this? What are the adjustments now, complementing their ability to kind of match move for move? What DRX were doing initially, the rotations were perfect. This time around, let's see if DRX are going to maybe test the waters here, try and feel out what Loud have come up with after that timeout.
Fairly similar to previous, to be honest. Tui's posted up deep. We'll cycle through the smokes here. Zest will actually spot him. Curious if we do see a preemptive rotation come out Loud on the back of that. So it should clear out towards back rubble. It does indeed. Cowanzine across here, and DRX looking to actually take this space away from Loud. Maybe reading that there is a couple more players.
Placing swarm grenade.
Or if they're still actually anticipating Sadak being over towards Tree. Maybe that is the read from DRX.
Yeah, and they're having to go through quite a deep protocol list here for DRX, checking on all of these possibilities for Loud, but
30
as it stands, we can see the creep towards the site, right? They're right on that cusp of A, but Loud sitting just that bit deeper as well, not giving away too much this time. 20 seconds, they've run the clock low, but Buzz going to try and break in. Tui's will be the first test, but it's going to be the Paranoia landing perfectly, the double swing. Still going to take down 1 though. Aspas does need to fall away. Does he get out with his life? Yes! Outstanding movement. 10 seconds now, the plan needs to come through. DRX going to commit towards this here. 4 players standing by from Loud, ready to pounce on the way back in.
Coming back.
Actually, a ton of spam coming through. The smoke there, Marco. Rewarded there. Aspas will fall.
And Cowanzine noted, Marco's got more to do, and he's willing to do it. Smoke goes up, gives him another fight. DRX coming alive. Perfect Perfect work from DRX. Slower, patient, showing so much discipline and intent there, Mike, and it still worked.
And back to what you see them start off this half doing. I think making a similar read to what I'm anticipating, a pace change from Loud, but it just doesn't come. DRX, 4 rounds unanswered, looking firmly in control the home stretch of this first half on Lotus. Beautiful work from Marco here.
It's a treat watching him play when he's in this sort of form. Loud starting to hit a bit of a rough patch, so that's 4 now back-to-back. The timeout not working for him, right? Like, that's the biggest problem here. And again, the early challenge, the early investment. Loud want to brawl, and right now they're losing. The TP taken. Tui's does find a connection, but it's not without a trade. DRX stand with a man up to the good against the 3. Aspas, Sadak, and Les now.
Being Spike not committed here, and look at the space that RB is potentially going to find on the other side of the map. Obviously, Sadak has repositioned, so Seaside going to be wide open unless Les is going to be able to get within earshot. I don't think he will ahead of this. The pings come through on the minimap, but it's a wide open side for DRX here, Lauren.
Yeah, and RB not going to be able to get through completely unscathed, but the TP is going to allow for the plant to come in anyway for Marco, so not really hindering too much as Loud weren't able to get back in on time. And the 4v3 in this situation isn't pretty. They still don't have the best buy it.
No.
You know,
you retake it
even
with the
on a
Bucky
good
and the
day.
Guardian.
Yeah, this is not looking likely for them, but maybe Les can create that first step, right? They need someone to get that first player down. Sadak going to clear close, make it uncomfortable for the players close towards that ramp side. Maybe isolate RB a little bit, draw in a player. They need some kills to come through. Sadak's going to find one, but they need a whole lot more, and they need it fast. RB in danger. What? The double take! And he does get taken down, and now Aspas in a 1v2, but time is ticking. He's running low of it, one of the world's greats, but right now I don't think he can change anything. Has to fall away, has to respect the DRX once again. Striding through this game, taking the lead.
And playing this perfectly, the timing executed so well, especially to have RB in a position to capitalize on that, creating so much pressure around Rubble. Loud have shown that they're happy to dig their heels in, fight for that space when DRX do decide to follow through in the early round, but in the purchase, not really. RB's absolutely convinced he's got that first kill.
I swear he's dead. Had to mute that bit. Interesting.
Time to explode.
This is huge round for Loud. This is where being held on 4 is going to be brutal for them. Aspas going to get aggressive though, take all this space away. Commitment behind it, but this is not the same sort of brawl, right? We've shown that DRX, well, they've shown that they're willing to take a fight on that side if they have to. Right now, that's not the case. So a different look coming out here this round.
So not able to remove the alarm bot here. Kawanzin still guarding B site. A second member posted up deep though, towards Rubble, alongside 2Es. Maybe a little bit of a curveball. Aspas can try and give him some support. Again, with the information reads, I guess here, this might catch DRX off guard.
Certainly could. That additional body is curious and not noted this time around. So Aspas going to be played in. He's going to be good for 1, but it's traded out. So Zest going to quickly deal with that additional threat.
It doesn't really suit in that sort of situation, though. DRX haven't been able to find any space elsewhere. Sadak still hold on to Seaside. Kawanzin, see a well-timed Prowler here to fish out the presence of RB. 2Es has to respect this now. Now have the information.
Oh, look at this! Look at this ruse, though.
Beautiful bait.
Look at this fake coming out in front of you. 3 of them falling for a hook, line, and sinker. They have to respect it, right? The ult just came through, but the plant's going to be on B. DRX giving themselves just that slice of time. Spike now down. Nice little after plant too. For these 4 players, they've got a lot of kit to play with. Still some utility here. Kawanzin, one of those main players here. Stack's going to dip his head back in. Doesn't want to get revealed just yet. The ult going to be invested, but no one noted. And now this is when it all gets a little bit chaotic, a little bit wild. Sadak going to deny Marco. Drop down spotted. Stacks with a melter. Takes down 1. Zest on the follow-up, leaving Les and Sadak with so much in front of them. And so little time again to navigate through this. Takes down 1. Not going to get the follow-up. It's all on to Sadak in a 1v2, and RB ain't playing his game. He wants none of what he's selling. Time to back away again, but Stacks is on the hunt. Denied. Oh, this is looking brutal for Loud. Held on 4 now. DRX in control.
A crucial seize from Stax as well. The Viper's Pit actually in that situation clears a lot of that space, forces DRX deeper into a very, very confined spike site here, but it's so well timed. Forces Sadak back, he obviously eats that decay as well at the same time. Great conversion from DRX here. You can see the paranoia here, the chaos in the communication. As soon as that Nightfall comes through, doesn't even tag anybody, but it forces 2 extra players across towards A site.
I'm worried seeing frustration on Aspas this early. That to me is a little bit question mark. We'll come back to that in a bit. For now, they have to come back in with a broken buy. The Phantom on Sadak, and then you got what, Bulldog coming out for Aspas, Guardians, odds and ends. It ain't pretty for Loud on this purchase, and they haven't found an answer here. DRX have taken this game completely in hand. 1 away from Buzz's ult here. Could be played through 2 for Aspas.
I love the
Lockdown
squad
for
out.
less.
It's just a slow contact into A. Now we're going to have no information, or at least early indicators of presence. Sadak, we spotted on the other side. It's only RB, so not necessarily a cause for concern in terms of
I have the spike.
Rotations here.
Even with all of this great contact play, it could be a burst, yes. But the problem is there's still 3 players for Loud
Exactly,
here,
yeah.
right? So it's like, even without noting this necessarily, you've got the double stack towards Tree and 1 towards CT up top. Prowler's going to note it, Stack tries to identify it, close in. Tui's gets found, but the trade is there. So it's going to be Counting connecting towards Stacks, but then look towards the side. DRX going to be taking through this. Aspas holding the line. 47 HP, he can't do anymore. Zest takes him down. The site should be there. There's a plant, maybe, but less. I'm telling you to think again, he's still got that lockdown. Sadak on the way as well. Has to find Marco and RB. Smoke in play. They can't quite make through this unless Sadak wants to risk it.
Load of time to play with though. Marco puts Sadak down. It's just less to try and recover this now, Lauren.
He's got the rifle, he's got what he needs, maybe a chance here. Noting the first on Marco, but has still no true idea of where RB is really residing. And the time's running low. No one on DRX is going to give him a chance. They're going to play disciplined here. Half would be ideal, and he ain't even going to get that. DRX, large and in charge here. Massive impact already, showing resilience all the way through this first half.
I mean, this is insane. 4 unanswered from Loud to kick things off. After that, it's the DRX show. Just non-stop. In absolute control, dictating everything across the map here in my eyes. On this attacking side, Loud don't really have an answer. And it's not as if they have an opportunity to really give an answer in some of these rounds. We'll come in here, lockdown, showstopper, some ultimates to use, but it hasn't really been coming down to that.
No, it hasn't.
And on the other side, a showstopper, a Viper's Pit. So big tools in terms of getting onto site and creating a solid post-plant hold.
But they feel out this presence so early on C. As soon as they feel that fight on towards Mound, they've instantly pivoted away from that, straight towards A, maybe trying to exploit that solo player. Now, yes, we did see that Les was kind of sticking around this side, but it is mostly Sadak. And Buzz, disrespecting all that utility, going to take the site with the ult. Post it, doesn't find much for it, that's fine. He's taken the site, he's allowed all that space to be made. A quick plant, and now this is where it gets deadly though. Look at these ults coming in. Aspas goes for himself, can he find anyone? Yes, takes down Zest.
It's a pit down as well.
But DRX still gonna be standing on the side itself. Aspas clearing on through. It's a one-man show so far. And Buzz, can he deny it? Yes, takes down Aspas, the opposing number. Paint shell popped, gonna be posted towards back of site, but Counting clears him. Lockdown in play, they have to respect it. 2 still standing, and Stax is one of them. On towards the spike, you gotta look towards it. RB trying to buy the time. Les is taking down Stax, it's all on RB. Ooh, a little close there. A little close, but Loud gonna break the trend, get themselves up towards 5, and make this half almost look respectable.
I mean, if DRX can buy a couple more seconds here, there's a chance they can dig themselves into that deeper position after the lockdown comes through. But great decision making here from Loud. Flooding the site so early on. And again, actually removing the Viper's Pit actually relinquishes a lot of that control and almost turns some of those deep positions early on for DRX into real risks.
But you have to know, you have to say, was that just Aspas having a moment? But that's not for us to discuss. That's for the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Pansy, as well as Hypoc. And yes, what started off as, it looked like Loud domination, quickly pivoted to DRX showing why they are, as we said before, a world-class team, Sean. That was just an overall great half for the DRX squad.
It was crazy to see how DRX used every ult perfectly throughout the middle part of that half. That was immaculate, right? Every time they used the Fade ult, it got clear value on the C site. They had so much mound pressure at the start. Omen one way, Haunt up top. They would always get mound, and if mound was contested, they would immediately pivot over towards A and get A for free. This was a really tough half for Tui's, I thought, because they left Tui's on like the weak side a lot, and DRX was just abusing him.
Yeah, but these are actually, this was in the beginning of the game here when we ended up seeing, we were getting Loud with these retakes. It was looking clean. Then we thought to ourselves, holy crap, Loud might actually pound this half.
Well,
Then things just pivoted so fast, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. This was the bonus round. The first clip, all it really shows is that in the bonus round, they managed to take an awful lot of space, get back in fairly easily. I think it was Aspas as bait and Tui's managing to get the kill. But I believe we've got another clip for just a little bit later on in the map where it's like, it looks like, as Sean said, just using those ultimates so effectively in the late stages of the round. DRX fixed every single one of their retake. Like that 7th round in a row was pretty much just all retakes. Like every single time Loud setting up to get back in, and every time DRX had an answer.
It was so dominant, right? But I'm gonna ask you, Tom, do you feel like 5 is enough with this guy? We were talking about it. The map can flip so attacker-sided if you win the right rounds. And honestly, even though that felt so dominant, I don't know if it's enough to win.
That's the thing. 5 rounds, defensive side, it can definitely work, GB.
Yeah. Well, it is doable, especially with these two teams on the stage. Let's go ahead, though, and send it right back over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you. And yeah, the proof is in the pudding here, right? Because I guess if you watch just the start of this game, you go, Loud, they look real nice. You catch that end round, you're like, cool, no worries. But that middle portion, that run of 7, was terrifying if you're a fan of maybe Loud here. But coming to the second half, where do your thoughts go towards?
Really, a lot of this, at least at the start of this second half, rides on Aspas. He get himself a comfortable start here, being the driving force for Loud. So at least recoup this initial 2-round deficit. Hang on. Even kick things off with the pistol round nice and early, but 3 members of DRX here.
Ooh, the paranoia. Are they going to commit behind this? Okay.
Cancelled each other out, yeah.
And almost mirrored, if you're looking at how they're approaching this to an extent. But Sadak's gotten pretty deep here. Now, it looks like the awareness is there. You're already going to see
Stacks picked up the slack.
Yeah, there it is. So noting the players, very, very good kind of heads-up work here, keeping track on the map. We've got to find that final port of call for Loud.
So they've got to be careful here. It does have some reinforcements coming through now. DRX maybe, I guess, getting into position to force him out of that position, but now that Loud are ahead of the Viper wall.
There's no subtlety to this fight.
Exactly,
They're all here. There's 4 players, and Buzz wants in. Loud ready and waiting, though, in that smoke, and Loud hold them back. Not going to make that impact they wanted. Zest and Buzz go down. Marco, falls to his fate, really, if anything, there, leaving it really in the hands of just Stacks and RB. Holding off on the plant for a second, trying to identify these final players. Not going to get it. RB, last one. Not bad. 25 seconds now. Show me more. This would be magnificent. HP is a little low, and that shot was clean. 16 HP ain't much. There's a lot of Loud players left standing. It's what Loud needed, though, that first.
This just seems so disjointed. They're trying to get ahead of the spike plant, yes, but it's 3 people separately. There's no complementary angles to take. Was it Buzz initially with a frenzy? There's jumping inside the Omen smoke to try and find something, and then there's a further 2 investments in terms of putting bodies on. I don't know what Mako's thinking's going to happen there with all 4 members of Loud staring down that position. So yeah, not sure of exactly what call was made, obviously to prevent the spike going down, but I don't know, do they think it wasn't as heavily invested from Loud?
Yeah, I don't know if they thought there was not many people. I don't know, that felt like a bit of a misread from DRX, if I'm honest. But for Loud, it's an opportunity, a gateway back into this game after having that tear against them. The purchase here, Aspas straight on towards that Vandal. And early progress being made on the other side of the map. There is utility here, so it will be identified. So now attention's drawn. It's going to be Sadak who's going to be put to the test early on, if anyone. No one pushing further than this. But you can see the rest of them all coming back around. Buzz got to be careful, but this round is classics. It's 1 Sheriff on RB, That's about it. So by all rights, Loud should be comfortable here, unless they make some real errors.
Yeah, Buzz, I think to really have a say in this, it's a little bit of a pump here, but DRX has got 3 people behind this wall ready for it to drop. Ain't sure invested now.
I don't like them leaving it late.
No. RB's got a Sheriff as well.
And
so
he's heard all these steps. RB, show me it. Oh. Well, play or not, I don't know if they can beat the utility. Actually, they are beating the utility. They're here super early. If they can deny this palm, I'll make it tricky on the cross, but it's down to Classics. They need a lot to go right for them, and Aspas doesn't want any of that. Once it's kept in hand, kept in check, Zest's going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough to write home about. 4 still stand. Plant going to come in Loud, equalizing the scoreline now.
Opportunity to see how DRX is going to approach the first buy round. In terms of old progress, nothing really for Loud to pin their hopes on. But do come across, I mean, it's 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian, but rifles across the board at least. It's a very healthy bonus round. And all 5 stacking up outside Rubble. There's 3 opposing this from DRX.
Is this going to be a bloodbath?
Feel like it might be. I mean, DRX were happy to take these sort of engagements in the first half as well.
Here we go. Let's see it. Who comes out standing? Buzz goes straight in. It hasn't been a great first half for him, but maybe this time he can come alive. Gonna find the first and Sacks with a follow-up. This is DRX tearing Loud limb from limb. Just Aspas alive, and he's down so low. 25 HP and maybe a dream. He's got 2 more to find, and they're sitting pretty, and they're both on the flank. He's yet to even consider this.
I don't think he's going to either.
Let's
see the spike.
He's got a chance. Oh my god, he almost had a damn good chance. When it's Aspas, you respect it that little bit more, but DRX get past that first test, barely.
But it cost them a fortune to do so. 4 rifles sacrificed there. Beautiful utility invested behind Rubble. I mean, you can see the Nano Swarm as well, just on top of that. Tucked into the back corner. I think the Paint Shield doing the majority of that damage.
Let's flush them out. Satchel out.
Showstopper going to be available for Aspas here, though.
Oh, it's going to be the same again, rinse and repeat, but this time more behind it. Buzz this time not going to have the perfect start. It's going to be 2Es. Takes him down there, isolated. Paranoia to follow, and they want to make the most of it, but they can't quite catch him. TP's away towards the site, and Marco going to try and play safe. Loud just picking up that pace, shifting gear. They're at 120. The round's barely started, and they're halfway towards the site. That's a little audacious to try and take towards 3, but Marco's in a world of trouble. Found. Aspas puts him down. And the 3 remainders,
I mean,
they're out.
Save here, yeah.
They're out.
Zest has got a judge, but this one's locked in for Loud. This is the sort of confidence as well when they feel out that DRX are happy to fight for Rubble here. Next round, happy to just balls to the wall, go back there, engage, and almost set the precedent here that, yeah, we're not going to give this up for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, attacking Odin, she said, a little audacious, but pressure created.
Yes, the classic pressure play, let's call it. No, I mean, this is a nice little response, right? It's kind of Loud showing who they are, a little bit of that personality, almost bullish in approach, almost too stubborn to ever fall away from these sort of looks. Now, for DRX, this will be certainly a little bit of a reminder, a little bit of a wake-up call as they go in clearing. Keeping hold of these weapons would have been lovely. I don't think the other 2 will be found.
Well,
but losing out on him was massive, because that's a judge.
I was going to say, the problem being, actually, I mean, if 3 weapons, albeit a judge being the 3rd, carried across, there's a chance to at least reinvest something back into this. Now, with RB losing the rifle, it'll be a consideration that you're looking towards conceding around here in terms of the inventory available to them.
And if we go bigger picture here, Mike, if we kind of go back to what we were talking about at the start of this being that check-in, right? That kind of temperature check of these 2 teams after what was a very surprising result for Loud, you know, that 0-2 bomb out and then DRX, highs and lows, you never know what you're getting. I still don't feel like I know anything else.
Yeah,
like, what are we making this?
Like I said, to start here on Lotus as well, which is a bit of a question mark for both teams. It's not as if we can go back towards some kind of trademark, or, you know, where's the barometer in terms of performance? Where do we really pin this individual case here? I mean, we go to Split next, and if we see the double duelists from Loud back on full form, then that's a better indicator for us.
Absolutely. So this is a bit of a question mark still. I don't want to take too much away. A really close game between these 2. And I think DRX just trying to tune themselves into the second half. It has been an activation from Aspas as well. First half was mostly led by Les. He was doing wonderfully, doing very, very well for himself. Speak of the devil. But Aspas has certainly activated now. So we're seeing a little bit more form, a little bit more of that kind of impact that we know he's capable of, and he's stepping up to what we expect from someone like him in his position. Now coming out of this, DRX need to have adjusted, but they don't have particularly a buy to do it with. Unable to retain that, well, I was going to say third rifle, but third weapon, let's say, coming in here. It's going to be a little bit trickier to make it count.
So, I believe it was Stax holding the rifle across, but we'll pass it into the hands of Marco. Put him in a position to be the hero in this round. Spam comes through from Sadak. No connection on the other side. Actually, the door opening will force Dest away. Pretty sure they would have heard that retreat, though.
Yeah.
Looking towards maybe getting the Viper's Pit available for a post plant here.
Looking how far Aspas has already cleared through this with no resilience. There's nothing on the other side. It's quite indicative, right? It's either maybe a stack somewhere, maybe they're looking for something else. They would have responded to this already, but you're going to have that Viper's Pit on. You were noting it earlier, it's absolutely what Sadak wanted to do, and Aspas, not respecting this by any means, going to head on in. Note no one on that way for the first couple of steps of Paranoia is so good. It allows him to stick around just that bit longer, and look at Sadak and Aspas mauling them here, and Marco, last one alive, he did have that rifle, but he's so far away. He's not really going to get much of a chance. A 1v5? Don't think so.
No. Big gap to close if he even wants to make a go with this or do some damage. Aspas will give it up to him.
Cover going out.
This looks like he wants to challenge too, but we'll find the headshot. You seal the deal on a 9th round here for Loud.
Loud back in the lead. Solid attempt. Now, fortunately for DRX going forward, they will be able to get that full purchase in. They do have, I think, Buzz on ult as well, and a couple starting to knock on the door, right? They're very close to that first ult cycle.
The problem being, though, look at the finances for DRX and look at what's on the brink in terms of this ult cycle for Loud. Some massive, massive tools at their disposal. Need a response from DRX now. So be Loud on double digits. If they concede another. Showstopper available for Buzz. One away from the lockdown as well. A slower approach here. Nobody from DRX giving themselves away other than the Boombot coming out from Buzz. Nearly actually swinging onto the angle, but trying to commit to the engagement.
Oh, that was messy from both sides, really. Buzz going to lose his life for it. Not worth it by any means.
Especially considering the ultimate being available. Great plant denier. You could argue a great counter towards the Viper's Pit and a post plant as well. A little bit of a slip up there from DRX. Space found elsewhere from Les as well. Now identify that should be the weaker side of this defensive formation, and the confirmation will come through.
He's in so much danger. 60 HP, tries to play it forward. Actually not a bad idea. Might give himself a chance, an opportunity. One got away towards site though, but they've been picked up. Aspas gets found. RB, this is brilliant. Bold play from RB to push further ahead. Not fall away from that nightfall. Not be afraid of that night. And stand and hold the side itself. Sadak and Les, you got 30 seconds and 4 to get through. The spike is on the other side of that entrance. So this is now almost impossible, near on improbable. They need a freebie, and it doesn't look like DRX want to give them that.
With the spike in a position ahead of the smoke, able to seal the deal here, but heroics from RB. I'd love to see if there was a Prowler sent as well on the back of that Nightfall, because it's the perfect play.
Yeah.
RB gets ahead, still capitalizes on decay from this poison orb in the choke point. And they just weren't expecting it at all.
Beautiful. Individually beautiful work from RB. That round looked like it could have been Loud's. Again, you look at that start. What happened to Buzz? Well, not pretty scenes at all. Let's watch this back again. Just stunning work from him. And yeah, I don't see the Prowler coming through. Maybe...
I don't know if it was a little earlier than this.
Yeah.
Obviously, the reinforcements came through at the perfect time as well. Nightfall actually not in a position to cut off any, or I guess catch anybody in rotation towards Waterfall or towards Spawn. But a bailout round from RB and gives them at least a cushion, 1 round cushion in terms of the economy here.
Buzz trying to thread the needle a little, but there's no one to challenge, right? They're going to leave, who is it, posted up, Marco, towards that A site and instantaneously hit the rotation button.
All 3 of them.
That's a lot of faith.
Yeah, it is. Curious here of whether or not Les is the one to try and make something happen towards B. Loud considering both sides of the map. No confirmation with the Prowler. But with Marco's deep position, they can commit to this.
Yeah.
Especially now with the utility being dealt with.
50 seconds now.
Zest has still got a snake bite to slow this down as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit worrying. Time-wise, you're looking at 3 bodies on this side. Here's the goer. Should be the green light. The go signal. Aspas can be the first one forward. The others will be isolated. Can't quite make it through. TP now taken for 2Es. Aspas wants to try and control towards CT. There's that Viper's Pit we saw sitting in Sadak's hands.
But Lockdown and Showstopper for the retake here. Loud have to make a decision on how they want to play this. Spike will go down now. They can't find the Lockdown.
No preemptive lockdown.
The
They have
C's
to
just caught
evacuate.
2 of them.
They've got to run away. They've got to try and escape from this one. And you can see them detained here. This is an issue. Buzz going hunting. Oh, they're all so vulnerable. It's a slaughter. They are so unaware of what was going to happen. Wait, hold on. Aspas desperate to try and do some damage back, but it doesn't matter. DRX destroying them with that lockdown.
The C's was absolutely beautiful from Stacks.
That's unreal.
Loud keep digging deeper and deeper to try and remove the
Look at
lockdown.
this.
That is absolutely crazy.
That's a heartbreaker.
Another crucial piece of utility usage from Stacks. Sadak actually unnoted, he just commits towards being detained there, hoping that at least somebody else can do something.
Loud pumping the brakes though. DRX starting to take a little bit more of a lead, kind of continuing those rounds now back-to-back, 2 consecutive. Couple of ults starting to hit for them as well. That Nightfall there, the Viper Spear of their own. Yeah, TP's nearby, but that's almost irrelevant. You got Showstopper for Aspas, Les with Lockdown just one away as well. So a couple big ults starting to be very much key to the outcome of this. Double digits made for DRX. First to do it here. Loud held on 9 for now. But this still feels like it's a coin flip.
But yeah, level pegging in terms of the finances as well.
Yep.
Maybe a slight ultimate advantage towards DRX here, but Lockdown 1 away for Les. 1 for the Showstopper in the hands of Aspas. Now tie things up now, because it certainly feels like DRX in terms of the, maybe not the execution, but the approach to the rounds, with great reads in terms of where Loud are going to prioritize. Especially here, reading that late C hit's going to come through. And maximizing value off those 2 ultimates available. What sort of adjustment do we see from Loud here?
That's all I keep just waiting for with bated
Wait,
breath.
there's 3
now.
members of DRX here.
Are they going to fight for this? You can already see the creep through. The Haunt's a problem. Okay, has to reveal the position there. Buzz needs to respect this.
That's enough of a deterrent.
Yeah. They're running fast. Is it just from the progress of Sadak as well, I guess? Maybe the coupling of 2 elements, right? Noting that player, and then you've already got Sadak taking a lot of space here. Okay, Zest is going to hit that panic button. He needs some support here, and quite quickly. They're already at the door, and still above a minute. This is very quick progress from Loud.
Sadak able to slip back away. I mean, plenty of time to work with, and they've drawn out the pit, so basically removing A in terms of options.
Beautiful play from them there.
But they did obviously read the presence outside mound at the start of the round. 4 members of Loud looking to apply a little pressure towards C now. Lockdown going to be the one to open things up. Now does this play Sadak in the lurk? He's already slipping through towards B. What damage can he do, Lauren?
Love to see what Sadak can achieve here. Trying to cut through that B-side. RB seemed aware of the possibility, but still going to lose his life to it. Sadak making wonderful impact already, catching him out. Off the back of that lockdown, forcing them deeper. Now that does facilitate the plant too. Nightfall going to come down. Buzz going to step back towards the site. The first man forward tries to clear through on that spike. Allow that chance of a defuse to even be had, but there's still so many bodies behind this. Still got that Showstopper on Aspas. Zest has to be impactful to say the least, and actually that's not bad for the C's!
The C's!
The combo work coming out is out of this world! Stacks doing marvelously. Oh, and he just wants to add to it. Insult to injury. Body on body, DRX doing Loud dirty.
Stacks' utility is absolutely phenomenal this map.
Guy's nuts.
Again, not reflected necessarily in terms of the numbers here on the scoreboard, but undeniable impact. time and time again.
Look at it. There's no escaping him. Beautiful.
SDRX up to 11.
Now it's getting tense, though, isn't it?
Loud still comfy in terms of the finances, but now some of these ultimates a little further away. Nightfall missing 3 orbs here. Still got the showstopper for Aspas. They need a response, and they need it now.
Buzz, similar routine, right? Takes that space, plays a little bit closer towards that corner on this, but he does have support as well. Going to probably post up. Marco then fall away. We've seen this, right? We know this routine. Now it's RB, who went above and beyond on that Nightfall that came down not too long ago, but this time obviously not the case.
DRX are reading this perfectly, though. Look at the pings coming through. They've already sent 2 extra players across towards this site.
But RB's down so low. This time he's probably not going to be able to get the miracles here. He's down on what? Sub 30 HP. They're going to go for the double pump.
Loud are forced into an audible call with only 60 seconds left here. No information towards Rubble.
Has Marco got another smoke? Yes, he does.
No paranoia for him, though.
It's true, and he is alone. But has Loud identified this? Well, now they know. Marco, does he stick around here? Oh, dearie me, he's got to try and get away from this one. Aspas trying to catch him on the back of the TP. He's going to try and hunt him down. He can't get it. He stays alive. On a lovely amount of HP, he gets to slip away to the back of the site and now put the problem back with Loud. They got 38 seconds and they got to make it towards the site. They need to get that spike planted. Now the support's here though. Now there's other bodies coming through this time, but Sadak takes one away. Stack's now removed and Zest overrun. Loud are back in this round. 25 seconds really to play with and the B site might be theirs. This could be the ideal. They've even got less posted up in a lovely position. Going to keep those two humble towards A.
Spike planted.
Does he get found?
No.
Buzz considering it, but not finding him. And Les can play this out perfectly. Play patient, play calm. These 3, I think they need the weapons.
Yeah, DRX want nothing to do with this at all. You can see time and time again the game plan from DRX is to deny the spike even going down. A couple times comfortable with the lockdown, maybe the showstopper, another catalyst in terms of how they can approach retakes here. Hello.
That's not my teammate.
Mark on 9 HP as well.
Oh. This is a gentleman's agreement to not go back loud.
Yeah.
Ooh, hopefully no one saw it.
I think Les knows that he was low HP. He's like, I'll let you go.
Game on now, isn't it? This is the game we wanted, right? Nice and close. Okay, Buzz. And Marco goes down.
Well, Les did find Marco.
Yeah, in the end. 10 to 11 now. Gap's starting to close back a bit, but I don't know where the momentum really lays in this game. It's constantly going back and forth.
A little bit of a curveball here because Buzz has actually got himself an operator in hand.
Okay.
It's looking like he might be the solo member for DRX towards C unless RB's headed that direction. He is. Maybe put some complimentary utility down. But this is a curveball. Loud haven't had to overcome this just yet.
It's a little bizarre, but maybe Buzz has something for us here. Forced away, has to respect the smoke. Loud's protocol list will at least address those early potential picks that he could have been going for. Secondary angle now needs to be worked with. If you look across the map, Loud aren't just working that C site, they're looking elsewhere as well. They're trying to maybe keep check on what the likes of Marco have been up to, right? Like trying to keep track of the entire map, which is easier said than done, but a slow creep forward. Zest will be seen. Sadak is extremely close by. A bit of an awakening for Zest there, has to be careful. They've crept very close.
Actually, Spike's coming across this direction as well. Nothing Louder poised to make a move just yet. At least there was a window of opportunity. This Cowanzine, Spike in hand, will retreat. But now you're concerned because late round they're creeping towards the site that Buzz has this operator and has that utility to slow things down as well in the choke point.
Okay, Buzz.
What is
First. Oh!
Well, it's revealed now. They can just look to punish.
Yeah, Buzz is screwed here. But he's still trying to buy a bit of time. Aspas going to remove him with that pain shell. RB now has to take up that mantle. 25 seconds though. Loud running it late, and RB back to business. But look at the pivot coming out, taking that spike over towards the B side, depending a little on the progress made from the likes of Sadak and Cowanzine, and it's worked. Deep utility going to stop DRX from getting back towards the site as the plant is going to come in. A 3v4 now. Tough to clear, but Marco up for the fight. He's going to lose.
Hang on.
DRX clearing through though. Sadak, Cowanzine, 2, he's 4. It's all on Aspas. 21 HP. Position noted. How does he try and navigate any of this?
They can come off with the wall here. It's just come back up.
Satchel out.
That satchel could kill Zest.
It genuinely could.
Trying to slow play this, not taking the bait on the first tap.
He's got 7 bullets. It's not a fake. Oh, it's a great shot.
He's got
Pain shell!
What was that retake from DRX?
How did they get those three? How did they
In the
get those
blink
three?
of an eye as well. Well, it felt like Loud have, again, they figure out the operators there. It takes a ton of utility to secure that kill, but they basically pull the entirety of DRX in that direction. Then Kawanzin finds a kill onto Stax as well. On top of that,
look at this. Bloody
that
hell.
is ridiculous from RB.
RB has actually been such a monster in this game.
Bit of a heartbreaker, honestly, for Loud.
12 to 10.
And now they have no room for error.
They've got no ults, but they've got a full buy. One away for a couple of the ults, 3 for Buzz on this one, but it's going to be a brawl again. That bloodbath that we've seen before, but this time Tui's falls. Buzz is going to find him first. He's got Marco by his side, and they're just going in. They want this one done, but Loud disagrees. Stax doubles down.
It's a 1v1.
Of course it is, and look who's alive. It's Aspas, the hero of Loud, up against RB, the unsung hero of DRX. And monstrous players.
And the crowd
believes. RB, can he answer their call? That gun is glowing for a reason. Aspas nasty so far. But RB creeping closer. Patient play. RB has so much to check. So much to work through, but he's just going to gamble it at one point. Full HP creeping closer on the corner. Aspas steps away now, spots the shoulder. RB's got to get a move on here, and the fight's his! Aspas keeping Loud in this one. One more round to play out.
One absolutely mad round. At 1:25 on the clock, it's down to a 1v1, Lauren.
Of course it is.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, Stax.
Which historically, I gotta say, you don't often see, especially across the map pool, DRX commit to these sort of rounds.
No.
It's very rare.
Felt like they were enticed into it, like, yeah, no, take that ball, take it, close it now. And they couldn't do it, and it's opened up chance, because look at the buy coming out for DRX. We've got Bulldogs, we've got Guardians. This ain't pretty. This could have been a mistake of Fonda, but what is this little setup here? DRX, hold on, they're going proactive again, but it's going to be punished. Tui's takes down Buzz. Calling for 12 now. Loud want to take this to OT, and DRX sweating in this one now. A couple of ults to play with.
That's so awkward as well. Zest was looking for Sadak there. He was looking to dig out the lurk, but force back now, pit invested.
Okay, but can they find Zest though? Can he slip away? Does he get to keep his life? He's been found. He has to respect this. You already hear it, the showstopper pop, but he doesn't find its target. Zest still stands. Spikes on the site though, taken so low. Zest is making this a problem. The support is here. Stax, he's going to take down Tui. The trade comes in. 2 standing Loud and ripping them apart. It's just Marco and Zest. Make it just Zest. After all of that, can one man save them? They're on the run. He dips back through. He didn't expect it. Aspas waiting. Taking Loud to OT.
Switching sides.
And a beautiful switch up as soon as the lockdown is invested. They pick the pace up, divert their attention away from the pit. And Zest unable to find the backstab, prevent that pressure coming towards Rope. What a crazy end to that second half.
Man, I feel for DRX in a way, because it's like that temptation to brawl with Loud is always there, right? But in my mind, Loud are the best at that. That is where they thrive when they have those real chaotic moments.
I don't feel like DRX's hand has been forced into this.
No,
they've
they wanted
committed.
it.
Yeah, they've received some of these rounds and happy to do so.
Which, I mean, maybe learning their lesson now, but brutal way to learn it. 12-12, we go back in. A moment of respite, but barely, because look at this.
Now they're feeling themselves now, look at this.
Yeah, they want to make it hurt. Hand around the throat.
There's 4 members of DRX.
Another smoke goes in, relax. We're good. Ish. Now we might not be good. Aspas tempted. Oh, he's gone down! Great find from Zest! But Tui's still here. DRX finding them, they can barely see him.
Look how deep that pick comes up to see. It's in the choke point.
They've got to work it now. RB giving them another huge chance here. Backfilled by Sadak though quite quickly, but he's ahead of the util. So he slows down the pace. He wants to be a little unnoted. Does he get away with it this time? A fair fight. He wins it. Sadak goes down. The cross going to be watching. Kawanzin falls. Buzz flies in. Finds Kawanzin. And now it's just Tui's.
A 1v5. First round of overtime, going to be given the first RB will fall. What can he get done here? Paranoia available. 3 seconds off of smoke.
Jump spot still there, notes the position. Zest's going to be buying the time. He's got his TP if he wants to use it. Could he draw him into a fight? There it is, takes it. Now they're paranoid. They all
think he's
turn
gone on
attention.
top.
They have no idea. He's gotten closer. But look at that late positioning from Buzz. That should be the death of it, surely. Tui's can't predict this, and to try and clear that would be almost murderous. And yeah, exactly. Lets him pass, but going to catch him on the way back through. First claimed by DRX here, 13 posted in OT.
Match point.
And finding picks on both extremities here. Just spreading Loud so thin. That wasn't a jump peak, yeah, less punished. Trying to find some information. RB once again the hero though for DRX.
You talk about the kind of impact alone he is having.
I mean, he sat at 15 and 16. It's not even reflected in the numbers, but the value from some of his kills.
The quality is out of this world from him. Stunning. But again, job ain't done. We go again. Can Loud match? Or is it map 1 done? Sadak trying to test, trying to show a little strength here, but all of the intent from Loud is towards C. 4 players, a lot to do, and the man of the hour on the other side, RB. Utility tested and cleared early, above a minute.
We're not necessarily feeling the heat towards site just yet. Have 2 teammates coming back through Waterfall, but Loud already here are trying to capitalize on a window of opportunity on the other side of the map. Now, Buzz will be coming across to support Marco in this A site hold, but is less rewarded. But digging into this lurk now.
Constantly wait on this as well. There's 2 players being kept here, but let's just gonna hear all this. You can see him walking, trying to relay that perfect. There he is. There's the reward. The Spike's trying to pivot through towards B though. Now caught in towards the connector. It's a problem. Loud gonna be catching the way back through. Stacks actually gonna catch him on the heels. Hold on. So he went a little bit above and beyond on that one. Needed to calm down a touch. Buzz now and Zest in a 2v3. Make it a 1v2. Zest, where are you? And what can you do about this one?
Got a snake bite to play with, but now with the Nightfall in hand, 20 seconds away from a reveal as well. This one feels undoable for Zest.
Face your fear!
Early investment.
Very early. Gonna highlight these, not at least towards heaven just yet. Smoke gonna go in. You can already see the pings on the Spike. They want to keep track of that one. There's Snakebite. Can he get a freebie? Nothing connecting. Sees, brings him down. Decay is there, dragged through. The first tap. He needs a fair fight. He needs 1. And Loud ain't gonna give you 1. We go again. 13-13. This is gonna be one of those games.
Another one today.
Yep. You got nowhere else to be tonight, right?
No. It's day
Outstanding.
1. It's unlucky for Stacks as well. He just can't pin down the second player on that transition towards 8. Now that's your calling a timeout here. Ahead of round 27. See the frustration coming through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, reset of the pace. I'm curious of what could be being discussed internally for Loud here, because there's been some real curveballs that you've got to argue in terms of the stylistic, I guess, perspective of both of these teams. Yeah, it shouldn't have been winning out. Whether or not that's actually thrown Loud off in terms of how they wanted to approach Lotus.
Yeah. It's quite hard to tell. I guess we have to wait to see if there is any, I guess, visible adjustments coming out this time out that look very obvious. I mean, a little bit of space was found. You saw that opportunity that I think, was it Les who was waiting on that very late lurk,
yeah,
able to be rewarded from? Is it something along those lines? Maybe just feeling out the overall pacing here, but curious to hit that timeout button here, but maybe even just to catch their breath. 13-13 could be a marathon game, could be just to try and reassess the scenario. Don't fall too deep into that OT playstyle that can happen. But at this point, we go back through.
It's like the trend will continue from regulation at least. 3 members allowed over towards 8.
Yeah.
Saw commitment time and time again to this opening engagement. Only Zest on the other side of it.
Okay, gonna show presence. Similar on the other side. Near on mirrored, but...
Yeah, fairly standard. It's a 3-2 setup showing presence. Denying this, I guess, early opportunity from DRX to progress towards either side. Tui's on a deeper position this time around, though.
Paranoia should bail him out, but they can creep quite close. Prowler goes through, and now with the Paranoia dropping, the paint shot to follow actually could have been an issue there. It wasn't in the end. Did a little bit of chip damage, but not enough to write home about.
Could be a red herring, though, that the C's didn't catch anybody that's deep off this choke point, because straight away, 2 members allowed cross towards B site. Still with utility to clear out. It's very early positions. Tui's forced even deeper now.
Loud are really hesitant to commit further bodies to this, which, I mean, we have seen a lot of pivots through towards that B site here, but still, to not address that, and now the B pivot, of course. Yeah, this feels a little mistimed from Loud on that, a misread and an opportunity for DRX. They'll take that with both hands. That's a plant coming in, but a 5v5 on the B site is brutal. That retake unpleasant. Look at the deep positioning coming out as well. Throw your mind towards Zest. Throw your mind towards the deeper positionings from RB. And it leaves your forward men to try and deal with that brunt that's going to come through.
Absolutely right. Zest still actually has this crossfire with Marco. Stax putting a ton of pressure and punished on the first.
Huge.
That's less, all finding kills.
Yeah, that's back-to-back work here. Loud going to clear through those first bodies, those close holds, and then Zest is found. It removes all threat. RB held too far away, and I think Loud might have just broken this one. They found what they needed. RB's gone down, Diffuse is on the way. They just absolutely demolished DRX
Brute
there.
force their way back onto site. Like I said, the curious one is actually Marco falling ahead of that. I don't know if did he die to somebody on site? Because Cowanzine comes late and cleans up Zest.
Oh, that catch.
Yeah, Stax just a pixel out of place. And that's the catalyst. Allowed to just flood their way onto site.
Okay, they've got the upper hand now, Loud. And they close the account on map 1. Does DRX have something to say about this? Get Pacey off the start. Buzz going to get himself into the thick of things. Not alone, but Marco's going to have to make his mind up here. He's in a little bit of danger. Taken down quite low here, and Sadek looking to maybe catch, but he's not going to. Early progress towards B, and also a little bit of presence towards Mound, but Aspas is the one I'm looking towards. Always a threat in this, and Zest's got to be ready.
Toxins going up.
And now with the alarm bot dealt with. Tui's almost spamming him off the angle there, Zest. Not necessarily going to be rewarded for a play like that, especially as he's the only member of DRX to hold down towards B. Now probing on the orb retrieval. They're going to try and funnel them towards Aspas for that showstopper. This is a little different though. It's very late for Cowanzine to be on that side of the map towards Rubble and throw a Prowler out.
Wait and see when he does this. There it is, just gone now at 40 seconds. You can see actually the cause and effect. Stax leans back down towards CT, leaves RB on an island. This might have been the adjustment they were looking for, but RB is still standing. You don't get in towards his side, finally falls. Sadek takes his scalp, and now Loud bulldozing through the side, but Stax wants in. Can this man be the difference maker? No less has his number red, and it's Buzz and Marco. As Loud doing everything required of them. A 2v4. That's the first. Second, not going to be so easy. Les needs to be careful. Sadek will seal it. Now Buzz with it all to do. A 1v2 now after a 1v3. Quickly tries to get ahead to Sadek. Not going to happen. Loud. Make the most of this. Doing very well in OT. Taking themselves to 15 and taking map 1.
DRX pushing them to the absolute limit. I mean, both teams tested. Yeah, still we come away from this with some questions in terms of, is this a return to form? This in terms of the pedigree here, a 15-13 scoreline does reflect that. A few things I would say feel like anomalies in terms of looking at this matchup.
Yeah, there's so much head-to-head in this. This is very hard to review, right? It's like that, okay, is this a great map now for Loud? Was actually that really good for DRX? Is this enough that has potentially fixed some of those worries that we had? Or is this simply what we expected of maybe an unknown? Still, we don't quite know those answers of all the bigger questions we were coming with initially, but beyond that, who stood out to you here? Was this enough of a performance from Aspas to kind of put you, back into it's like,
I mean, for me, yeah, it'd be cool to talk about Aspas versus Buzz, but Aspas and RB are the two heroes from both teams here on Lotus. And what's really interesting for me, I mentioned this earlier on in the cast, looking at Split, that I think will be a much better barometer to look at potentially both teams in terms of DRX's ability to really handle that double duelist setup from Loud, and also how well they can lean back into that. The fiery Loud, the aggressive Loud that we've known and loved for so long now.
Yeah, some of the best qualities of both sides do get shown on Split,
Yeah.
which is one of the best aspects of seeing that map coming through second tier.
And talk about some of the qualities. There were a few rounds from DRX that I'm just looking at them thinking, you cover the names, I don't think that's DRX. They're reckless in approach, but whether or not that's them showing that, or maybe it's the Pacific effect, right? The Paper X knock-on from that, but happy to just get down and dirty, brawling with Loud.
And that's the wild thing, right? The fact that we got to OT was because of some of that. They got drawn into it. Their money got broken by the time they got to that final round before dragged to OT. I wonder if that haunts them. I wonder if that's something they've been working on, but the questions won't be had here. They'll be had by the desk, and mostly they'll be had on Split. That is the map that's coming up next. That's the one that will tell us everything we need to know. That is the one you absolutely do not want to miss.
Red Bull gives you wings.
What the fuck?
I guess the only way out is to push through. And if it doesn't look great, what's it to you? I guess the only way out is to push through. And if it doesn't look
Thank you, Golden Boy. I'm joined by Fraud after that successful first map here on the international stage. How are you feeling after that victory?
I mean, it's much better than Tokyo already. So for us, we're really excited that we were able to start off on our map pick. We changed some things around. So just really happy with the boys, especially the adaptions that we were making. Yeah, it's played really well.
Absolutely. So a strong start to this one. Next up is Split. That is your opponent's map pick. How realistic is a 2-0 in this series?
DRX is always a tough opponent. You know, it's very, very difficult to 2-0 them. For us, we just want to carry the momentum from this win and hopefully, you know, win 2-0. But they're always ready to go. So for us, we got to refocus ourselves and, you know, hope we pull through with the 2-0.
Well, I'll let you go and get ready for this next map. Best of luck. Thanks for joining us here. Back to the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Mitch. Of course, always a pleasure to hear from the legendary Coach Fraud. And, you know, I mean, yes, I think Fraud said it best, right? You just want to ride this momentum, especially after what happened in Tokyo. This is a championship team, Tom, that is looking to get to that top of the mountain again because, well, they've done it before.
Yeah, and that's the thing you have to bear in mind in this map. It's their map choice. They won both pistols, and they won the majority of opening duels, and we had multiple overtime. So it wasn't like that was a walk in the park. They had a nice, easy road through the game. They've now got to try and do this on their opponent's map choice, which will be much more difficult. But Aspas.
He is the GOAT. He is insane. He was 7-2 in First Bloods in this game, and honestly, I think he just absolutely took over this map. It is such a pleasure to just watch his aggression into these rounds because the contrast between how, say, like Loud approached their attack half compared to DRX, I thought DRX looked more polished than them, actually. I thought DRX looked like the better team. But they didn't have the best player in the server today.
No.
That was Aspas.
Yeah, no, they definitely did not. I mean, how many times you're looking through these highlights and these rounds just came down to Aspas just finding something, anything. But let's not take anything away, right, from, you know, what the rest of the team was able to accomplish here. They obviously always find a way to put him in these positions, and Aspas is just great at being able to ensure that he is putting himself in that position as well. And the results kind of just speak for themselves here. Aspas absolutely diff-buzzed that game. Statistically speaking, considering how close it was, though, quite bizarre when you think about it.
Yeah, and I think it showed all in all, the depth of DRX was definitely there. Like, they had a lot of cool little retakes. I think their executions were fantastic, their ult usage as well. But Aspas, it's very difficult to play against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of Aspas, by the way, fun fact, Aspas is 5 kills away from 1,000 kills at international events, which is absurd when you think about it. The man is a machine. He's incredible. We'll see if he could break it. I think he will, going into this next one. But it's time now for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and we're going to give it to our boy Cowanzine because, fun fact here as well, this was the second time your boy was on Fade, ever, and he wasn't the best possible game, but this moment right here, I think, gives Cowanzine some life, especially this young player who we've seen light up the stage before, Sean.
Yeah, he came out the gate swinging in this game. But then he got quiet in that first half. I think he ended with quite a few frags, maybe like third on the stats page. He came up really huge in the OTs, a lot of dry peeks into the B site that I'm remembering. But that round right there, it didn't matter if he was playing Fade or Brimstone or Cypher. I mean, he used zero.
He was blind. He was blind for half of it. It made no difference.
And what's crazy, too, is he was seeing where those tracers are coming from and corrected himself while blind. Like, these guys are insane. I love watching both of these teams play, and what a treat that we've been given here. DRX playing some phenomenal Valorant. Same thing for Loud. This is what we wanted to see from both of these teams in Tokyo, and now that we're getting it here, we're getting ready for Map 2. And Tom, there is a lot of pressure here for DRX to try and pick up this map win, force that Map 3, and then see if you can go the distance against the Brazilians.
Well, that's the thing as well, and the comp they run on Split is definitely a bit more of an interesting one if they're sticking to what they did before. We've seen a lot of changes, but Sean, they were running Neon. What are your thoughts on that? They're sticking with it?
They're running the double duelist with Neon Rays, right? That's what they were running in the past, but it looks like they went off of that. Yeah, it's gone.
They went away? They're like, nope, no double duelists. We're not doing that. Instead, we're actually going to get pretty much, okay, interesting. So double initiator for Loud there. They're going to opt to go for that.
Yeah, they have Ospas playing the Raze. I like these changes from both of these teams. I
do
like
too.
the Breach coming out. I don't know about Killjoy, actually. We haven't been seeing a lot of her lately on Split, and when we typically see the Sentinels, it's Cypher more often than not.
Yeah.
So both of these teams picking the Killjoy against the Raze, they could be struggling.
It's an interesting one because a lot of the time you're going to have that Cypher, especially on that A site, having a lot of information, just basically watching in towards heaven as players look through. You have a lot of info on that whole site. You can lock it down and sort of switch things up in terms of your defensive side. So I am intrigued to see how on Split that Killjoy is going to be utilized as well. Obviously, Lockdown's always going to be very powerful, though.
Yeah.
I think the key thing to look at here when you look at Loud's comp, they don't have the second controller for the A pressure, right? Whereas DRX did. They have the Viper they're running. DRX could run into some serious problems actually running A defaults if they can't have success in the first like 10 seconds of these attack rounds.
Yeah, and that's a great point to bring up that I think viewers at home and everyone in the arena should be keeping an eye on. How do they tackle this? How do they approach A? And then how do they try and like get themselves in these winning advantages here? It's going to be quite fascinating, but it's now time to jump into the action, which means
What the? Where's my mouse?
this year. So it's a big change up here from Loud, and potentially a bit of a curveball in terms of the prep here from DRX.
What do you do now? You've planned, you've prepped, you've considered that you're coming up against a very specific style, and that's a curveball. That's going to take you out of your game plan, but let's see if it's executed well enough to even be a problem. Loud on the attack, DRX on the defending side. First map is Loud's. Map 2, well, let's find out.
Stun actually does connect onto RB. Aspas desperately trying to pin it down, but RB with a right click will find it. And the explosion comes through. Stax finds 2.
Picking up where they left off. DRX looking dominant here. Less down pretty low, and Tui's desperate to find someone to punish, but DRX all in the right place. Beautiful work from RB already. Now Flash gonna note where these players reside. Tara gets taken down, but no one going to take the bait. DRX playing patient, disciplined, Valorant. We know them for, right? This is what they've been historically noted for. Less down to 13. And nothing lucky happened from this.
Trying to isolate Buzz in his corner, but just can't pin him down.
Oh, dude.
Potentially.
He's made a run for it. He desperately tried to get away, but does get caught up, so trying to do what they can here. There's a lot to ask of them, though.
Marco will be the, I guess, the first obstacle here with the spike towards Hell.
30 seconds left.
Trying to play in.
Yeah, Les is repositioned. Very risky. Oh, he actually found that headshot there.
Yeah.
A ridiculous shot, but do an awful lot of damage. DRX find themselves the pistol. Loud another round that echoes